everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Anime Multiverse starting by teaming up with Maple, the Shield Girl. Chapter 51 to 100, Chapter 51, Clearing the Floor 11 Boss. Tracking Magic. Chapter 51, Clearing the Floor 11 Boss. Tracking Magic. Kanade's current gear was top tier, and her level had stabilized enough to keep pace with the elite players. Combined with her innate combat instincts, she was a force to be reckoned with. Kanade, from this moment on, you are officially the sixth harbinger of the Fatui, Sito said, glancing at the girl flying effortlessly beside him. Understood, Kanade nodded, her expression as calm as a still lake. Sito opened the guild interface to finalize the permissions. Guild, Fatui Guild Master, say. Harbingers, Sora, Shiro, Maple, Sally, Empress Amu, Kanade. Members, 100,000 plus guild wealth, 200,000 plus gold. Guild warehouse, greed armor blue, etc. The warehouse was currently stocked with gear Sito had dumped earlier. Even though it was trash to him, the average player scrambled to buy it. With over 1.2 million gold in the coffers and the guild members grinding hard, they'd likely hit 2 million by sunrise. Sito, after this boss, Shiro and I are logging off to rest, Sora said suddenly. We have a big day tomorrow. Tomorrow was Saturday. Sora was planning to take Shiro to buy the house next to Sito's, so they needed to be sharp and well rested. Same here, Sito agreed. I'll log off after the kill and submit the City Lord's quest tomorrow. It was getting late. Since Kanade had just moved into his home, he wanted to log off early to prepare a proper welcome dinner for her. Plus, his Saturday schedule was packed. Not only were the blank siblings coming over, but Haruno Yukinoshita and Amu were also planning to drop by. He needed his sleep. Sito and I. No objections. Shiro tilted her head against Sito's chest, looking adorably sleepy. Are we all logging off? Sally looked around. I guess I'll call it a night too. Tomorrow's the weekend, we can play for 48 hours straight if we want. Maple cheered. AKO looked at the group of legends and bit her lip. Can I keep leveling with you guys tomorrow? Even though she was a cadre, she felt more like a guest. She had grown fond of the easy, friendly atmosphere of this inner circle. Of course, Sito nodded. You're part of the team now. Hee hee, thank you, President. AKO beamed. The group reached the labyrinth entrance. Unlike the first 10 floors, there were no frontline guild standing guard here. Most players were still too underleveled to even think about the boss, so the area was eerily quiet. They stepped through the portal. A chill ran down their spines as they materialized in a vast, dark hall. Standing in the center was a figure draped in a tattered, hole-ridden gray robe, clutching a gnarled staff. Boss, Phantom Mage HP, 5 million/5 million. 5 million health. Sito felt a slight headache coming on. This was going to be a slog. Solo or party? Sora asked, drawing his sword. If Sito wanted the unique loot drop for a solo kill, the rest of them would stand back. Party, Sito decided. The boss will respawn, and we can farm gear later. Right now, let's just clear this and go home. Maple bounced on her heels. Sito, Sora and Sally shared a look and vanished in a blur of speed. Sito reached the boss first. He gripped his tachi, a violet glow erupting from the edge of the blade. Dimension slash. The blade cut through the air with a high-pitched whistle, slamming into the mage. The damage was decent, suggesting the mage's defense wasn't insurmountable, but its HP pool was still daunting. The boss shrieked, its pale, glowing eyes locking onto Sito. It raised its staff high. A magical circle instantly materialized above Sito's head. He frowned and dashed backward, trying to shake the target lock. To his surprise, the circle followed him perfectly, maintaining its position no matter how fast he moved. The circle erupted into a pillar of flame, swallowing Sito in a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, Sito was standing there, unharmed thanks to his spatial distortion, but his expression was grim. "Everyone, watch out. Its spells have perfect tracking," Maple shouted. She had fought this thing for hours the day before and had forgotten to warn them in the excitement. Without absolute defense or intangibility, you couldn't dodge its attacks. You had to tank them. "Maple," Sito called out, "with your 15,000 defense, how many hits can you take?" "Maybe 10 or 12. She guessed. If Maple could only take 12 hits, the others, besides Sito, would likely be one shot. "New plan," Sito smirked. "Maple, go in and let him break your current gear to trigger your destruction growth passive. Once you've gotten your buffs, I'll take over the aggro and use Kemui to bait his big spells." Maple chirped. She activated her skill, Cover Move. In a flash of light, she intercepted a bolt of dark energy intended for Sally, the battle for the 11th floor officially beginning in earnest. Thank you for reading Chapter 52. Chapter 52, Kill Secured. Achievement rewards trigger again. You all are lucky men. Extra chapter for some announcement. Finish reading first, Chapter 52, Kill Secured. Achievement rewards trigger again. Sito looked up toward the sky. At this moment, both Sora and Sally were being targeted by locked-on attacks. Naturally, he and Maple had to step in and defend their teammates. Maple raised her shield high, completely blocking the flames engulfing Sally. "Thanks a lot, Maple." Sally let out a long breath of relief. She had thought she was about to be eliminated. "Hee hee, it's nothing." Maple scratched her head with a shy smile. Meanwhile, Sora was pulled into Sito's Kemui dimension, instantly avoiding the incoming attack. Moments later, Sito released him, bringing him back in front of him. Sora glanced at Sito. "No problem." Sito shook his head. "You and Sally focus on ranged attacks. Maple and I will draw the boss's aggro." Sora nodded. Even though he was a close-range magic fighter, he had plenty of ranged skills too. Spatial Step. Activating his skill, Sito dashed forward at incredible speed. At the same time, Maple advanced toward the boss alongside Kanade Tachibana, who was fully built for attack power. Shiro directly deployed her mech. Its design resembled Shuai's gear, though far less revealing. AKO followed up by casting magic. The entire team unleashed a barrage of. With Sito and Maple holding the front line, the boss's HP began to drop rapidly. After losing over 500,000 HP, the boss finally roared in fury. "Roar!" In an instant a massive magic circle appeared above everyone. This is the boss's AoE skill. Everyone be careful. Maple quickly retreated and used cover charge, positioning herself in front of the team, while raising her shield again. Sito activated his ability. Divine power surged wildly as a massive vortex formed beneath the magic circle. Thunder roared as the boss's attack descended, lightning, vast enough to tear the sky apart. Deafening. Terrifying. But because of the vortex below, all that lightning was directly absorbed into Sito's Kemui dimension. A large-scale, devastating attack, neutralized just like that. The boss howled at Sito in pure rage. Its strongest attack had been completely nullified without injuring a single person. Instantly, all its attention locked onto Sito. One tracking spell after another shot toward him. Facing the barrage, Sito activated Spatial Step. He didn't hide inside Kemui because inside, it was probably still filled with raging thunder. Those lightning strikes wouldn't dissipate anytime soon. Instead, relying on his speed and teleportation, Sito dodged every incoming attack with precise movements. He moved like a spirit of space itself, as if dancing across the battlefield. Everyone, attack together. Full assault. Sora gave the command and charged first. With the boss fully focused on Sito, why hold back? Flame combo. Poison Dragon. Double slash. Electromagnetic pulse. Holy judgment. Celestial magic, fall. A storm of attacks rained down. The boss's HP plummeted at an incredible rate. Sito controlled the boss perfectly. Every time it tried to target someone else, he would instantly teleport in front of it, unleash a combo, then retreat again. The boss was completely dragged into his rhythm. 4 million. 3 million. 2 million. After nearly an hour and a half of relentless battle, the boss's HP finally dropped to its last 100,000. Erg. Suddenly flames erupted from the boss's body. Be careful. Sito warned immediately. This was clearly a last-ditch effort. The flames grew brighter, and the temperature of the entire dungeon began to rise. Everyone quickly retreated. This boss looks like it's preparing a high-damage self-destruct attack. Floating midair, Sora's expression turned serious. My Kamui is ready again. I'll pull you all into the Kamui dimension first. Sito scanned the group. The boss was clearly about to wipe the entire map. His plan was simple: store everyone safely, then finish the boss himself. Maple nodded without hesitation. She wasn't reckless. This attack was beyond what she could block. Sora and Shiro agreed as well. There was no point taking unnecessary risks. In the next moment a vortex formed in Sito's left eye, pulling everyone into the Kamui dimension. Whoosh! A powerful wind surged. Sito's white coat fluttered behind him. A blue-gold light radiated from the six-pointed star in his eyes. A divine aura enveloped his entire body. He instantly appeared before the boss and unleashed a furious assault. Sensing its HP dropping further, the boss flew into a rage and released its final attack. A true map-clearing attack. Blazing flames devoured the entire dungeon, exploding violently. No matter where one hid, cracks, corners, or hidden areas. As long as they were inside the dungeon, escape was impossible. Sito's pupils shrank. And in the next instant, he was completely swallowed by the flames. Thank you for reading. Small announcement. This is about a possible mass release, and it all depends on you guys. By the end of the week, based on the number of Power Stones, I'll release bonus chapters: 100 Power Stones 3 bonus chapters. 200 Power Stones 5 bonus chapters, 500 Power Stones 7 bonus chapters, 600 to 900 Power Stones 9 bonus chapters, 1000 Power Stones 12 bonus chapters, so it's all up to you. I'll check and update the results on Sunday or Monday if I miss it. Just so you know, it's a one-time event, but I might bring this event back in the future if this event is a success. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 53, Boss Slain. 2 more exclusive skills added. Thank you at Danny Fawkes for joining the membership. I'm truly grateful for your support, it means a lot to me. Bonus Chapter 1/2 Chapter 53, Boss Slain. 2 more exclusive skills added. A few seconds later, the blinding white light receded, leaving the labyrinth a scorched wasteland of flickering embers. Sito materialized from the Kamui dimension, his boots crunching on the calcined stone. That attack was truly monstrous. He let out a slow breath. If not for Kamui, no amount of speed would have saved him from a map-wide detonation of that scale unless he had managed to one-shot the boss before the cast finished or fled the labyrinth entirely. Sito looked at the phantom mage. It lay slumped on the ground, gasping for its final breaths, its HP locked at a single, stubborn point. The execution phase had begun. With a flick of his left eye, Sito released the rest of the team from the spatial dimension. It's down to its last breath. Maple exclaimed, her eyes wide as she looked at the boss's withered form. Floor 11 is officially over, Sito said. He stepped forward, his tachi flashing in a cold arc as he took the mage's head. System, you have slain the Floor 11 boss, Phantom Mage. Reward, Custom Skill Card X1 Combat Contribution, 43%. Level increased to 24. Gained 150 free attribute points. New exclusive skill unlocked, Aegis of the Gale. Sito's eyes lit up as he read the skill description. Aegis of the Gale exclusive, grants the user's divine speed to all designated allies. While active, teammates move at the same speed as the user. Duration depends on divine power consumption. This skill, Sito murmured. It was the perfect mirror to Maple's iconic loving sacrifice. While Maple shared her absolute defense, Sito would now share his absolute speed. A custom skill card. Nice pull. Sora laughed, checking his own rewards. Custom skill cards were the ultimate prize for small party boss kills. In the hands of a mediocre player, they might only grant a generic spell. But for geniuses like Citour Blanc, they allowed for the creation of skills that the game's basic logic couldn't even fathom. I got a new skill too. Maple suddenly squealed. Is it a custom card? Sally asked, leaning in. No, it's a triggered achievement skill. It's called Loving Sacrifice. Maple activated the skill instantly. Her hair shimmered into a brilliant gold, a halo appeared above her head, and a pair of angelic white wings unfurled from her back. She floated up next to Kanade. Look at me. I can fly too. Sito looked around. Sora was flying with magic. Shira was hovering using her mech's thrusters. Maple and Kanade had their angel wings. Sally stood on the ground, staring up at her flying friends. Her soul felt like it was withering. I'm the only one left on the ground. This is bullying. This is literal bullying. Don't worry, Sally, Sito chuckled, activating his new buff. Try this. Aegis of the Gale. Blue and white particles of light erupted around Sito, swirling like a localized hurricane before settling on every member of the party. Suddenly, Sally felt her body become weightless. Even without wings, her movement speed skyrocketed to match Sito's nearly 8,000-point stat. I feel like I could run up the walls. Sally's depression vanished instantly as she blurred across the room. Final stats and logging off. While the others experimented with their custom skill cards, Sito focused on his own. He wanted something that could handle large groups, a map wiper of his own. New exclusive skill unlocked, Spatial Storm. Spatial Storm exclusive, a massive AoE attack. Destabilizes space within a 100-meter radius, creating a localized vortex of spatial shears. The range increases with divine power output. Sito dumped all his new attribute points into speed, and opened his final status window. Level, 24 HP, 100,000/100,000 divine power, 14 divine speed, 7,815 skills, speed space, spatial movement, void step, spatial dragon roar/breath, dimension/Kemui, spatial storm, Aegis of the Gale, life restoration. 100,000 HP, nearly 8,000 speed. 14 points of divine power. He was no longer just a top player, he was a raid boss in human form. That's enough for today, Sito said, looking at the tired but happy faces of his team. Let's cross into floor 12 and log off. We've got a big day in the real world tomorrow. Sora shouted. The group shared a final laugh as they walked toward the gateway. As they stepped onto the soil of the 12th floor and hit the logout button, a server-wide announcement shook the world of God's domain. Global announcement, congratulations to players, say, Maple, blank. For the first clear of the Floor 11 labyrinth. The world was in an uproar, but Sito was already gone, his mind transitioning from the digital battlefield to the kitchen, where he had a dinner to prepare for a very special silver-haired angel. Thank you for reading. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Invincible Voice from Behind the Door. Muda Muda Muda. Bonus Chapter 2 halves Chapter 54, Invincible Voices from Behind the Door. Muda Muda Muda. Floor 11 is cleared already. As expected of the Fatui. Quick, get the team together. Let's head to floor 12 and check it out. Understood, young master. The player base was in a state of shock. No one expected Floor 11 to be conquered so swiftly, and a massive migration toward the Floor 12 gateway began almost immediately. Sito's apartment. Back in his master bedroom, Sito materialized once again. This session of realistic login had left his heart racing. If he hadn't dodged the Phantom Mage's final desperate explosion, he would have been finished permanently. No respawns, no second chances. I survived, but that was a wake-up call, he thought. From now on, I need to be smarter. No more reckless gambles. I'll decide between the helmet and my physical body based on the situation, Sito muttered to himself. If the risk was astronomical, he'd use the interface. If it was manageable, he'd go in personally to hone his real-world combat instincts. Most players treated death as a minor setback, but Sito knew better than to grow complacent. A little healthy paranoia was a good thing. The bedroom door creaked open. Kanade stood there, her silver hair catching the light, looking as stoic as ever. She placed a small hand on her stomach. Sito-kun, I'm hungry. I'll get right on it, Sito smiled, walking out of the room. It was late, and while most people were already tucked into bed, they hadn't eaten a proper meal since the raid began. He headed to the kitchen and grabbed a small electric grill along with a generous assortment of meats. At 10:30 p.m., there was no better midnight snack than barbecue. Sito set up the equipment on the living room table, brushed some oil onto the grill, and laid down the first strips of marinated beef. Kanade, come sit. She obeyed, perching on the chair next to him. A few minutes later, the first batch was ready. Sito dusted the meat with cumin and chili flakes before handing her a plate. Try this. Kanade picked up a piece with her chopsticks, blowing on it gently. As she chewed, a soft blush crept onto her cheeks, and a rare expression of pure contentment washed over her face. Delicious. Sito-kun should eat too. The two of them enjoyed the quiet meal for nearly an hour until they were both thoroughly satisfied. Sito stood up to clear the table, carrying the dishes to the kitchen to wash up. Kanade watched him from the living room. Through the open kitchen door, his busy silhouette felt warm and grounding. She felt her face heating up again, her heart fluttering at a thought she couldn't quite put into words. When Sito returned, he noticed her dazed look. What is it? Are you still not used to being here? No, Kanade shook her head quickly. All right then. Let's get some sleep. Sito let out a long yawn and headed for his room. Kanade followed suit, retreating to her own guest room. The night passed in silence. The next morning, 9:00 a.m. a sleek black sedan pulled up in front of Sito's apartment building. The doors opened and a pair of sisters stepped onto the pavement. The elder sister wore a long, flowing dress that perfectly accentuated her height, while giving off a playful, spirited vibe. The younger sister wore a casual outfit paired with a miniskirt. She looked cold and aloof, yet undeniably cute. I never expected little Yukino to actually volunteer to come here, Haruno Yukinoshita teased, glancing at her sister. Yesterday after school, Yukino had approached her, stating she wanted to accompany Haruno to Sito's place. This had shocked Haruno. Yukino hadn't brought Sito up, let alone visited him, since middle school. Haruno had assumed they'd had a falling out, but seeing her sister now, she realized it was just a severe case of tsundere syndrome. So cute, Haruno thought mischievously. Humph, Yukino snorted, looking away. I'm just here to see how he's doing. I'll be leaving immediately after. So dishonest. Haruno's grin widened. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached from the side. The sisters turned to see a Mukurukuru walking toward them, carrying a heavy bag filled with various bottles of alcohol. Yukino Yukinoshita. You're here for Sito too? Amu asked. They had been classmates in middle school, and were both part of Sito's social circle, so they recognized each other instantly. Yes, Yukino nodded flatly, her eyes dropping to the bag. And you are? I'm here to grab a drink with him, Amu laughed boisterously. Long time no see, little Amu, Haruno chimed in with a wave. Amu's eyebrow twitched. She knew Haruno, but she didn't particularly like her. Haruno's playful tone felt like a mask that could talk to anyone without ever revealing anything real. It made Amu feel restless. Let's go up, Amu said, ignoring Haruno and turning toward the building. The Yukinoshita sisters followed closely behind. A minute later, the three of them stood outside Sito's front door. Haruno reached out and knocked. Moshi Moshi Sito-chan, are you there? Silence followed. They waited for a few moments, but there was no response from inside. Just as Haruno was about to knock again, the sound of something heavy hitting the floor echoed through the door. Then, two powerful, unmistakable voices roared from within the apartment, shaking the very air the three women breathed. MUDA, 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 MUDA. Aura, 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 aura. Thank you for reading. Good night, everyone, I'm tired. If you have time, you can check out my other translation. Once again, thank you for your support, at Danny Fawkes. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, The Great Kidnapping Misunderstanding, Blank's Night in the Slammer. 1,000 words thank you, at Joe and at P, for joining the membership. I'm truly grateful for your support, it means a lot to me. Chapter 55, The Great Kidnapping Misunderstanding, Blank's Night in the Slammer. Haruno Yukinoshita. Yukinoshita. Amukirukaru. The three women stood frozen outside Sito's door. What on earth is that noise? 30 minutes earlier. In a narrow back alley not far from the apartment complex, Sora and Shiro were making their way to Sito's place. Because of their extreme social anxiety, they moved like secret agents, cloaked, huddled, and sticking to the shadows. They had woken up at 7 a.m. and left by 7:30, but after an hour of stealthy walking, they still hadn't arrived. Sora checked his phone's GPS. Sister of mine, we're almost at Sito's, Sora whispered, pulling his hood lower as he adjusted Shiro in his arms. Hurry, Shiro murmured in her soft, doll-like voice. Sito and I said he'd help us with the real estate agents once we get there. I know, Sora smiled, peeking around the corner of the alley to check for hostiles, otherwise known as normal people. Suddenly, a discordant voice pierced the morning air. That's him. Look, he's still got the little girl. Sora's head snapped toward the sound. A high school student was standing there, pointing a trembling finger at him. Behind the student stood three grim-looking police officers. The lead officer chuckled coldly, stepping forward as he eyed Sora's suspicious attire. Son, we received a tip that you've abducted a minor. Come with us quietly. Before Sora could process the words, two officers lunged forward. In a flash of cold steel, Sora was gifted a pair of silver bracelets, shining handcuffs with a sturdy connecting chain. Sora stammered, his social battery hitting 0 instantly. He pointed desperately at Shiro. She's my sister. My biological sister. I didn't kidnap anyone. This is my actual family. The high schooler shouted, stepping forward heroically. He pointed at the innocent, wide-eyed Shiro. Look at her. She's an angel. A literal, pure-hearted angel. The three officers nodded in solemn agreement. In their line of work, cuteness was synonymous with justice. Now look at him. The student pivoted, pointing an accusatory finger at Sora's disheveled, shut-in appearance. He looks like a basement-dwelling creep. How could a celestial being like her be related to a guy who looks like he hasn't seen the sun since the Bush administration? And look, the student added for the killing blow. He's got reddish hair, and she's got white hair. The genetics don't add up, officers. It's a clear-cut case. Faced with this flawless logic, the officer's glares turned murderous. Sora felt like he was about to vomit blood. I look like my dad, she looks like our mom. Is that a crime? You're setting me up, you brat. Sora turned to Shiro, hoping she would clear things up. But the moment he looked at her, his heart sank. Shiro's social anxiety had hit critical mass. She was trembling, looking at Sora with wide, terrified eyes. To the officers, she looked like a victim paralyzed by fear. It's over, Sora thought, his soul leaving his body. Let's go, the officers barked, hauling Sora away at high speed. One officer stayed behind to comfort Shiro. Don't worry, little one. We'll take you to the station, get a statement, and find your real parents. He patted the high schooler on the shoulder. Good work, kid. You've got a bright future. Just doing my civic duty, the student replied, adjusting his glasses. Once the police were out of sight, he tilted his head at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, looking deep and philosophical. The wind is troubled today, he sighed. With a dramatic flourish of his school blazer, he strolled away. Had Sito been there, he would have recognized the boy immediately as the legendary eccentric from Class 1E, Hidenori Tabata. Sito's apartment. Sito was finishing breakfast with Kanade when his phone rang. Yes, speaking. Wait, what? Shiro was kidnapped. Where is Sora? Locked up. I understand. I'm on my way. Sito hung up and stood up abruptly. What happened? Kanade asked, noting his grim expression. A misunderstanding of epic proportions. Sito sighed. Apparently, the police think Sora kidnapped Shiro. I need to go bail him out of the precinct. Finish your breakfast, I'll be back soon. With a shimmer of light, Sito used his spatial ability to vanish from the room. A few minutes later, Sito stepped into the local police station. He immediately spotted a female officer trying to coax a word out of a shivering Shiro. Sito and I. Shiro's eyes welled with tears as she sprinted across the room, burying her face in Sito's waist. It's okay, Sito soothed, patting her head until her breathing slowed. Excuse me, sir, the female officer said, walking over with a stern expression. We've apprehended the man who kidnapped this girl. In the future, please ensure she is supervised by a responsible adult. Sito stared at her, a vein throbbing in his temple. The kidnapper is her biological brother. I literally told them to come meet me here today. Biological brother. The officer blinked, confused. But the witness said Sito and I. Shiro tugged on his sleeve, her voice trembling. They took me to the interrogation room. They wouldn't believe him. The atmosphere turned incredibly awkward. The officer realized with a sinking feeling that her team had just performed a high-speed arrest on an innocent citizen based on the testimony of a weird high schooler. Take me to him, Sito said flatly. The officer led them down the hall to interrogation room B. Sito didn't bother knocking. He threw the door open. From inside, a loud, booming voice echoed. Listen, kid. Confess and we'll go easy on you. Just admit you snatched her. I've told you 1,000 times, she's my sister. Thank you for reading. Chapter 56, The Gathering at Sito's, Yukino's Rising Fury Bonus. 1121 words. Chapter 56, The Gathering at Sito's, Yukino's Rising Fury. A few minutes later, on the sun-drenched street. Sito walked along, carrying the soft, petite Shiro in his arms. He glanced sideways at Sora, who was currently clinging to his other arm, weeping theatrically. That high schooler. He said I didn't look like Shiro's brother. He called me creepy. I'm not creepy. I just have dark circles under my eyes from being a dedicated gamer. Sora recounted the scene of his arrest for the 10th time. Ever since Sito had bailed him out of the precinct, the venting hadn't stopped. It was clear this was the greatest indignity he had suffered in his entire life. All right, give it a rest, Sito said, exasperated. We'll be at my place in 5 minutes. I've got breakfast waiting. You can eat your feelings then. The moment he heard the word food, Sora stopped crying. He wiped his eyes and offered a sudden, hopeful grin. Actually, I am getting pretty hungry. Shiro nodded solemnly from Sito's arms, patting her stomach. The siblings had a deep, spiritual craving for Sito's cooking. Home sweet home. The trio soon arrived at the apartment. As they stepped inside, the blank siblings immediately began scanning the perimeter with the intensity of professional looters. "Man, your place is so clean," Sora noted. "Ours, on the other hand." He trailed off, his voice filled with a mix of shame and laziness. The blank household was a disaster zone. Neither of them ever bothered to clean. As long as there was a flat surface to sleep on and a screen to look at, they were content. "It's manageable," Sito replied. He looked toward the kitchen and saw Kanade finishing up the dishes. "Kanade, where are the leftovers?" "In the fridge," Kanade answered without turning around, her focus entirely on a stubborn spot on a plate. "Is that Kanade?" Sora asked, looking at her with a curious, analytical gaze. "She gives off a real Kudere vibe." "She's a good girl," Sito said simply. Wu Shiro poked Sito's shoulder with a tiny fist. "And Shiro is a very good girl, too," Sito added, giving the silver-haired girl a gentle head pat. A small, satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Shiro's lips. Sito stepped into the kitchen and pulled out the remaining steamed buns. There were about 3 or 4 left, plenty for the siblings. He also grabbed the half-eaten jadangwenbing egg-filled crepe he had been working on earlier. "It might be a bit cold, but dig in." He set the plates on the dining table. "Not a problem," Sora said, reaching immediately for the half-eaten crepe. "Cold food is the fuel of champions." Sito blocked Sora's hand. "What now?" Sora looked up, confused. Sito stared him down with intense gravity. "The one in your hand is my leftovers. I told you, I don't mind." The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned heavy. Sito and Sora locked eyes, their expressions shifting into masks of dramatic, over-the-top intensity. Sito roared, his face twisting into a manic, theatrical grin. Sora shouted back instinctively, his face assuming a look of absolute, invincible arrogance. Then, the madness began. Muda, 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 muda. Aura, 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 aura. They traded punches in the air with lightning speed, their voices booming with Chinibu energy. They were so loud and so deeply immersed in their roleplay that neither of them heard the persistent knocking at the front door. Shiro watched with stars in her eyes, feeling like she was back in their childhood. Meanwhile, Kanade, having finished the dishes, stood at the kitchen entrance and watched them with her usual expressionless curiosity. A minute later, the battle ended. Sito reclaimed his crepe and took a satisfied bite. He looked at Sora, who was now resigned to eating the buns. "I only made one of these this morning. There was no way I was letting you have it." "Fair enough," Sora muttered through a mouthful of bun. "They were just messing around after all. You don't pass up a chance to quote JoJo with your best friend." The visitors arrive. Knock, knock, knock. The 4 of them shared a look. Sito stood up, finishing the last of his crepe as he walked to the door. When he swung it open, he found the Yukinoshita sisters and a Mukurukuru standing there. "Oh, you're all here. Come on in." As he spoke, his eyes drifted toward the younger Yukinoshita sister, taking in her appearance with a lingering gaze that made her pale cheeks flush a faint pink. "Sito-chan," Haruno asked with a playful smile as she stepped inside, "was that you making those dio noises just now?" "My childhood friend is moving in next door," Sito said, closing the door behind them. "We were just messing around." "Childhood friend moving in?" Amu asked, looking intrigued. "Who is it?" "Blank," Sito said casually as he led them into the living room. 2 of the top 3 players in the gaming world. The 3 women froze in their tracks. The top 3 legendary players are all childhood friends. That was a headline that would break the internet. Seeing the newcomers, Sora and Shiro immediately stiffened, their social anxiety kicking in. "Let me introduce everyone," Sito said, gesturing to the siblings. Sora and Shiro. And guys, this is the eldest daughter of the Yukinoshita family, Haruno. This is the second daughter, Yukinoshita the Flatty. And this is my old friend from middle school, Amukirukuru. Who are you calling Flatty? Yukino exploded, her cool facade shattering instantly. She glared at Sito, her face red with fury. How dare he? Beside her, Haruno and Amu were doing their level best to suppress their laughter. Don't mind him, Sito waved her off, taking a seat between Sora and Shiro. Having him there acted as an emotional anchor for the two shut-ins. I brought some drinks, Amu said, slamming her bag of alcohol onto the table. Let's save those for lunch, Sito said, moving the bottles to the fridge. I need to help these two buy the apartment next door first. I want to get the paperwork done this morning. Is the place next door vacant? Haruno asked curiously. The owner owns both units next to mine and wants to sell them as a set. I'm going to make sure these two don't get swindled. Sito knew that while Blank could conquer literal fantasy worlds, dealing with a modern-day real estate agent would likely result in them accidentally buying a haunted shack or a cardboard box. He wasn't about to let that happen. Thank you for reading. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Apartment Hunting with Haruno Yukinoshita. Bonus Chapter 57, Apartment Hunting with Haruno Yukinoshita. Both units are available. Haruno Yukinoshita's eyes sparkled with predatory mischief. She turned a sugary sweet smile toward the others. In that case, why don't little Yukino and I move in too? It would be like a permanent sleepover. Why on earth would I want to live next door to a person like him? Yukino's face flushed a deep crimson as she shouted, her cold composure shattering instantly. Wait, Flatty is moving in too? Sito asked, his gaze drifting pointedly toward Yukino's distinctly flat chest. Yukino grit her teeth, her voice trembling with indignation. My name is not Flatty, you total creep. It's Yukino. Sito clicked his tongue, looking disappointed. Your delivery is all wrong. There's no soul in that pervert. Amu, show her how it's done, the high-tier version from our middle school days. Amukirukuru blinked, then a smirk of realization crossed her face. She straightened her posture, tilted her head back to look down her nose at Sito, and let her eyes go cold and hollow as if she were staring at a particularly repulsive piece of trash. Disgusting. You pervert. Sito's shoulders shivered. That's the high-grade stuff. In his previous life, how many cultured men would have paid a fortune to be looked down upon by a beautiful 2D girl with that exact expression of pure disdain? For a second, Sito almost felt the urge to shout, more please, but he caught himself. If he actually said it, the pervert label would officially become a legal fact. T/N, really, you guys? He turned back to Yukino with a smug grin. See that? Did you learn anything? If you're going to call someone a creep, you have to infuse it with true loathing. That's how you get the message across. Yukino stood there, stunned into silence by the sheer absurdity of the lesson. She wasn't sure if she should be impressed by the technique, or horrified by the men teaching it. All right, enough games, Haruno interrupted, stepping in with a sharp clap of her hands. Sito, let's head out. I'm serious about those units. I want to secure the one right next to yours. You're coming along? Sito nodded. Let me get the owner's number. He didn't see a reason to refuse. Having familiar neighbors would make his harbinger operations much easier. Yukino, you'll stay here for now. We're moving you out of that lonely rental apartment the moment the paperwork is done, Haruno added, leaving her sister no room for rebuttal. Yukino opened her mouth to protest, but seeing Haruno's "I'm not asking" smile, she simply slumped her shoulders in defeat. Sito stepped out into the hallway. The owner's contact information was taped to the door of the vacant unit. He dialed the number immediately. Who is this? A young man's voice answered. I'm calling about the apartment listing. I'm interested in buying both units. Are you available to meet? Perfect timing. Listen, I'm at the Wind Lantern Cafe nearby. Can you meet me there in 30 minutes? No problem. See you then. 20 minutes later, they entered the Wind Lantern Cafe. Sito spotted their target, a man who looked like a 28-year-old salaryman named Kazuma, sitting with a pregnant woman who was likely his wife. Sito and Haruna walked over and took the seats opposite them. Wow, you're younger than I expected, Kazuma remarked, offering a friendly, albeit tired, grin. I manage. I'm just starting high school, Sito replied casually. Starting high school and already buying property with a beautiful partner. Kazuma's eyes drifted to Haruno. I'm guessing she's the Wani-san in this relationship. The Wani-san type has its undeniable charms, Sito joked. I'm Sito. This is Haruno Yukinoshita. Nice to meet you. I'm Kazuma, and this is my wife, Aimi. Kazuma's eyes flickered with a brief flash of recognition at the name Yukinoshita. No one with money in this city was ignorant of that family's influence. What struck him most was that Haruno, a member of that elite house, was staying silent and letting Sito handle the business. Kazuma straightened his posture. Listen, I'll be blunt. My father back in our hometown is ill, and I need the money to move back and cover medical costs. Once these are sold, I'm not coming back to the city. The market value for each unit is 1,100 million yen. Which one were you looking at? What do you mean, 1 million? Aimi suddenly interrupted, her voice sharp and abrasive. We aren't letting these go for a cent under 1 million each. We need the extra for the baby. Sito, Haruno, and even Kazuma winced at her tone. Let me handle the negotiation, Kazuma snapped, looking embarrassed. Why should I? You bought these for us, didn't you? That means I have a say in the profit. Aimi's voice rose, drawing stares from the other tables. Kazuma's face turned a frustrated shade of red. He had wanted to build a good rapport with Sito, and by extension, the Yukinoshita family, and his wife was poisoning the well within the first 5 minutes. It's fine, Kazuma-san. Don't let it get to you, Sito said, raising a hand to de-escalate. Pregnancy can be stressful. Let's keep talking. Thank you for reading. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, I hate kind girls, because they are kind to everyone. Bonus 1092 words. Chapter 58, I hate kind girls, because they are kind to everyone. Sito nodded, glancing briefly at Aimi. No matter what world you were in, couples like this existed. Truthfully, Sito didn't blame her. While her tone was abrasive and sharp, she was fighting for her family. By trying to squeeze every cent out of the property, she was attempting to secure a safety net for their future child. I won't settle for a penny under 1 million. Aimi insisted, crossing her arms stubbornly. Kazuma struggled to maintain his composure. The listing price was clear. 1 million was what we agreed on before we even sat down. What is wrong with you today? What's wrong with me? Aimi retorted coldly. Life is expensive, Kazuma. Today the price is 1 million, or we keep the keys. As the two began to spiral into a heated argument, Sito rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Sito-chan, Haruno Yukinoshita's voice suddenly drifted into his ear. Sito turned his head, and his lips nearly brushed against hers. She had leaned in so close he could feel the warmth of her breath. What is it? He asked, trying to ignore the proximity. Do you think if we got married, we'd end up screaming at each other like that? Haruno whispered, her beautiful eyes darting toward the bickering couple. The two of us. Sito paused to consider. A few seconds later, he leaned forward, pressing his forehead against hers, his eyes locking onto hers. Probably not. After all, I'm an unrepentant LSP lecherous person. I plan on marrying several more. Haruno's face flushed at the sudden contact, but upon hearing his declaration, she pulled back just a few centimeters. Sito-chan, you really are a scoundrel, aren't you? I'm not a scoundrel, Sito grinned. I'm just an honest man with a lot of love to give. Meanwhile, the domestic dispute across the table reached a tentative truce. Kazuma turned back to Sito, looking defeated. Look, brother. I'm incredibly sorry. I've talked it over with my wife. The lowest we can go is 1.03 million per unit. If we don't get that, I can't convince her to sign. Kazuma was clearly at his limit. If he didn't secure this price, the deal would collapse, and his father back home couldn't wait. 0.3 million. Sito rubbed his chin. In any other life, he and Blank would never dream of spending money so recklessly. But with the gold flowing in from God's domain, this was pocket change. The priority was getting Sora and Shiro settled in as neighbors. Once the deed was done, he'd call a moving company to transport Blank's high-end gaming rigs and hire a professional cleaning crew. Under Kazuma's anxious gaze, Sito finally nodded. No problem. Let's sign the contracts and finalize the transfer now. Thank you, brother. Kazuma exhaled, looking like a weight had been lifted from his chest. He pulled out the pre-prepared contracts and handed them over. Sito gave one to Haruno and kept one for himself. They spent 10 minutes scrutinizing the fine print. The contracts are solid, Sito confirmed. Excellent. Kazuma beamed. The group proceeded to the local registry. Sito registered his unit under Sora's name. He had brought the boy's ID along and planned to have Sora transfer the funds later. Kind girls and hidden intentions. 10 minutes later, Sito and Haruno stepped back onto the street, each holding a property deed. This is nice. Being with you is surprisingly relaxing, Haruno said, stretching her arms and revealing her perfect, lithe curves. As the eldest daughter of the Yukinoshita family, she spent her life wearing masks. Even her current playful, bold persona was a layer of armor she used to navigate the world. In reality, Haruno, you're actually a very kind person, Sito said with a soft smile. Haruno froze for a second. She quickly recovered her playful facade, looking at him with feigned curiosity. So you like kind girls? Actually, I hate kind girls, Sito replied, instinctively channeling a famous quote from the gamer teacher Hachiman. Because a kind girl is kind to everyone. It makes a person feel like they aren't special. Haruno puffed out her cheeks in a mock pout. So Sito-chan has a problem with me? Not exactly. I just wish you'd be kind to only me. Haruno's face turned a brilliant shade of pink. Though she felt a genuine surge of shyness, she masked it with a sly smile. That won't work. Big sister Haruno still has to be kind to little Yukino. Then there's only one solution, Sito noted, glancing at her. And what would that be? I'm all ears. Both sisters move in and marry me at the same time. Problem solved. Sito said with absolute, unshakable confidence. Haruno. She fell silent, completely stunned by his audacity. While she knew he was mostly joking, there was a terrifying undercurrent in his voice that suggested he might actually be serious. Sito suddenly stopped, his eyes widening. What is it? Haruno followed his gaze. Sito pointed toward a restaurant window where a familiar figure sat. Look, it's Shizuka-chan, Shizuka-chan. Haruno blinked, then focused. Inside the restaurant, Shizuka Hiratsuka was sitting across from a man, clearly on a blind date. The man suddenly stood up, looking panicked, and fled the restaurant as if his life depended on it. It looks like Shizuka-chan's matchmaking attempt failed again, Haruno giggled, shielding her mouth. She looked at Sito with narrowed eyes. That nickname fits her, though. She is quite cute. Of course she is. Sito raised his chin proudly. Who would ever turn down a sweet student-teacher romance? Let's go cause some trouble. Sito took the lead, heading toward the restaurant with a mischievous glint in his eye. Haruno followed, her smile growing wider by the second. Inside the restaurant, Shizuka Hiratsuka, having just watched another potential suitor run for the hills, irritably lit a cigarette. Unbelievable. I don't ask for a huge dowry, I own my own house, I have a stable job. Why do they keep running? She slumped in her seat, lost in thought. She wasn't ugly, far from it. She had the money, the figure, and the looks. But her blind dates were a recurring disaster. If this kept up, she was going to lose her confidence entirely. Thank you for reading. From now onwards I'll be uploading the bonus chapter during the update schedule of regular one. Once again thank you for your support, at Joe and at P. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Do you even understand the value of an LSP? 1070 words. Chapter 59. Do you even understand the value of an LSP? Just then, a figure slid into the seat directly across from Shizuka Hiratsuka. Shizuka blinked in surprise, but before she could utter a word, the person across from her took the initiative. Let me introduce myself, Sito said with a perfectly straight face. I'm Sito. I live alone, I own one apartment, and I have over 9 million in savings. I don't have a car yet, but I find your profile quite satisfactory. What do you think of me? He delivered the introduction with such clinical precision that it actually sounded like a legitimate marriage interview. What exactly are you doing? Shizuka stared at him with her trademark dead fish eyes, her voice low and dangerous. As you can see, on your next blind date, Sito answered earnestly. Shizuka let out a dry laugh and cracked her knuckles. Is your skin itching for a bruise? Are you really making fun of me right now? How could I? Sito's expression remained sincere. Think about it. If you marry me, you can manage all the household finances. I don't ask for much, you just need to give me 2 children. Shizuka. 2 children? What is this brat thinking? Shizuka was about to explode when she launched a lightning-fast punch toward his face. Sito's eyes narrowed as he casually raised a hand, catching her fist midair. Kid, don't you know you should respect your elders and your teachers? Shizuka snapped, though she was secretly surprised he had blocked her so easily. All right, that's enough. Haruno Yukinoshita walked over with a playful smile, carrying a tray with 3 drinks. At her intervention, Sito and Shizuka both let go. Sito picked up a drink and took a slow, leisurely sip. Seriously, Shizuka-sensei, your blind dates keep failing. Why can't you just wait for me to turn 18? Wait for you? Shizuka sighed, leaning back and lighting another cigarette. I'm practically pushing 30. Such was the tragedy of the beautiful, overqualified, yet perpetually single woman. That's exactly why you should wait for me, Sito grinned. I'm 17 this year, 18 next. You wait 1 year, and we can go straight to the registry office to get our marriage license. Easy, right? You little. Shizuka couldn't help but laugh. She took a long drag of her cigarette, and picked up her drink. I heard from Chabashira-sensei that you told her you planned on marrying both of us. Oh, it's not just 2, Haruno cut in, hugging Sito's arm playfully. He's a self-proclaimed LSP lecherous person. He wants to marry every beautiful girl he meets. Isn't that just common sense? Sito asked, looking genuinely confused. Do you even understand the value of an LSP? Why are we called that? Because our hearts are large enough to appreciate beauty in all its forms. He took another sip of his drink. If you only like one person, it's called being a simp or being devoted. But an LSP is a connoisseur of beauty. I feel great being one. Shizuka blew out a cloud of smoke and looked at him. If you're still talking like this when you're 18, maybe I'll give you a chance. She figured her blind dates weren't going anywhere anyway. A teacher-student romance? She didn't particularly care about the scandal. It wasn't easy to find someone who genuinely liked her gutsy personality, and outside of school hours, she found Sito's company quite refreshing. It's a deal. Sito flashed a row of brilliant white teeth. By the way, Shizuka-chan, how many dates has this been? Haruno asked. I've lost count. Shizuka stubbed out her cigarette. Tisk, TSK. Those men have no taste, Sito remarked. If they couldn't see how charming Shizuka was, what were they even looking for? However, looking out the restaurant window, Sito felt a brief pang of nostalgia for his previous life. A corporate slave, single, burdened by a mortgage. He had literally worked himself to death. In this life, he vowed to live for his own desires. Shizuka was currently in a similar rut, though without the crushing financial pressure. I didn't realize you were such a smooth talker, Shizuka said, a genuine, beautiful smile gracing her lips. I've always been a smooth talker, Sensei just hasn't been paying attention, Sito shrugged. So why are you two out together? Shizuka asked curiously. Haruno giggled. She pulled 2 property deeds from her bag with her left hand while tightening her grip on Sito's arm with her right. We just went apartment hunting. We have to plan for our future nest, after all. Sito played along, casually draping an arm around Haruno's shoulders. And tonight, Haruno-ne is going to give me some private tutoring. Haruno. Her smile froze. Haruno realized she had underestimated the brat. She had tried to tease him, but Sito had dragged her right into the pit with him. Despite being younger, his ability to counter-troll was top tier. Shizuka rolled her eyes, watching their theatrics. Well, if that's all, I'm heading out. I promised to meet Sae Chabashira in the game, Shizuka said, checking her watch. We should head back too, Sito nodded. He had planted the seed. All he had to do was wait a year to claim Shizuka. The trio parted ways. On the walk back, Sito and Haruno continued their playful banter while Sito coordinated with the moving and cleaning companies. By the time they reached the apartment, everything was set. Inside, they found Kirukuru Amu and Yukino still chatting with Kanade. You're back, Kirukuru said, standing up and walking toward Sito. Did you get the units? Sito nodded. Let me go tell blank. He headed into his bedroom and shut the door. Sora and Shiro were sat on his bed, mid-game. Sito pulled out the deed. Sora, the paperwork is done. I've hired movers and cleaners. Just give them your old keys, and they'll bring your rigs and valuables over. Sora took the deed and handed Sito a debit card. There's $1 million in here. The password is Shiro's birthday. Sito took the card, not even mentioning the extra 30,000 he had paid out of pocket. He lay down on the bed and pulled his gaming helmet toward him. There's still time before lunch. I'm going to log in and finalize some quests. Thank you for reading. Chapter 60, the first golden equipment is born. The Spatial Dragon Blade and Set Effects. 1019 words. Chapter 60, the first golden equipment is born. The Spatial Dragon Blade and Set Effects. God's Domain, floor 12. Appearing at the exact spot where he had logged off, Sito didn't waste a second. He immediately used a teleportation scroll to head back to Failing City on floor 11. Upon arrival, he made a beeline for the city lord's mansion. He moved through the familiar corridors and knocked on the office door he had visited previously. Song Feiyun's voice drifted from within. Sito pushed the door open and shut it behind him. Oh, it's you. Song Feiyun looked up and smiled. Take a seat. Sito sat on the sofa while Song Feiyun stood up to pour 2 cups of hot water, sitting down beside him. I heard from other adventurers that the floor 11 boss, the Phantom Mage, has been slain. I assume your team was responsible. He handed a cup to Sito. Yeah, Sito nodded simply. Excellent. Song Feiyun looked at Sito with genuine appreciation. You have passed my trial. Now, it is time to settle your quest rewards. As he spoke, he pulled out a pulsating purple crystal and handed it to Sito. System, quest completed. Reward obtained, Spatial Crystal Orange/Legendary Material Description, a special crystal imbued with the power of space. When used in crafting, it grants the equipment powerful spatial amplification properties. Wait, this is... Sito's eyes widened. Why was he receiving the spatial crystal now? Wasn't this supposed to be the objective for the upcoming Ancient Ruins quest? He turned to the smiling Song Feiyun. If you're giving this to me now, what happens to the Ancient Ruins quest reward? Song Feiyun rubbed his chin, his smile deepening. I have decided to add a gold-grade material as the final reward for that mission instead. Sito nodded, satisfied. A gold material was an even higher tier. He stowed the spatial crystal away immediately. Today might be the day the first golden equipment in all of God's domain is born, he thought excitedly. In that case, I'll take my leave. Sito stood up. Of course, Song Feiyun said pleasantly. I look forward to seeing the look on your faces when you finally reach the ancient ruins. I'm looking forward to it too, Sito replied with a smile. The moment he stepped out and closed the door, the smile vanished from his face. I really hate closed-eye characters, he muttered. Whether the trope squinty-eyed characters are monsters was true or not, dealing with a high-ranking official who never opened his eyes made Sito feel incredibly uneasy. But as he felt the weight of the spatial crystal in his inventory, his mood soared. He finally had all the components. Sito immediately activated Kamui, vanishing into his private pocket dimension. The Forge of the Gods. Looking at the mountain of speed-oriented materials he had hoarded in the Kamui space, he approached the master crafting bench. In God's domain, the quality of a weapon depended heavily on the player's precision. Those who were professional blacksmiths or industrial engineers in the real world had significantly higher success rates. Sito wasn't a blacksmith, meaning the risk of the item downgrading during the craft was massive. However, he had a secret weapon, luck. He believed that after spending so much time around an SS-rank luck mascot like Shiro, he must have rubbed off enough golden luck to succeed on the first try. He stripped off his entire White Dragon set. Wait, can this downgraded ring still be used as a base? Sito looked at the blue-grade White Dragon ring in his hand. Notification: the White Dragon ring was originally orange-grade. To use it as a base for crafting, you must add one additional orange-grade material. Sito nodded. That was fine. He had already decided on his primary target, the White Dragon straight blade. Since he was using a spatial crystal, using his primary weapon as the core would maximize his combat efficiency. He fired up the forge and, with a bold move, tossed all the rare materials including the White Dragon straight blade into the furnace at once. For any other player, this would be suicide. Crafting usually required meticulous melting, hammering, and shaping. But Sito was banking on the sheer quality of the gold materials to force a successful fusion. Time slowed down. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the furnace erupted with a thunderous boom. A silver-white Tachi straight katana flew out of the forge, hovering in midair. Purple dragon scales shimmered along the scabbard and the blade, glowing with an ethereal, intimidating aura. It looked sharp enough to cut through reality itself. Spatial Dragon Blade Gold Quality Effect 1, Windwalker. When attacking with this blade, attack power is calculated as 1000% of your speed attribute. Set effect Spatial Set 1/5, Spatial Deprivation. Killing a target with this blade allows you to absorb 1 to 10 points of the target's speed attribute. If the target possesses divine power, the blade will prioritize absorbing divine power. Evolution requirement: nourish the equipment with a minimum of 100 points of divine power. Buyback price: this is insane. Sito gripped the hilt, unable to look away. The first effect alone was a 10-fold multiplier. Previously, with the White Dragon straight blade, his basic attacks were roughly 15,000 damage. A single casual swing would deal upwards of 80,000 damage. He had effectively increased his output by 10 times with a single weapon. If he fought the Floor 11 boss again now, he could probably solo the encounter in under 30 minutes. Then there was the set attribute. Even with only one piece, the effect was active. It allowed him to permanently steal stats or even divine power from his enemies. If he completed the full 5-piece set, the multiplier on that effect would likely be terrifying. I need to hunt for more orange or gold materials related to space and dragons, Sito mused. Finally, his eyes settled on the last line. This was the key to turning this weapon into a true divine artifact. Thank you for reading. Chapter 61, Chapter 61. I ask you what is 1000 minus 7. 1067 words. Thank you, at Uzumaki Clan Head, for joining the membership. I'm truly grateful for your support, it means a lot to me. Chapter 61. I ask you what is 1000 minus 7. The requirements for evolving his new blade were steep. It wasn't a cumulative process where he could inject 10 points of divine power today, and another 10 tomorrow until he reached 100. To ascend the weapon to God tier, he had to perform a single, massive injection of 100 divine power points at once. I need to keep a sharp eye out for divine power sources, Sito mused. And I need to level up fast. Higher levels are the only guaranteed way to expand my divine power pool. With his mood soaring, Sito stowed the spatial dragon blade, logged out, and disconnected from the game. The apartment hallway. Back in reality, Sito scanned his room and realized the blank siblings were gone. He stepped out into the living room, but the house was silent. Did everyone migrate next door? Sito muttered to himself as he walked out into the hallway. The moment he stepped through the door, he was greeted by an explosive scene. Kanade Tachibana, Haruno Yukinoshita, and the other girls were standing to one side, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and faint second-hand embarrassment. In the center of the hallway, Sora was locked in a fierce, ungraceful wrestling match with a certain high schooler. To the side, Tadakuni and Yashitake, the two best friends of Hidenori Tabata, stood by like disinterested spectators, watching their buddy roll around on the floor with a stranger. They were 2/3 of the legendary, idiot trio from the daily lives of high school boys. You bastard. It's your fault. Sora roared, his face contorted in a mask of fury as he throttled Hidenori. Because of you, I got hauled off to the station. If you hadn't opened your mouth, I wouldn't have spent my morning in handcuffs. Sora had recognized him instantly. Hidenori was the heroic student from the alleyway this morning who had reported him as a kidnapper. Hidenori was equally confused. He had just rounded up his two best friends to visit Sito's new place, only to be ambushed by the shady creep from this morning. Let go of me, you pervert. Hidenori shouted, grabbing Sora's throat in a reciprocal chokehold. The two were at a total stalemate, and not a single soul among the onlookers moved to break them up. That's when Sito stepped in. He walked over and slowly crouched down beside the duo. Sora, you're doing it all wrong, Sito said with a terrifyingly serious expression. What should I do? Sora gasped, his grip tightening on Hidenori. You should do it like this. Sito's hand flashed out, delivering a crisp, thunderous slap right across Hidenori's face. The force sent Hidenori's glasses flying. He froze, staring at Sito in utter disbelief. What the hell? Sito is taking advantage of the chaos to hit me. Hidenori felt like coughing up blood. The wind today was not windy at all. I ask you. Sito cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing in the quiet hallway. What is 1000 minus 7? Sora. Hidenori. 1000 minus 7. What kind of math test is this? The two combatants were stunned, as were the girls watching from the sidelines. Sito, however, let out a dark, joyful chuckle. He had wanted to try the Jason/Yakumo torture method from Tokyo Ghoul for a long time. It felt surprisingly therapeutic. Sito and I. What does 1000 minus 7 mean? Shiro asked, voicing the confusion of everyone present. Sito smiled brightly. 1000 minus 7 is a mental torture method used by a certain, great teacher, during an interrogation. Because there are no repeating patterns in the subtraction chain, the victim has to focus entirely on the calculation while being physically punished. It ensures they feel every bit of the mental and physical agony. Hidenori's eyes filled with a murderous fire. He looked at Sito as if he were a traitor. I thought we were bros. Why are you helping the enemy torture me? Meeting Hidenori's glare, Sito grinned and pinned Hidenori's arms down. He looked up at Tadakuni and Yashitake. Tadakuni, Yashitake. Get over here. We're making Hidenori do his math today. The two friends blinked, their eyes widening. Hidenori is our brother. Our bond is ironclad. You want us to turn on him? Of course we will. What are best friends for, if not to sell each other out for a laugh? The two dived in, pinning Hidenori to the floor. Yashitake even accidentally landed a few kicks where the girls couldn't see. You guys. Hidenori gasped. I can't believe my own squad betrayed me. Hidenori, start counting. We're waiting, Sito laughed. I'm not gonna. Sito raised his hand again. Hidenori sobbed. The memory of the previous slap was still stinging. Too painful. It's just too painful. As he continued the countdown, he wept tears of pure regret, vowing that the next time they were at school, he would find a way to lead Sito into a trap of epic proportions. A long while later, after a tearful Hidenori had reached a significantly lower number, Sito turned to Tadakuni and Yashitake. So, what are you guys actually doing here? We're just tagging along, Tadakuni said, pointing at the sniveling Hidenori. Hidenori is the one who wanted to talk to you. Sito looked down at Hidenori. The boy wiped his face, adjusted his glasses, and suddenly his gaze became sharp and intense. He stood up and straightened his school uniform, as if the previous 3 minutes hadn't happened. Sito, I heard the positions for the Harbinger executives in the guild aren't full yet. I was thinking. Hidenori struck a dramatic pose. He had joined Sito's guild, the Harbingers, earlier that week. His main goal for the visit was to secure an executive seat. After all, the 11 Harbingers sounded incredibly cool. Sito's lip twitched. The executives need to have either extreme combat strength or a specialized talent. You're just. Sito didn't finish the sentence, but the silence of judgment from the room said it all. Hidenori was a pure-blooded idiot. If he were made a Harbinger, the guild's reputation would veer off a cliff into the realm of permanent absurdity. Thank you for reading. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Hachiman the Hikigaya Master, and his two girlfriends. Chapter 62, Hachiman the Hikigaya Master, and his two girlfriends. Hidenori Tabata rubbed his chin, deep in thought. What Sito said actually made sense. He was only level 20, and his gear consisted of a single blue-tier item. If Sito suddenly promoted him to an executive, the rest of the guild wouldn't take him seriously. How about making me a mid-level officer instead? Hidenori tried again. What's your talent? Sito asked. Inspiration. It boosts ally morale, increasing all attributes by 10%. There's no limit on the number of people it can affect, Hidenori answered. Sito considered this. That's actually a top-tier talent. Common inspiration skills existed, but they usually had small bonuses and strict caps on party size. Hidenori's version was tailor-made for large-scale guild wars. Giving him an officer position was more than fair. Turning to Kurukuru Amu, Sito said, I'll leave him to you. No problem, Kurukuru replied with a cold, elegant smile. Hidenori beamed. Even if he wasn't an executive, being a regular officer was a great start. In that case, let me treat everyone to lunch. Consider it a celebration for my promotion. The group didn't have any objections, but Sito looked toward the blank siblings. What do you think? Do you two want to come? As shut-ins with severe social anxiety, Sito, their childhood friend, knew he had to check in. If we're sitting next to you, it shouldn't be an issue, Sora replied after a moment. What about the movers? Sito asked, remembering their transition to the new apartment. They already arrived while you were in the game, Sora explained. They're helping Shiro and me move the equipment now. I'll just call them later and tell them to leave the non-essentials at the door. Sora and Shiro didn't really care. All their most valuable items were currently on their persons. If their gaming rigs or furniture got stolen, they'd just spend an afternoon buying new ones. Alright then, Sito nodded. Let's move out. It's almost noon anyway. When the group arrived at the restaurant Hidenori had chosen, Sito's lip twitched violently. Every single person in the group stared at Hidenori with dead fish eyes. They thought they were going to a nice sit-down place. Instead, they were standing in front of a cheap fast food joint. Don't look at me like that. Hidenori shrugged. I don't have much pocket money. Feeding this many people here is already pushing my budget. Sito sighed. Hidenori came from a normal family, so his logic was sound. Fine, let's just find a seat. Sito wasn't picky. He led Kanade Tachibana and the Blank siblings toward an empty table, with the Yukinoshita sisters, Kirukuru, and the other boys following close behind. As Sito was scanning for a large enough spot, a surprised exclamation caught his attention. Is that you, Hikigaya? What are you doing here? Sito turned to see a girl looking in shock at Hachiman Hikigaya, who was currently nursing a burger. Hachiman's eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. He had just come out for a quiet lunch with Hideyoshi Kinoshita and Saika Tatsuka. He never expected to run into a ghost from his past. In this world, Hachiman had his own small circle of friends, mostly gender-ambiguous ones, but the girl standing before him was Kari Orimoto, the girl who rejected him in middle school and served as the source of his greatest black history. Seeing Kaori's condescending attitude, Sito decided it was time to intervene. Hachiman was a classmate, after all. Sito smoothed his clothes, ran a hand through his hair, and strolled over with a confident smirk. Just as Hachiman was struggling to find the right words, a familiar voice rang out, making him and the two Hideyoshis beside him grimace. Well, if it isn't the Master Hikigaya. I see you're out on a lunch date with your girlfriends. Sito shook his head, looking disappointed. You're a real piece of work, Hachiman. Two timing like this, and yet you've managed to make them get along so harmoniously. Truly, a master. Hachiman. Hideyoshi Kinoshita. Saika Tatsuka. Two girlfriends. The trio looked at each other. There was no doubt, Sito was referring to Hideyoshi and Saika as the girlfriends. Kaori Orimoto's eyes lit up when she saw Sito. What a handsome guy. Those eyes are stunning. But she quickly processed his words. Hikigaya has a girlfriend. Two of them. She looked back and forth between Hideyoshi and Saika. Handsome, are you sure? Aren't they both boys? Kaori asked, confused. Both were clearly wearing boys' clothes. Sito glanced at her with pity. One look at you and I can tell you're a total loner. Don't you understand flavor? Hachiman. The two Hideyoshis. What flavor? What are you talking about? This guy is so good-looking, but why does he have to have such a sharp tongue? The word loner hit Kaori like a physical blow. She glared at Sito, her face turning red with frustration, and turned on her heel to storm out of the shop. Sito raised an eyebrow. She dared to glare at me. This girl really can't handle a little bit of her own medicine. He turned back to Hachiman with a smug grin. No need to thank me. It's just what one classmate does for another. Hachiman. I'm not thanking you. Not in a million years. Hachiman felt mentally exhausted. Dealing with a person like Sito was impossible. There was a massive linguistic barrier between a normal person and a shining idiot like him. Sito sat down naturally next to Hideyoshi and waved for the rest of his group to join them. It was only then that Hachiman's group realized just how many people had arrived with Sito. Are you all here to eat too? Hideyoshi asked, trying to steer the conversation back to sanity. Thank you for reading. Once again, thank you for support. At Uzumaki Clan Head Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Have a glass of oolong tea, the kind that makes your head spin. Chapter 63. Have a glass of oolong tea, the kind that makes your head spin. Yeah, can't you tell? Sito responded casually. Hideyoshi Kinoshita counted the heads in the group, his face a mask of bewilderment. With this many people, wouldn't a restaurant be better? Why come to a fast food joint? Hideyoshi couldn't wrap his head around it. There were 10 people in Sito's party. Why were they settling for burgers and curry? Don't worry about the details, Sito waved him off. He turned to the rest of the group. Why are you guys just standing there? Come on, let's push some tables together. At his call, the group reluctantly moved toward him. The Yukinoshita sisters, Kurukuru Amu, and Hidenori's 2 idiot friends looked like they wanted the floor to swallow them whole. It was incredibly awkward. Eating at a fast food place alone was fine. Even a group was fine. But following Sito was a different story entirely. If he didn't watch his mouth, they were all going to be humiliated. Half the restaurant was already staring. Sito noticed the eyes on him, but instead of feeling embarrassed, he smoothed his hair, put on a look of deep, sorrowful melancholy, and struck a pose while gazing out the window. Everyone is staring. Well, they must be captivated by my peerless beauty. Seeing his shining appearance, several young girls and even a few older women nearby whispered about how captivating he looked. Meanwhile, the men in the restaurant felt a collective surge of annoyance. It's just a handsome face. Quit showing off. Eventually, the group settled into their seats. Shiro naturally hopped into Sito's lap, sitting there with quiet, feline grace. A waitress approached, her eyes lingering on Sito, who clearly looked like the leader of this chaotic ensemble. Hello, sir. What can I get for you all? Bring us 10 of your most expensive deluxe sets. Sito declared. Hidenori jumped up, frantically cutting Sito off. What now? Sito asked, confused. What do you mean, what now? Hidenori leaned in, whispering urgently into Sito's ear. Budget constraints. Have some mercy on my wallet. Sito had a sudden epiphany. Ah, right, he was broke. That was an easy fix. He turned back to the waitress. Does this place hire people on short notice? The waitress blinked, unsure of where he was going with this, but nodded. We are hiring, yes. Sito pointed a thumb at Hidenori. Let this guy work for you for the afternoon. He probably doesn't have enough to cover the bill. Hidenori. Waitress. That's your brilliant solution. Hidenori's eyes nearly popped out. Sito was determined to see him suffer today. He took 2 deep breaths and turned to Tadakuni and Yashitake. Guys, can you help me? Before he could finish, his 2 best friends looked away, suddenly finding the wall decor fascinating. True brothers indeed. Hidenori felt like he was going to cough up blood from pure rage. Don't panic, Sito's voice drifted from behind him. Hidenori turned to see Sito holding out a glass of oolong tea with a playful grin. Just a joke. I wouldn't actually make you go bankrupt. Here, have some tea. Hidenori let out a long sigh of relief, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Man, you nearly gave me a heart attack. He grabbed the glass and downed it in one go. The next second. Poof! Hidenori sprayed the liquid across the table and slammed the glass down. That is not oolong tea. That's 96% alcohol. Sito remained perfectly calm. It's a little joke, besides, you won't care about the price once you're unconscious. Efficiency, right? Hidenori froze. Drinking until I pass out so I don't feel the pain of spending money. It sounds logical, but why does it feel so wrong? Sito ignored his existential crisis and turned back to the waitress. 10 standard curry sets, please. Right away. The Hideyoshi standard. As they waited, Sito pulled Shiro back into his lap and looked at Hachiman. Master Hikigaya, do you happen to like Hideyoshi's like Saika over there? Hachiman. Everyone? What does Hideyoshi's like Saika even mean? Excuse me, I am a man. Hideyoshi interjected sternly. Sito didn't answer. He simply looked out the window toward the public restrooms across the street. Everyone's eyes followed his gaze. There, sandwiched between the male and female restrooms, was a large, clearly marked third door with the sign, Hideyoshi. Everyone. The group's gaze turned toward Hideyoshi Kinoshita with a mix of pity and confusion. Saika Totsuka also received a fair share of the identity-questioning looks. Hideyoshi was stunned. When did I become a third gender? Is this world truly so bizarre? Thankfully, the food arrived. Being a fast food joint, the service was lightning fast. Sito and the three idiots immediately began shoveling curry into their mouths. 5 minutes later, Sito finished his meal and began absent-mindedly patting Shiro's head as she ate her tiny portions with elegant, dainty bites. By the way, Hideyoshi said, finally finding his voice. Did you know our class started a guild in God's domain? A class guild? Sito paused. He hadn't heard anything about this. Who started it? Kagaya Shinomiya, Hideyoshi replied. The eldest daughter of the Shinomiya group. Sito nodded slowly. That made sense. Kagaya's brother was already a major player in the game's corporate expansion. It was only natural for her to organize her classmates into a subsidiary power. Thank you for reading. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Revealing the Reality of the Divine to blank. Chapter 64, Revealing the Reality of the Divine to blank. Not only that, Kagaya Shinomiya pulled in everyone from Class B, along with several students from other classes, Hachiman Hikigaya explained, his dead fish eyes scanning the table. Class 1B was home to a true monster, Kiyotaka Ayanakuji. But Class B also had its share of idiots, specifically Kohei Imamura the hardcore otaku, and best friend of Iori Kitahara who happened to be a master of voice acting and cross-dressing. The guild was a melting pot of protagonists and eccentric geniuses. Sito rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Kagaya's guild sounds incredible. High-tier members, massive potential. They must have a lot of good loot. A perfect target to rob. Sito immediately added the Student Council Guild to his list of future heists. As for them being his classmates. Are you kidding? Since when does that matter? Classmates are just resources waiting to be liquidated. A sly smirk played on his lips. Life was starting to look very promising indeed. Hachiman and his two, Hideyoshi, friends saw that expression and felt a collective shiver, instinctively knowing Sito was plotting something nefarious, even if they had no proof. Sito pulled himself back to reality. So, did they buy a guild base yet? They did, Hideyoshi nodded. Where is it? In the forest, 10 kilometers west of Failing City on the 11th floor. Sito nodded, satisfied with the intel. Hachiman's lip twitched. Did Hideyoshi just give away the fortress coordinates that easily? Surely nothing bad will happen. The master felt a seed of doubt, but he kept it to himself. Nearby, Yukino Shida, who was also a member of Kagaya's guild, didn't suspect a thing. Her sister, Haruno, however, caught the glint in Sito's eye and cast a look of pure pity toward Yukino. What is it? Yukino asked, wiping her mouth and looking confused at her sister's stare. Nothing at all, Haruno chirped playfully. She had no intention of warning her sister. She'd much rather log in later and watch the chaos unfold firsthand. After lunch, the group dispersed. Tadakuni, Yashitake, and Hidenori said their goodbyes, while Sito's core group headed back toward the apartment complex. Sito, what was the actual quest reward from the city lord? Sora asked as they walked. A spatial crystal. The city lord gave me that orange-grade material up front. As for the final reward for the ancient ruins quest, he upgraded it to a gold-grade material, Sito replied. Wait, so you've already crafted a gold weapon? Sora's eyes lit up. With a spatial crystal in hand, there was no way Sito would just let it sit in his inventory. Sito grinned. It's a perfect fit for my build, and it even has a set effect. Sora's gaze sharpened. He was already calculating how to get his own orange set. He had seen the power of set bonuses on Maple, they were absolute game changers. The group arrived back at the building. The Yukinoshita sisters split off to finish their move into the unit next to Sito's, while Sora and Shiro found their furniture and gaming rigs piled up in the hallway. Sito, do you have any spare rooms left? I might as well move in too, Kirukuru said suddenly. Sure, there's one room left. Kirukuru's situation was similar to Sito's, and Blank's her parents had passed away years ago, and she lived alone. Moving here meant they could look out for one another. Besides, Sito wasn't about to turn down a beautiful girl moving in. I'll go pack my things then. Here's a spare key. Just let yourself in when you're ready, Sito said, handing her the key. Once Kirukuru vanished from sight, Sito looked at the mountain of furniture blocking the hallway. I should have told the movers to stay a bit longer, Sora muttered, looking at the heavy lifting ahead of them. Don't worry about it. Sito's eyes glinted as spatial energy began to swirl around him. Several spatial vortices appeared above the furniture, instantly sucking the heavy desks and gaming rigs into the Kamui dimension. Sora and Shiro's eyes nearly popped out of their heads. They were stunned. This was a skill from the game. Why was it? Sora pointed a trembling finger. Sito looked at them calmly. The divine aura I absorbed during the Floor 10 event. It allowed my in-game abilities to manifest in reality. Not just skills but my equipment too. He hadn't mentioned it earlier because there were too many outsiders. But he knew the Blank siblings could be trusted. After a long silence, Sora finally processed the information. If that was your reward for the Floor 10 event, it must be unique. Sora's analytical brain went into overdrive. He recalled the morning news. Western players had finished their Floor 10 event last night, but the first-place prize was merely an equipment upgrade to gold grade. None of them had mentioned reality warping powers. I think it's because we were the first in the world to clear Floor 10, Sito mused. Like a server-first bonus. The rewards for the Trailblazers are always better. Blank nodded vigorously. The logic held up. In that case, Sora said, his competitive fire igniting, we need to clear the bosses as fast as possible. The Kyushu strategy group is doing well, but if we clear a few more bosses, their levels will catch up and they can start handling the front lines. For now, the heavy lifting is on us. With the plan set, they entered Blank's new home. Sito methodically spat their furniture back out of the Kamui dimension, placing it exactly where they wanted it. Once finished, he took Kanade and headed back to his own apartment to prepare for the afternoon's grind. Thank you for reading. Chapter 65, Queen, You Wouldn't Want. Thank you, at Keith Lighthill and at Jeremy Grant Ramos, for joining the membership. I'm truly grateful for your support, it means a lot to me. Bonus Chapter 1/2 Sorry to inform that I don't have much time today, that's why I'll be uploading only 2 bonus chapter. Chapter 65, Queen, You Wouldn't Want. God's Domain, Floor 12. Sito materialized at his previous logout point. This time, he wasn't using his physical body to log in. It was still too early to take unnecessary risks with reality warping stakes. He opened his menu, input the coordinates, and initiated the teleport to the 12th floor. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in a breathtaking new world. If the previous floors were rugged or industrial, Floor 12 was a masterpiece of nature. The entire floor was a singular, massive biome, the elf forest. The safety zone was a collection of intricate tree houses nestled within gargantuan ancient trees, home to a population of over 100,000 elves. And ruling over this emerald paradise was the Elf Queen. Cedo looked out over the horizon. The forest stretched out like a rolling green ocean. The air was cool and crisp, smelling of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in golden threads, dappling the flower-strewn forest floor. Birds chirped in harmony with the gentle babble of nearby streams. "What a spectacular place," Cedo murmured, taking a deep breath. He could swear the air quality here felt leagues better than the lower floors. It was tranquil, beautiful, and felt. "I've found it. The perfect location for the Harbinger Guild base." With that thought in mind, Cedo looked toward the center of the forest. Towering above everything else was a tree so large it seemed to pierce the heavens, its leaves shimmering with a soft, bioluminescent green light. The Tree of Life. Ding ding. His friend list flashed. He opened the message. "Maple, Cedo-kun. You're finally online. Sally, AKO, and I are at the Elf Queen's palace on floor 12. Say, the Elf Queen. What happened?" He was genuinely curious. Meeting a racial leader this early usually required insane luck, but then again, this was Maple. "Maple, we picked up a quest this morning with a gold-grade material as the reward. We just finished it. Hurry over." "Say, on my way." He closed the channel and chuckled. He had only been offline for a few hours, and Maple had already stumbled into a gold-grade material quest. Her luck was truly off the charts. Cedo didn't wait for a formal escort. He kicked off the ground and took flight, soaring toward the upper branches of the Tree of Life. As he reached the entrance of the Queen's chambers, he spotted Sora, Shiro, and Kanade flying in from the other direction. "Looks like everyone got the memo," Cedo noted. He approached the guards. The elven sentries were striking tall, with waist-length golden hair and silver light armor that accentuated their lithe, athletic frames. "Our companions are currently with your queen. We'd like to join them. Could you please announce us?" "One moment, traveler," the guard replied. Cedo's polite and handsome demeanor earned him a bit of immediate favor. She stepped inside and returned less than a minute later. "The queen invites you in." Upon entering, the group's attention was instantly seized by the woman sitting at the head of the chamber. She was the embodiment of natural grace, an imperial big sister, type with skin as pale as jade and golden eyes that radiated both holiness and ancient wisdom. She wore a gown woven from what looked like starlight and silk, her presence commanding yet gentle. This was the Elf Queen. "Welcome, adventurers," she said with a soft, melodic smile. Cedo was the first to snap out of it. He walked over to where Maple, Sally, and AKO were sitting and made himself comfortable. "The queen is even more beautiful than the rumors suggested." "I thank you for the compliment," the queen replied gracefully. Cedo looked at her and momentarily thought of a classic villain line, "Queen, you wouldn't want the princess to get hurt, would you?" But he quickly shook the thought away. Not the right time for that particular trope. "Cedo-kun." Sally turned to him. "Did you finish the Floor 11 quest while we were away?" "Yeah," Cedo nodded. "I got a spatial crystal. I've already crafted my gold-grade weapon." "Gold grade?" Maple, Sally, and AKO all gasped in unison. Sally and AKO looked on with pure envy, while Maple's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How strong is the boost?" Maple asked eagerly. She was sitting on a gold material herself, and wanted a benchmark. "The base stats are more than 10 times stronger than orange grade," Cedo explained. "And that's just the raw numbers. If you factor in the set effects, it's in a completely different league." 10 times? Maple's jaw dropped. "Cedo-kun, I've asked the queen to help me craft my new shield." Cedo looked up at the Elf Queen in surprise. A queen who is also a master smith. Just how high is her crafting level? The queen noticed his gaze and explained, "It was a promise I made to Maple as part of her quest reward. I will personally forge one piece of gold-grade equipment for her." "Thank you for reading. Chapter 66, Maple's Shield, Knight's Shadow ascends to gold. Chapter 66, Maple's Shield, Knight's Shadow ascends to gold. The quest Maple and her team completed was a true jackpot. Not only did it reward them with gold-grade materials, but it also granted a one-time service from the Elf Queen herself to forge a piece of gold equipment. Most importantly, this forging process was 100% guaranteed to succeed. As long as the required materials were provided, the Queen's divine craftsmanship would do the rest. Maple, hand the materials over to the Queen, Ceto said, turning to her. Maple didn't hesitate. She pulled out all her high-tier defense materials and handed them over. She had no intention of switching from the Poison Dragon build, its set effects were too broken to abandon. She wanted to evolve what she already had. The Elf Queen took the materials and disappeared into the inner chambers. With the Queen gone, Maple turned to Ceto. Ceto-kun, what's the plan for later? First, we buy a guild base. I think floor 12 is perfect, Ceto replied, stating his intent clearly. Maple beamed with joy. Hee, I was thinking the same thing. The scenery is beautiful, it's the perfect home for the Harbingers. Sally and Ako nodded in agreement. Compared to the previous floors, the Elven Forest was a paradise. Many of our guild members are already exploring the floor 12 wilds. I'll ask if they've found any prime real estate, Ceto said. He opened the guild channel. Say at everyone. Anyone found a good spot for a guild base on floor 12? Windrunner, the boss wants a base here. I fell in love with this place the moment I stepped off the portal. Leg Lover, same here. Old 28, +1. Player N, same. The chat exploded with approval. Then, one message caught Ceto's eye. Daughter Slave, boss, I found a great spot. Coordinates. Daughter Slave, it's a wide-open clearing surrounded by massive trees perfect for tree houses, and there's a natural fountain in the center. Several other suggestions poured in. Ceto noted them all down. Say, good. I'll go scout them out shortly. Just as he closed the menu, the Elf Queen emerged from her chambers and sat back down before the group. Resting in her hands was Maple's evolved shield, Knight's Shadow. The group checked the stats immediately. In God's domain, the shield itself didn't hold skills, but the user's class skills like Devour and Shield Bash could be channeled through it with terrifying efficiency. Furthermore, the Poison Dragon 3-piece set had expanded. Upon reaching gold grade, it had transformed into a 5-piece set, now including a necklace and a ring. Ceto narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Interesting. He noticed a key difference. Unlike his spatial dragon blade, Maple's shield didn't show an evolution requirement panel. Only those who possess divine power can see or trigger the path to divine tier, Ceto concluded. Since Maple hadn't absorbed divine aura yet, her gold gear was simply at its peak standard form. Maple's eyes sparkled as she caressed the shield. The 3-piece set became a 5-piece set, just like my spatial set, Ceto explained. It seems 5 pieces is the standard for gold grade. We'll have to hunt for the remaining jewelry components later. By the way, Ceto pivoted, does anyone know who the floor 12 boss is? Sally chirped excitedly. The Queen mentioned it earlier. The boss is the corrupted assassin stalker, an entity tainted by the aura of an evil god. Sally looked at Ceto with wide, watery eyes that practically screamed, please help me get an orange assassin set. Ceto's eyes twinkled with a mischievous light. He looked at Sally with a sly grin. I could help you clear it. But surely, a favor like that deserves a little reward in return, doesn't it? Sally's face flushed instantly. Her usual bold demeanor vanished. Everyone in class knew Ceto could be a bit of a lecherous space prince, LSP. Was he actually going to dash NO? Absolutely not. Maple, Shiro and Kanade shouted in unison, staring at Ceto with fierce, protective glares. What are you all getting worked up for? Ceto asked, perfectly composed. I'm just giving Sally a reconnaissance mission. It's not what you think. Please, Sito thought. I might be an LSP, but I have some standards. The three girls let out a long sigh of relief. Maple's face stayed a bright shade of crimson, and she sat there fidgeting, clearly embarrassed by her instinctive outburst. What's the mission? Sally asked, ignoring the tension. Go to the coordinates 10 kilometers west of Failing City on floor 11. Find the exact location of Kaguya Shinomiya's guild base, and send me the coordinates. Sally blinked. Why are you spying on our classmates? She and Maple had heard about the Student Council Guild, but since they were already with Sito, Kaguya hadn't approached them. Sito replied with a face of pure, unadulterated sincerity, I just want to reach out and strengthen our bonds of friendship. Sally squinted at him, her suspicion reaching critical levels. Friendship. Why does it feel more like he's planning a home invasion? Thank you for reading. Once again, thank you for your support at Keith Lighthill and at Jeremy Grant Ramos. Chapter 67, Adding Eriri, and the Poison-Tongued Fatty. Chapter 67, Adding Eriri, and the Poison-Tongued Fatty Kasumi. Of course, strengthening bonds was a top priority. In Sito's dictionary, strengthening bonds equals kidnapping. Friendship equals robbery. If he didn't rob them at least once, how would they ever know how deep his affection for them truly was? All right, let's head out for now, Sora interjected, gesturing toward the Elf Queen. Sito blinked, realizing he had drifted off into his own schemes. He turned back to the Queen. My apologies. I got a bit carried away in thought. It is no trouble, the Elf Queen replied with a gentle shake of her head. Feel free to visit often. I've grown quite fond of Maple. Count on it. With their goodbyes said, the group followed the guards down the massive branches of the Tree of Life back to the forest floor. Scanning the busy crowd of players below, AKO spoke up. Boss, are we going to scout the guild base locations now? Yes, Sito nodded. Then, remembering something, he added, you guys go on ahead. I have something I need to get crafted first. What is it? Sora asked curiously. A few coats, Sito said with a mysterious smile. Now that they were establishing a permanent base, how could they not have the iconic, intimidating white coats of the Fatui Harbingers? He needed to find a professional to help him design the prototypes. We'll take our leave then. Go ahead, Sito waved them off. Maple and the others left as a group, leaving only Sally behind. I'm heading back to the 11th floor to track down Kaguya's base, Sally reported. Sito gave her a thumbs up, and she vanished in a flash of teleportation light. Once alone, Sito tried to visualize the design of the Fatui executive coats. There was a problem, he wasn't exactly a master artist. He could describe them, but he couldn't draw a blueprint. He needed a sketch artist. Opening his friend list, he saw that the Yukinoshita sisters were online. He sent a message to Flatty, no, Yukino. Sito, Flatty, what's Eriri's in-game ID? Snowcat, my name is Yukino. Sito, fine, fine. Stop being sensitive. Give me Eriri's ID, I have business with her. Snowcat, it's Eriri. Sito's lip twitched. What was she thinking? Using her real name as her handle. Is she sharing a brain cell with AKO? He searched the name and sent a request. System, you and player Eriri are now friends. Eriri, what do you want, you pervert? Say, I want to grab those twintails and learn how to drift. The golden pair. On the other side of the safety zone, Eriri Spencer Sawamura turned bright red. What a pervert. A total creep. She screamed, drawing confused looks from nearby players. As a legendary doujin artist, how could she not understand the implied meaning behind Sito's words? Her face looked like a ripe apple. What's wrong? Yuraha Kasumigakaka, affectionately dubbed Fatty Kasumi, by certain internet trolls, looked over at her. Why is our little tsundere suddenly exploding? Who are you chatting with? I'm curious, Yutaha leaned in with a penetrating stare. Arari felt a surge of guilt and quickly typed back to Sito. Arari, pervert. What do you actually want? Sito, you called me a pervert first. I was just being honest about my feelings. Honest feelings? You call that honest? Sito, where are you? I need you to sketch a coat for me. Arari, sketch a coat. Arari blinked. He just wants a drawing. Nothing else. For some reason, she felt a tiny, inexplicable pang of disappointment. Arari, I'm in the floor 12 safe zone. Coordinates. Sito checked the map. She was only 100 meters away. He closed the menu and strolled toward her. A minute later, he spotted two beautiful girls. His eyes lingered on Yutaha's legs for a second. Those black tights were truly top tier. He walked up behind Arari and, without warning, gave her twintails a playful tug. Arari jumped like she'd been electrocuted. Yo, that's quite a reaction. Sito let go and stepped in front of them with a grin. Hello, Sito-kun, Yutaha said calmly, her eyes sharp. Hello, Fatty Kasumi, Sito replied cheerfully. Yutaha Kasumigakaka froze. What kind of nickname is that? She felt a vein throb in her forehead. She never expected to be given such a hideous moniker. It seems Sito-kun is as interesting as ever, Yutaha said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Giving nicknames to girls you barely know. Aren't you afraid of being hated? Besides, if you're going to use a nickname, at least pick something flattering. This one is quite poor, as expected of the class's resident creep. Truly impressive. Without hesitation, Yutaha activated her innate skill, Poison Tongue. Sito took the hit with a blank face, then gave her a look of utter disdain. Tisk, TSK. Is this really the author of Metronome in Love? A total loner who has clearly never been in a real relationship. No wonder the romance in your novels feels so unrealistic. It turns out the author is just a single dog. Yutaha Kasumigakaka took critical damage. Her lips trembled. The legendary Fatty Kasumi had been utterly defeated in her own domain. Sito smirked. You want to have a roast battle with me? He knew exactly where to aim. One strike, one kill. Arari watched from the side, stunned. It was her first time seeing someone talk Yutaha into a state of stunned silence. Taking 2 deep breaths, Yutaha glared coldly at Sito. Read my novels? Of course, Sito nodded. I wrote quite a few novels myself back in middle school, so I read a lot of the competition. Wrote novels? Like what? Oh, titles like, Why is My Beautiful Master So Passionate? My Big Sister Next Door, and the fact that my sister and I aren't blood related. Thank you for reading. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Donning the Harbinger Coats, the guild base is established. Chapter 68, Donning the Harbinger Coats, the guild base is established. A total pervert. Both girls thought simultaneously, their internal monologues perfectly in sync. All right, enough, Arari said, giving Sito a sharp roll of her eyes. What exactly does this coat look like? Describe it. She pulled out a specialized drawing board and a digital stylus, her expression shifting into her professional, master artist mode. The base color is stark white, Sito began, stepping closer to guide her. There's a thick collar of black fur around the neck, and the shoulders and hem feature intricate silver and gold patterns. Wait, like this. Arari sketched a few lines. Move the filigree a bit higher on the lapel. And the fur needs to look more oppressive. Elegant, yet dangerous, Sito instructed, pointing at the board. For the next 10 minutes, Arari's pen flew across the screen under Sito's meticulous direction. Yutaha watched them from the side, her arms crossed, maintaining a cool, detached silence. Finally, the sketch was complete. Sito held up the finished design, nodding in pure satisfaction. It was a perfect recreation of the Fatui executive coats dominating, sophisticated, and undeniably cool. He shot Aerie an appreciative look. Your skills haven't dulled at all. Child's play. Aerie huffed, crossing her arms proudly. Keep it up and remember to send me some of those special study files later. My 128 GB hard drive still has a bit of room left. Before she could explode in a flurry of twintail-fueled rage, Sito vanished into the crowd, retreating toward the shopping district. The master tailor. A short while later, Sito stepped into a high-end elven tailor shop. Inside, an NPC named FIA looked up from behind a counter of shimmering silks. Welcome, handsome traveler. How can I help you today? Sito smirked. Even the NPCs in God's domain know I'm a top-tier beauty. Truly, my charm is a global constant. I need 12 sets of custom coats made. Here is the blueprint. He slid Aerie's sketch across the counter. FIA studied the drawing for a few moments, her eyebrows rising. This is a remarkable design. The embroidery is quite complex, particularly the fur-lined collar. How long will it take? About 40 minutes. Most of the time will be spent on the magical weaving for the patterns. I'll ensure the sizes are varied, some for the smaller members of your group, I assume. Exactly, Sito nodded. The harbingers assemble. 40 minutes later, FIA emerged from the back room. Floating behind her were 12 pristine, fur-collared white coats. Sito grabbed the one sized for him and draped it over his shoulders. He caught his reflection in a mirror. The coat billowed slightly, adding a layer of mystery and executive authority to his already sharp look. This is exactly what I wanted. He paid the 120,000 gold pieces without a second thought and headed back into the wilds of floor 12. At the designated coordinates, he found the group gathered around a massive natural fountain. Towering trees surrounded the clearing, their massive boughs providing natural platforms for the tree houses they planned to build. You're finally back. Maple called out, noticing his arrival. What do you think of the spot? It's perfect. It feels like home, Sito replied. He reached into his inventory and pulled out the bundle of coats. The official uniform for our executives. The group's eyes sparkled. Sora, Shiro, and Kanade immediately grabbed their respective coats, slipping them on. This is so cool. Maple twirled around, watching the white fabric flare out. I feel like a real boss now. Even AKO, who wasn't an executive, watched them with stars in her eyes, though she felt a tiny bit left out of the set look. Sito noticed and planned to get her a custom-made messenger outfit later. He opened the group chat with the remaining executives. Say at Sally at Empress. I've placed your coats in the guild warehouse. Put them on immediately. Sally, the coats are done. Let's see how they look. Sally, coordinates. By the way, here are the coordinates for Kagaya's base. I'm coming back to the 12th floor now. Sito checked the guild treasury. Between his personal funds and the guild's earnings, they had plenty. He clicked the purchase land icon. You have purchased the land. Coordinates, floor 12, Elf Forest Guild base successfully established. Congratulations to the Harbingers for establishing a headquarters. Teleportation function for the guild base is now active. Thank you for reading. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, all thank you, at Halosage Wolf and at Daniel Moraton, for joining the memberships. I'm truly grateful. Chapter 69, All-Out Villains. Call me the Godfather. Just as the guild base was finalized, pillar after pillar of light erupted in the clearing. The guild members were arriving en masse. Is this our base? It's incredible. I've passed by here before and thought it was already taken. I can't believe we snagged this treasure. Hee hee, I'm the one who suggested this spot to the boss. It's breathtaking. Look at the boss. That coat is stunning, a female player shrieked, her voice filled with admiration. Instantly, thousands of eyes swiveled toward the center. When they saw the executives draped in their matching fur-collared white coats, the crowd went wild. Grand, sharp, elegant. That was the immediate impression. It was a level of visual cohesion that no other guild had achieved. Just then, the crowd parted like the Red Sea. Sally and Kirikuru, now also wearing their harbinger coats, walked slowly through the ranks to join Sito. With their arrival, every current executive was present. Players watched with bated breath. Even though Blank's face remained hidden, the sheer aura of the group was intoxicating. Some members were already recording videos to upload to the forums. First seat, say. Second seat, Blank third seat, Maple fourth seat, Sally fifth seat, Empress Amo sixth seat, Kanade only 5 seats remained empty. The server could only imagine the spectacle once all 11 seats were filled. Sito scanned the sea of faces and cleared his throat. Brothers and sisters, don't get too attached to the scenery just yet. We have a collective extracurricular activity to attend to. The players leaned in, curious. A collective activity. Sito dropped a set of coordinates into the guild channel. A certain guild at these coordinates has disrespected our second seat, Blank. We're going to give them a lesson they won't forget. We need to remind the world that the harbingers are not to be trifled with. The coordinates, of course, belong to Kaguya Shinomiya's base. As for them disrespecting Blank, pure fabrication. He just needed a just cause to initiate the raid. As expected, the guild members were instantly fired up. Someone dared to insult the second seat. Boss, let's go robber, educate them. If we don't re-educate them, they'll think we're soft. I second the motion. My blade was starting to rust anyway. Let's move. Seeing his members so vibrant, Sito smiled warmly. Good, good. They've learned that we don't say the R word robbery out loud. These kids are growing up so fast. The other executives excluding Blank exchanged uneasy glances. They knew those coordinates were for Kaguya's base. They were all from the same academy, and Sito, Maple, and Sally were even in the same class. You're seriously going to raid your own classmates? They thought. All right, initiate teleport. Surround their base. And remember, stay elegant at all times. Sito commanded. Don't worry, boss. I brought a suit. One member shouted. He pulled out a black suit from his inventory and equipped it over his light armor. The others followed suit literally. They flooded the in-game shop to buy cheap black formal wear. Even the heavy armor players stripped down to their underlayers just to fit into the suits. In an instant, thousands of players were transformed into a sea of black-suited men in black, contrasting perfectly with the white-clad executives. This is true elegance, Sito thought, feeling like he should be holding a cat and sitting in a swivel chair. Call me the Godfather. Move out. In the bustling city of Failing on floor 11, hundreds of casual players froze in their tracks. They watched in stunned silence as thousands of players in black suits materialized at the teleport gates. The sheer pressure was suffocating. There had to be at least 30,000 of them, all sporting the Harbinger Guild prefix. What is happening? Why is the entire Harbinger Guild here? It looks like they're going to war. But against who? Suddenly, the sea of black suits turned as one toward a single point. Greetings, boss. Greetings, executives. The roar was like a tidal wave, shaking the very foundations of the city. A group of figures in flowing white coats stepped into view. Sito walked at the lead, his face cold and expressionless. As he scanned the crowd, not a single solo player dared to meet his eyes. The intimidation factor was off the charts. Without a word, Sito led his army out of the safety zone and into the wilds. The solo players wanted to follow and watch the chaos, but the sheer villainous aura of the Harbingers kept them at a distance. Floor 11, unknown location inside a cozy log cabin at her guild base, Kaguya Shinomiya took an elegant sip of black tea while reviewing her guild's daily reports. Several high-ranking members sat nearby, chatting casually. Our daily revenue is looking quite stable, Kaguya noted with a satisfied smile. She had no idea that a godfather and his army of 30,000 suits were currently knocking on her front door. Thank you for reading. Chapter 70, Secretary Fujiwara, Bad News. President. Our guild is being surrounded. Thank you for your support, at Halosage Wolf and at Daniel Moriton. Chapter 70, Secretary Fujiwara, Bad News. President. Our guild is being surrounded. Kaguya Shinomiya took another elegant sip of her tea. She had named her organization the Full Moon Guild. It was a fitting choice, given that the Kaguya, in her name, referred to the lunar princess of folklore. Her in-game title was equally lofty, Moonlight Goddess. The guild's conference room was a who's who of elite students. Asuna, Yukino Shida, Haruno Yukino Shida, Aori, Ai Hayasaka, Kirito, Kiyotaka Ayanakuji, Arisasaka Yanaji, Kakeru Ryuan, Hanami Ichinos, and Suzen Horikita were all present. These students, hailing from the top tiers of Class B and Class D, formed the backbone of Full Moon. Yes, we managed to secure an orange material, Asuna nodded. Now, to craft a gold-grade piece, we're only missing one base orange equipment. For a guild run entirely by students, their progress was staggering. Being only one step away from gold-grade gear placed them among the server's elite. Kaguya turned toward Kirito with a graceful smile. We really have to thank Kirito-kun for his contribution. Kirito. His lip twitched. Internally, the legendary Black Swordsman was cursing his luck. He had planned to remain a solo player, wandering the world as a rogue hero. Instead, his sister had dragged him into this guild, and Kaguya had essentially confiscated his hard-earned materials for the guild's collective growth. By the way, Ryuan said, leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed, your class has a legendary player, doesn't it? Why haven't you recruited Sito, or at least formed an alliance with his guild? The Class B students looked at Kaguya curiously. They were baffled as to why Class D hadn't leveraged their connection to one of the three great players. The Class D representatives remained silent. How could they explain that Sito was? Well, Sito. Meanwhile, Haruno Yukinoshita scanned the room before surreptitiously sending a message. Sunnycat, seriously, are you going to let me join your guild or not? I might not be a top-tier fighter, but my management skills are second to none. Say, what about your family's guild? Sunnycat, my mother is handling that personally now. Sito, fine. Welcome aboard. I'll give you the position of the 7th seat of the Harbingers. Sunnycat, yay. Haruno's eyes brightened. She quietly slipped toward the back of the room, resigned from the Full Moon Guild, and instantly joined Sito's ranks. Managing a family business in-game was tedious, she wanted to be where the chaos was. System, you have joined the guild the Harbingers. System, you have been promoted to a senior executive. Sito, I've put an executive coat in the warehouse. Go ahead and grab it. Haruno suppressed her excitement, withdrew the coat, but didn't put it on just yet. This style is so much better, she whispered. As expected of Sito-chan, she slipped out of the conference room. No one noticed that her guild prefix had changed except for Ayanakuji, whose emotionless eyes followed her exit. He said nothing, preferring to remain a bystander in the unfolding drama. 10 minutes later, as the discussion hit its peak, the door burst open. Chika Fujiwara, the only Class E student to join Full Moon, came running in, her face pale with panic. Bad news. President. Our guild base is being surrounded. The room went dead silent. Surrounded. Who would dare blockade them? They hadn't provoked anyone. Recall all personnel in the vicinity, Kaguya commanded sharply, rising to her feet. Let's go see who thinks they can challenge us. Outside the Full Moon base. 5 minutes earlier, Sito and his army had arrived. They were met by Haruno, who was already waiting at the gates, now proudly wearing her white harbinger coat. The guild members marveled at her. Another executive. Hee, Kagaya and all her high-ranking officers are inside, Haruno reported with a playful wink. Good, Sito nodded. He turned to the sea of players behind him. Everyone, this is the 7th seat of the Harbingers, Haru Cat. She will be in charge of personnel. Greetings, executive, the thousands of black-suited players roared in unison. Haruno looked at the army all in black suits and then at the white-clad executives. We certainly don't look like the good guys here, she teased. Do good guys get the best loot? Sito scoffed. When villains look this elegant, the heroes become irrelevant. He raised his hand and pointed toward the full moon headquarters. Surround them. The players moved with military precision, forming a dense, black-suited perimeter around the base. The full moon members guarding the perimeter were terrified. Seeing the overwhelming numbers and the sheer mafia aura of the attackers, Secretary Fujiwara had turned tail and bolted for the meeting room. Thank you for reading. Chapter 71, Threatening My Classmates. How truly delightful 10-20 words. Chapter 71, Threatening My Classmates. How truly delightful. A few moments later, Kagaya Shinomiya led her high-ranking officers out of the base. Their first sight was Sito, standing calmly at the forefront of the massive crowd. Seeing the sheer scale of the army he brought, the full moon officers couldn't help but feel a twinge of intimidation. Yo Yukino-chan. Glad you could join us, Haruno Yukinoshita called out with a cheerful wave. Yukinoshita. Flatino, Yukino stared in stunned silence at the Harbinger prefix floating above her sister's head. We were just together. How on earth did you join them so fast? Kagaya scanned the gathered executives with a forced composure, her gaze finally locking onto Sito. To what do we owe the honor, great god Sito? Surely you didn't bring this army just to pick on a small guild like ours. Of course not, Sito replied with a pleasant smile. We're just here to strengthen our bonds of friendship. As he spoke, he gave a subtle nod to a nearby guild officer. The officer, quick on the uptake, stepped forward immediately. Men to the left, women to the right. Hideyoshi's in the middle. Everyone, line up. Teams 1 through 5, move up. Apprehend the high-ranking officers. As the orders rang out, over 200 Harbinger members surged forward, effectively surrounding Kagaya and her team. Seeing their leaders trapped, the regular full moon members didn't even bother resisting. They followed the instructions and began to line up. Sito nodded in satisfaction and walked toward the regular members. What are you two Hideyoshis trying to hide for? Get in the center line where you belong. Sito pointed directly at Hideyoshi Kinoshita and Saika Tatsuka. The two looked incredibly awkward and cast resentful glances at Sito as they shuffled out of the male ranks to stand in the specialized middle row. Now that's a much cleaner layout, Sito thought, satisfied. He turned and walked until he was standing directly in front of Kagaya. What is it you actually want? Kagaya hissed, her teeth clenched. Strengthening bonds. This is a hostile takeover. Don't be so impatient. Sito smiled, planting his tachi into the ground and resting his hands atop the hilt. First, why don't you tell me the coordinates of the Shinomiya family main guild base? He didn't just want Kagaya's student guild. He wanted to raid the Shinomiyas. He wanted to raid the Yukis. Just picking on Kagaya was too small-scale for his ambitions. Kagaya barked back, glaring at him with venom. There was no way she was selling out her family's primary stronghold. You won't get anything from me either. Asuna added coldly. Sito let out a genuinely delighted chuckle. This was the feeling. Threatening beautiful classmates was proving to be an unexpectedly high-quality source of entertainment. However, because he prioritized his elegant villain aesthetic, his face remained a mask of cold amusement. To the onlookers, it just looked like a chilling, arrogant smirk. I know where they are. Haruno suddenly interjected, stepping up beside Sito with a playful swing of her long legs. Kagaya and Asuna's eyes widened in horror. They had forgotten the Yukinoshidas were part of the same elite social circle. Haruno knew everything. Sito glanced at Haruno. He'd almost forgotten he had a high-level informant right in his inner circle. After a moment of thought, Sito turned to his guild members. Aside from the 5th seat's direct subordinates, everyone else followed the 7th seat, Harukat. You're going to pay a visit to the Shinomiya and Yuki family bases. As for the reason, Sito looked at Haruno. I trust you know how to frame it. Haruno caught on instantly. Of course. The young misses of the Shinomiya and Yuki families were disrespectful to the Harbinger boss. Naturally, we need to ask their families for an explanation. With a wave of her hand, Haruno initiated a mass teleport. Everyone not assigned to the boss, follow me to the safety zone. In an instant, tens of thousands of players vanished. The clearing was suddenly much emptier, leaving behind only Kurukuru Amu's direct unit and the Class E members. Still, they numbered over 1,000. Compared to Full Moon's remaining force of less than 100, they still held a 10-to-1 advantage. Heh, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Daring to send your army away. Ryuan from Class B decided he had seen enough. He suddenly lunged forward, his hands encased in armored gauntlets, knocking back the guards nearest to him. Inspired by his move, several others began to reach for their weapons. A draconic howl suddenly tore through the sky, the sheer pressure of the sound wave stunning everyone in place. It was the spatial dragon's roar. Before the Full Moon members could recover, the Harbinger players pinned them back to the ground. The girls were treated more gently. Harbinger's female players simply restrained their arms, but the message was clear. Sito looked at Ryuan with disdain. It seemed Class B wasn't well informed about who truly ran the show in the Academy's power rankings. President, don't panic. We can just log out. Secretary Fujiwara suddenly shrieked. Everyone. Do you really think you can log out while in a combat state? The silence was deafening as everyone stared at Chika in disbelief. Kurukuru Amu walked over to Chika, her presence radiating a terrifying pressure that made the secretary break into a cold sweat. It seems there's actually someone from my Class E who hasn't joined the Harbingers yet. Chika stammered. She might be an airhead, but she knew who Amu was. Amu was the Empress of Class E. Realizing she was the only one who had defected to Kagaya's guild, Chika saw her peaceful school life flashing before her eyes. I'm doomed. Her brain worked at 200% capacity, seeking a way out. Her eyes darted around until they landed on Sito. Long live the Harbingers. Please tell Amu-san to stop looking at me like that. Kagaya. Thank you for reading. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, No. Chapter 72, No. Sito GE, have mercy. Defecting already. Kagaya Shinomiya stared at Secretary Fujiwara in utter disbelief. Was this a joke? They had barely been threatened for 10 seconds, and the girl had already flipped sides. Kagaya looked at Sito, certain that a high-tier player like him wouldn't accept someone who betrayed their allies so easily. To her horror. Excellent. From today on, you're an elite officer of the Harbingers. Kagaya. Watching Sito accept Chika Fujiwara without a moment's hesitation made Kagaya's head spin. Are you serious? Is it really that easy to join your legendary guild? However, Kagaya didn't understand Sito's logic. Who was Chika Fujiwara? She was the chaos element of the planet. Her secretary dance had dominated an entire era of internet culture. As a self-proclaimed lecherous space prince, LSP, Sito had zero intention of turning away such a cute, ditzy wild card. I understand, boss. Chika's eyes sparkled. With a few frantic taps on her menu, she officially resigned from Full Moon. Player Secretary Fujiwara has joined the Harbingers. A few seconds later, the bold Harbinger prefix materialized above her head. Sito nodded in satisfaction. As expected of you, you even used your title as your handle. The members of Full Moon watched this display with wide eyes. But before they could voice their protest, Sito turned his attention back to Ryuan, the brave rebel from Class B. You've got guts, kid. Very brave. You bet I am. I'm the bravest guy here. Ryuan spat back instinctively. Sito's eyebrow twitched. Then let's see just how deep that bravery goes. Sito gave a slight wave of his hand. Instantly, Iori Kitahara and Hideyoshi Tabata stepped out from the ranks, leading a group of particularly unhinged-looking male players. They surrounded Ryuan, their expressions twisting into masks of pure mischief. How do we handle this? Straight to the kicking. Iori asked, raising his right foot as if to stomp on Ryuan's face. Hideyoshi blocked Iori's leg with his arm, his face deadly serious. You want to let him go? Iori was confused. So were the others. They were ready to brawl. Let's take him into the cabin, Hideyoshi said, pushing up his glasses as a chilling smirk touched his lips. I've got some special methods to play with him. Just kicking. Inelegant. The group exchanged a look of wicked realization. Following Hideyoshi's lead, they dragged a struggling Ryuan into a nearby log cabin. A moment later. Aya wag. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the clearing. The Full Moon members shuddered. There was no mistaking it, that was Ryuan's voice. What on earth were they doing to him? Suddenly, another voice drifted out of the cabin, sounding like a demented inquisitor. I'm asking you again. What is 1000 minus 7? Ayag. Amu, Kanade, Shiro, and Yukino all looked at each other. Those words sounded suspiciously familiar. Where had they heard that 1000 to 7 line before? They all looked at Sito. He was nodding with an air of immense pride. As expected of my top generals. To have mastered the 1000 to 7 law so quickly, and apply it in the field. Truly impressive. Sito turned back to Kagaya, cutting straight to the point. All right, let's stop wasting time. Hand over your guild's materials, equipment, and gold. All of it. The crowd gasped. They had wondered why Sito would surround his own classmates. Now they knew. He wasn't there to talk, he was there for a full-scale shakedown. The Class D students glared at Sito with pure resentment. Robbing your own classmates. You really have no shame. Suzun Horikita looked lost, turning to Kagaya. Wait, aren't you guys in the same class? What kind of question is that? Sito interrupted sharply. I suggest you don't overstep. This is God's domain. Don't try to pull the classmate card on me now. In reality, if Sito didn't have his newly acquired spatial powers, he might have hesitated. After all, he still had to see these people at school. He was following Dio Brando's example. He was rejecting his humanity. That reminds me. Arari, step out. Sito called Arari forward. She had helped him with the coat designs earlier today. Robbing her would be a bit too ungrateful, even for him. Arari glanced around nervously before scurrying out of the Full Moon line. Stand over there for now. Arari did as told, watching the scene in silent shock. Go stand with her, Shiro added, pointing her small finger at a soft-featured girl with pinkish hair. Shoko Nishimiya, the gentle protagonist of A Silent Voice, was also in Class D. Sito and the blank siblings had been classmates with her since elementary school, and thanks to Sito's protection back then, her childhood had been much more peaceful. Nishimiya looked at Sito, who nodded slightly, and she moved to stand beside Arari. Seeing the girls being spared, a blonde, eccentric-looking boy raised his hand frantically. Don't forget me. Kohei Imamura shouted. I've been wanting to join your guild forever. We were like brothers in middle school. Kohei was a Class B student at Sobu High and a close friend of Iori's. He had avoided joining the Harbingers initially because he didn't want to be associated with Sito's band of idiots. A wise man adapts to his surroundings. To save his private stash of gold, he was willing to say anything. Sito looked at him, and then turned toward the log cabin. Come out and drag Kohei in. Beat him up and take everything he's got. Kohei. Kohei stared at Sito in pure betrayal, while Sito shot him a look of utter disdain. Did this guy really think Sito would let a fellow idiot brother off the hook? The cabin door flew open. Iori and Hideyoshi emerged, looking like demons as they charged toward Kohei. Sito Ge, have mercy. Thank you for reading. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Delightful. This is simply too delightful. Chapter 73, Delightful. This is simply too delightful. I'll take that. You think running will save you? Come, let's do some math. With a ruthless shove, Iori Kitahara and Hideyoshi Tabata slammed Kohei Imamura's head toward the dirt before dragging him kicking and screaming into the log cabin. Seeing Kohei's tragic fate, the rest of the Full Moon members suddenly became much more cooperative. All right, Sito said, scanning the high-ranking officers. Who's first? My time is very valuable. Kagaya Shinomiya and the others exchanged glances, but no one spoke. This lack of initiative made Sito quite displeased. What's the matter? Do you think I won't strike down a girl? Sito's eyes flickered with a cold, sharp light. There is nothing more delightful than victory over a stubborn opponent, regardless of gender. Everyone. He really is a total deviant. Sito's gaze swept across the line until it landed on Kiyotaka Ayanakuji. Sensing the impending trouble, Ayanakuji didn't wait for a prompt. He calmly opened his menu and handed over his equipment, materials, and gold. He had no interest in causing a scene or inviting special treatment. To him, this wasn't a competition worth winning, it was just a minor setback to be managed. Seeing how sensible Ayanakuji-kun was, Sito nodded in approval. As expected, Ayanakuji is the most practical one here. Next, he turned his gaze toward Kirito. I don't have any materials on me. Just some gold and my current gear. Kirito handed over his items with a resigned sigh. Why no materials? Sito asked, stashing the gold. Kirito said nothing, merely glancing toward Kagaya. Sito understood instantly all the heavy-duty resources had been funneled into the guild treasury held by the president. Sito proceeded to strip the Class B members of their assets before finally turning to Ai Hayasaka. Now, only Kagaya, Yukino, Asuna, and the secretary remained. He walked up to Hayasaka with a polite, chilling smile. Hayasaka was on high alert. She couldn't shame her mistress, she was prepared to resist to the end. Kagaya gave Hayasaka an encouraging look, which bolstered the maid's resolve. However, Sito leaned in and whispered in a voice just loud enough for the nearby girls to hear. Hayasaka. You wouldn't want to see your lady suffer any unnecessary hardships, would you? Yukino Shida. The two girls stared at Sito in pure horror. They had heard the classic, villainous phrasing. Degenerate. Absolute degenerate. This man is a menace to society. They both screamed internally. As for Kagaya, being a complete novice in the ways of modern subtext, she was merely confused. She was certain such a vague threat wouldn't work on the iron-willed Hayasaka. I'll give it to you. Hayasaka blurted out, handing over her inventory without a second's hesitation. Kagaya was floored. Sito stashed the loot and turned to the big three. He started with Yukino. Yukino, did you and your sister finish moving into the apartment next to mine? Sito asked a seemingly random question. Yukino looked at him, surprised. He didn't use that annoying nickname. Is he actually being decent? She remained wary. What if we have? Sito's grin widened. Well, Flatty, you wouldn't want your real-life self to suffer any unnecessary inconveniences, would you? Yukino. Hayasaka. Good grief. He's actually bringing real life into this. Yukino's panic spiked, then she tried to steady herself. Wait, my sister is there too. You're just bluffing. Oh, are you overthinking things? I'm not a monster. Do you really think you're safe just because Haruno is there? I can just ask her to take some embarrassing photos of you and post them on the school forums. Yukino turned pale. She knew her sister. Haruno wouldn't just do it, she'd probably enjoy it. Without another word, Yukino handed over her items. Round 1, Sito's victory. Satisfied with the haul from the Yukinoshita estate, Sito stepped toward Asuna. Yuki-san. Shall we do this the easy way, or do you want to follow the protocol? Asuna snorted. I don't have any embarrassing photos or family secrets for you to use. That seems to be true, Sito mused, rubbing his chin. He really didn't have any leverage on Asuna yet. He then looked at Kaguya. The Ice Queen didn't seem to have any obvious weaknesses he could exploit either. Does he actually have to get his hands dirty? They were his waifus from his past life, after all. Without a second thought, Sito drew his dragon Tachi. He raised it high, his expression shifting into one of pure, unadulterated delight. Who cares? It was just a game. They'd just respawn at level 1. A minor inconvenience in exchange for total victory. With a ruthless stroke, Asuna's HP hit 0, and she dissolved into light, her level resetting to 1. Before the crowd could even scream, Sito spun and slashed Kaguya down as well. 2 rare crafting materials dropped exactly where they had stood. The scene was so sudden that Yukino and the others could only stare in shock. He actually did it. He just slaughtered 2 of the most beautiful girls in the academy, his own classmates. Sito, however, let out a long, satisfied laugh. Delightful. Simply too delightful. He scooped up the dropped materials and turned toward Maple and the other executives. We're done here. Back to the base. With that, the entire Harbinger Guild vanished in a flash of teleportation, leaving a traumatized, full moon guild in the dust. Thank you for reading. Chapter 74, The Traveler Set, 10,000 Speed and 100,000 Attack. Chapter 74, The Traveler Set, 10,000 Speed and 100,000 Attack. The Shinomiya Residence. After being struck down by Sito, Kaguya Shinomiya was so consumed by rage that she logged out of the game immediately. She had never encountered someone so brazen to actually carry out a highway robbery against her, of all people. She took a long, deep breath, trying to suppress the lingering anger. She decided right then and there, come Monday morning at school, she was going to settle this score with Sito personally. God's Domain, Floor 12, the Harbinger Base. Sito stood looking at the loot dropped by Kaguya and Asuna, feeling immensely refreshed. One of them actually dropped an orange tier material. This must have belonged to the Ice Queen. He held up a shimmering violet sphere, his mood soaring. Spatial orb orange quality, a bead containing powerful spatial energy. From ancient times to the present, it is a top-tier treasure. Crafting equipment with this allows the user to harness the power of space. Another spatial material. This was exactly what Sito needed, given how rare they were. He hadn't expected Kaguya to be carrying such a gem. Beep beep. A notification sound chirped. He opened his friend messages. Sunnycat, Sito, hurry up and send some pro players. I'm having a bit of a hard time taking down the rest of the Shinomiyas by myself. Say, got it. On my way. Sito looked up at his executives. Everyone, go support Haruno. I'm going to solo the Floor 12 boss. He was confident he could handle the boss on his own, so he decided to divert all his guild's heavy hitters to assist Haruno Yukinoshita in her conquest. You're finally going to challenge the boss. Sally's face lit up with excitement. If Sito soloed the boss, it meant high-tier gear drops for the guild. I'm heading out. Sito vanished in a flash of light. Seeing his decisiveness, the others immediately followed his orders and departed for the battlefield to aid Haruno. 1 hour later. Floor 12 boss room. As the massive boss finally collapsed into pixels before him, Sito let out a long sigh of relief. He had to admit, the assassin-type boss was incredibly fast. Even in a head-on speed contest, the boss had only been slightly slower than him. If it weren't for his spatial talent, the outcome might have been uncertain. Congratulations! Current level, 30. Gain 300 free attribute points. Spatial Dragon Tachi set effect triggered. Gain 10 Divinity First Solo Kill Reward Boss, Traveler Assassin. Unique set. The Traveler set obtained. He inspected the rewards. Traveler's left blade orange, on hit, applies a Venom Splash effect AoE, 500x500m. Traveler's right blade orange, increases attack by 300% and speed by 200%. Swift Traveler's garb orange, grants wind element attacks and flight capability. Increases speed by 100%. Wandering Necklace orange, increases speed by 100% and attack by 400%. It was a 4-piece set. One more piece than the previous 10 floors. This was incredibly practical. With the flight and wind elements, Sally would finally stop complaining about her inability to fly. I need to start looking for my own second weapon soon, Sito mused, looking at the dual blades. His spatial dragon Tachi was arguably the strongest item in the game, but for his offhand, he needed something that either fully amplified his spatial skills or provided ultimate defense. He couldn't afford to be careless with that choice. Let's check the stats. He stashed the gear and dumped every single new attribute point into speed. Nickname, say HP, 220,000/220,000 Divinity, 30 stats, God ATK, 165 God Def, 165 God Mag, 165 God Speed, 10,000 plus Talent, Spatial Mastery Skills, Velocity Space Exclusive, Spatial Move Exclusive. Weapon, Spatial Dragon Tachi Space Set 1/5. The boss had been a gold mine. By soloing it, he absorbed all the experience for himself, reaching level 30, the current level cap of God's domain. More importantly, he had gained 10 points of divinity from the boss. Combined with his level-up bonuses, he was now at 30 divinity. If every boss provided this much, his Spatial Dragon Tachi would reach God-tier status in no time. His speed had officially broken the 10,000 mark. With the Tachi's scaling, a single swing was now dealing at least 100,000 damage. If he added Dimensional Slash to the mix, he was looking at roughly 150,000 damage per hit. The numbers were utterly broken. His only regret was the lack of a specialization reward. He had received one when his speed hit 100, but nothing for 1,000 or 10,000. Maybe I have to hit 100,000. He pushed the thought aside. He had the loot, the level, and the path to floor 13 was open. Sally is definitely going to hound me for this gear the moment I get back, Sito smirked, heading for the exit. Just as he stepped out of the dungeon, a system-wide announcement shook the world. Congratulations to player, say, for clearing the floor 12 boss. Thank you for reading. Guys, can I know why I'm rank 2 in my own fandom? I'm not using any PS but it keeps increasing, I don't understand. Is it because I kept replying to comment? It's weird to see my own account to the top. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Sally's excitement, is their friendship changing? Thank you, at HBW Ballpen for joining the memberships. I'm truly grateful. Bonus Chapter 1/2 Chapter 75, Sally's excitement, is their friendship changing? Someone already soloed the floor 12 boss. It's the guild leader. Soloing a boss at this stage. He's a monster. Hey, are the Harbingers still recruiting? Those black suits look slick as hell. What did you just say? You think we're just slick? Brothers, get him. Wait. Not the face. The system announcement sent shockwaves through the player base. Soloing a floor boss was a feat most players couldn't even dream of yet. Furthermore, when they checked the rankings, they found Sito sitting at a towering level 30, leaving the second-place player, Shiro, trailing 5 levels behind. Without a second thought, the crowd began mobilizing toward the next challenge. God's Domain, Floor 13. Sito arrived at the safe zone and immediately frowned. Unlike the bustling cities of the previous floors, this was just a small village, much like Floor 1. But the atmosphere was polar opposite. A crimson sun hung in a hazy sky, and the earth was charred black. Volcanoes loomed in every direction, spewing thick plumes of dark smoke and rivers of glowing lava. Outside the safe zone, fire elemental monsters drifted aimlessly through the ash. This entire floor is a volcanic wasteland. Sito mused, scanning the horizon. Pillars of light erupted around him as players from Floor 12 began pouring in. A notification popped up. Fatui Guild Channel Sally at Say. Sito-kun. Give me the gear. I'm waiting at the base. Sally's desperate ping made Sito chuckle. Say, got it. I'm coming now, just hold your horses. He closed the menu and teleported back to the guild headquarters. Fatui Guild Base. Sito walked into the executive office to find his officers already gathered. Sally practically pounced on him, her eyes fixed on his inventory with predatory focus. Unable to resist that look, Sito pulled out the traveler set and handed it over. It's amazing. Sally swapped her gear instantly. Her outfit transformed into sky blue light armor, a blue blade in her left hand, and a white one in her right. She looked sharp, agile, and heroic. Using the set's wind properties, Sally lifted herself off the ground, hovering midair. I can fly too. The combination of orange tier stats and the gift of flight left her glowing with satisfaction. When she looked at Sito now, there was a strange, unreadable glint in her eyes. Falling for me already? Sito teased. I wouldn't go that far, Sally replied, tilting her head thoughtfully. But I'll admit. You have a tiny bit of charm. TSK, Sito clicked his tongue. You've got good eyes but a poor brain. A high-quality male specimen is standing right in front of you, and you don't go that far. How tragic for you. He looked at her with mock pity. Sally's face flushed red, and she wisely chose to shut up before he could roast her further. By the way, Sito-chan, are you free tomorrow? Haruno Yukinoshita suddenly asked. Yeah, why? My mother wants to meet you. Would you mind coming home with me for a visit? Sito wasn't surprised. While the Yukinoshita family was prominent in Chiba, they were small players on the global stage of the game's economy. Since the Yukinoshita sisters weren't exactly gaming prodigies, their mother naturally wanted to secure a connection with the server's top player. I can make time for a visit tomorrow, Sito agreed. He planned to spend today grinding a few more bosses. If all went well, he could hit level 40 by the end of the night. That's wonderful. Haruno gave a brilliant, genuine smile. Sito, Sora sat down nearby. What's the move for today? Floor 13 Boss Maze. Amu and Haruno are the only ones left without unique orange gear. Sito intended to fully deck out his executives. Haruno was a high-burst mage, and Amu was a brawler. Today was the day they'd get their kits. Call AKO and Secretary Fujiwara. We move out now. As Maple went to gather the others, Sito wandered outside. He spotted the idiot duo, Iori Kitahara and Hidate Hoshi Tabata, huddled together, pointing at a patrolling elf NPC. Curious, Sito used spatial move to blink behind them. Iori, look at that elf girl, Hidate Hoshi whispered excitedly. She's easily the most beautiful NPC I've seen today. Sito looked over. Iori didn't answer immediately. He stayed silent for several seconds. Then, a voice as calm and detached as a Zen master's reached their ears. The sheer indifference in his tone made Sito and Hidate Hoshi snap their heads toward him. Normally, Iori would be the first to lose his mind over a pair of elf ears. But when they saw Iori's face, Sito and Hidate Hoshi froze in place. Hidate Hoshi. Iori had entered sage mode, a look of such absolute spiritual purity and lack of worldly desire that he looked like he was about to ascend to heaven. Thank you for reading. Chapter 76, Speedrun to Floor 18. Dimensional Rubik's Cube and Spatial Necklace. Chapter 76, Speedrun to Floor 18. Dimensional Rubik's Cube and Spatial Necklace. Talking is one thing, and fooling around is another. But why the hell are you pulling up your pants right now? Sito and Hidate Hoshi stared at Iori Kitahara in sheer bewilderment. As Iori spoke, he pointedly adjusted his waistband, as if he were deathly afraid they wouldn't realize what he'd just finished doing. Talking definitely feels more confident after a cleansing, doesn't it? Hidate Hoshi Tabata remarked dryly, eyeing him with a mix of disgust and pity. It really does, Iori replied with a serene, sage-like smile, looking as if he had just achieved spiritual enlightenment. Everyone has their sage moment, don't treat a fleeting second like an eternal state of being, Hidate Hoshi retorted. Sito didn't stick around. Seeing the two of them spiraling into their usual idiocy, he used spatial move to blink away instantly. Too stupid. I am definitely not like them. Back at the executive gathering, AKO and Secretary Fujiwara had arrived. Sito swept his gaze over the group. Let's move. Target, floor 13. With a flash of light, the group teleported. 1 hour later. Floor 13 Boss Maze. Congratulations. Current level, 33 gain 600 free attribute points. Spatial Dragon Tachi set effect triggered, gained 5 Divinity First Solo Kill Reward Boss, Flame Demon, unique Flame Demon set obtained. Sito stretched his muscles as he looked at the charred remains of the massive fire elemental he had just soloed. Before this fight, he was level 30. The experience from a solo boss kill at this tier was only enough to push him 3 levels higher. Post-level 30, the scaling shifted, every level granted plus 50 to all base stats, 200 free attribute points, and a massive 100,000 HP boost. Divinity still trickled in at 1 point per level, though this boss had only yielded an additional 5 points of divinity upon death. Still, progress was progress. His status panel had undergone a radical transformation, nickname, say HP, 620,000/620,000 divinity, 38. Stats, God ATK, 315 God Def, 315 God Mag, 315 God Speed, 14,000 plus in just 3 levels, his speed had jumped by 4,000 points. The scaling was becoming terrifying. Sito closed the panel and looked at Haruno Yukinoshita, who was currently slacking off nearby. Haruno, this is a high-burst mage set. It's yours. He handed over the Flame Demon set. Like the Traveler set, it was a 4-piece unique orange kit. For real. Haruno rushed over, her eyes sparkling. A unique mage set at this stage was priceless. Just take it. Sito shoved the gear into her arms. In their group, she was the only one specialized in offensive magic. While AKO was a caster, she was effectively a priest focused on healing. Giving her a high-explosive fire set would be a waste. Haruno didn't hesitate, immediately equipping the glowing red gear. Since the set amplified fire elemental damage, she decided her future build would focus entirely on pyromancy. What's the plan now? Maple asked. The executives had followed him here, but hadn't actually needed to lift a finger while Sito tore through the boss. They were itching for action. You guys handle the local quests and material farming, Sito decided. We've skipped a lot of content by rushing through these floors. I'm going to head up to floor 15 and scout ahead. The group nodded. Given Sito's current strength, there was zero risk of him being wiped out. Having the rest of the team focus on leveling and guild resources was the most efficient move. Sito had blitzed his way to floor 18. Since it was getting late, he decided not to push for the floor 18 boss just yet. Instead, he returned to the guild base to rest. He had reached the current level cap of level 40, the maximum possible level for the first 20 floors. His haul for the day was staggering: 2 mage sets, 1 brawler set, and 1 shield tank set. He had already given the brawler set to Kurukuru, but he kept 2 specific pieces for himself. Dimensional Rubik's Cube Orange Quality Description, composed of 26 independent cubes. Each cube can be used for attack, defense, or area control. Increases speed by 200%. Spatial Necklace Orange Quality Description, infused with spatial energy. If the wearer already possesses spatial powers, spatial damage is doubled. Increases speed by 200%. The floor 16 boss had been a spatial user as well, making it a long, grueling fight, but these 2 drops made it entirely worth it. These pieces would serve as the cores for crafting gold tier gear later. At level 40, Sito was now officially maxed out for this stage of the game. All he needed now was for floor 20 to open, so he could push toward floor 50, and complete Song Feiyan's quest regarding the ancient ruins. I wonder if I'll find a divinity spark there, Sito mused. He knew he could eventually unlock a godhood status, but the how remained a mystery. Even a fragment of a spark would be enough to study. With these thoughts in mind, Sito opened his personal panel one last time to finalize his progress. Thank you for reading. T/N. A yes about the bonus chapter of PS. I'll be uploading it tomorrow since it's about to reach 200. I was thinking of uploading it today when it hasn't reached 200 plus PS. But I changed my mind. Instead of 3 bonus chapters you'll be getting 5. See, ain't I a good translator? Chapter 77, Reaching the Level Cap. Off to the Yukinoshita residence. Chapter 77, Reaching the Level Cap. Off to the Yukinoshita residence. Nickname, say. HP, 2020, 000/2, 020, 000 Divinity, 85 God Stats, ATK, 665 Def, 665 Mag, 665 Speed, 37,000 plus Weaponry, Spatial Dragon Tachi 1/5 set, Dimensional Rubik's Cube, Snow White Trench Coat, White Dragon Ring, Spatial Necklace. Speed aside, as no other player had even broken the 3,000 mark, the most significant growth was his divinity. With 85 points, Sito was only 15 points away from evolving the Spatial Dragon Tachi into a true divine artifact. In terms of sheer destructive power, Sito estimated that even without using his Kamui ability, his pure speed would allow him to outrun a nuclear blast. However, he couldn't tank one head-on yet. He'd likely need a few more level caps to reach that tier of invulnerability. He checked the executive private channel. Everyone had made significant gains, with the entire core team now decked out in unique orange sets. Kanade Tachibana's gear was a special case, her Angel set, evolved by devouring other items, and thanks to the guild's massive resource pool, it had officially reached orange quality. The Harbingers had cleared almost every major quest up to floor 18. Rare materials were piling up, and Sora had already successfully crafted the guild's first piece of gold-tier equipment. Time for some sleep, Sito muttered, stretching. His back-to-back boss clears had caused a literal meltdown on the internet. Players went from shock to disbelief, eventually settling into a state of collective numbness. He logged out. He had a meeting with the Yukinoshita matriarch tomorrow, after all. Reality, Sito's apartment. As he pulled off the nerve gear, Sito immediately felt a weight next to him. He looked over to see Kurukuru already fast asleep, still wearing her helmet. He didn't say anything. If a girl goes this far, what is there to say? He simply let nature take its course. He headed to the kitchen for a late-night snack. 10 minutes later, as the smell of stir-fried pork filled the air, both Amu and Kanade emerged from their rooms. Kanade's face froze when she saw Amu walking out of Sito's bedroom. Sito-kun. Why was she in your room? She asked, her voice tinged with a rare hint of anxiety. She went in there on her own, Sito replied truthfully. Don't be like that, Kanade-chan. You should just move in with us too, Amo added nonchalantly. Sito nodded internally. As expected of my best friend always looking out for my interests. Understood, Kanade replied with a deadpan, serious nod. The three shared a quick meal before heading to bed. The next morning, 8 a.m. Sunlight hit Sito's face, ending a sweet, restful sleep. He washed up and found the girls already awake. I'm heading to the Yukinoshitas today. You two handle lunch yourselves, Sito said, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Not staying for breakfast? Amo asked. Nah, I'll grab something with Haruno. Sito stepped out into the hallway, only to see the neighboring door open. Haruno and Yukino stepped out, the elder sister yawning while the younger looked sharp and elegant. Sito-chan, you're up early, Haruno teased. Yukino-chan told me you usually sleep until noon. Yukino's face flushed pink at the mention. Sito glanced at her, and then back to Haruno. Is Flatty coming too? My name is Yukino. Got it, Yukino glared at him. Her good mood for the day had officially evaporated. They headed downstairs to a waiting black sedan. Haruno naturally took the front passenger seat, leaving Sito and Yukino in the back. As the car moved, Sito stared out the window at the passing shops, realizing he'd forgotten to buy breakfast. Here, your breakfast. Haruno handed back a sandwich to him, and one to Yukino. Sito started eating, occasionally glancing at the way Yukino ate. Every movement was precise, elegant and refined. What is it, pervert-kun? Yukino snapped, her cheeks heating up under his gaze. Just looking. Sito turned away, his mind wandering to some famous quotes from his past life. Lu Sun, an elegant woman, is the best choice for a wife. Zhou Shuren, agreed. Thank you for reading. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Mrs. Yukinoshida's Proposal of Marriage. Chapter 78, Mrs. Yukinoshida's Proposal of Marriage. For the remainder of the drive, a rare silence filled the car. Haruno, usually a fountain of playful chatter, was uncharacteristically quiet, her gaze fixed out the window. Sito found it odd but didn't pry. Half an hour later, the sedan pulled up before the grand Yukinoshita estate. Sito stepped out, smoothing his clothes with practiced elegance. He even pulled out a small pocket mirror to ensure not a single hair was out of place. The Yukinoshita sisters' father had passed away back in their middle school years, leaving Mrs. Yukinoshita as the sole head of the household. Thinking of her, Sito felt a slight ripple in his composure. It wasn't that he was aiming for the matriarch, but as someone whose past life roots traced back to the lands once ruled by Cao Cao, he felt it was only right to uphold the Prime Minister's legacy of appreciating refined, mature beauty. Seeing that he looked presentable, Sito straightened his back and walked between the two sisters. Let's head in. Inside, the villa was exactly as he remembered, luxurious yet understated, with furniture that exuded quiet authority. They headed upstairs and entered Mrs. Yukinoshida's private receiving room. Sito's eyes immediately fell upon a woman sitting on the sofa, her every movement the definition of grace as she sipped her tea. It's been a long time, Auntie, Sito said, stepping forward. The beautiful woman turned. Her skin was flawlessly maintained, making her look no older than 28. When she smiled, it was a display of effortless charm and piercing intelligence. Sit, she said simply. Sito took his place on the sofa opposite her. Haruno naturally sat down to his left, leaning in with a giggle. Mother, I've brought Sito-chan. Yukino, however, looked stiff and formal. Go ahead and sit, Yukino. At her mother's nod, Yukino took the empty spot to Sito's right. Sito was slightly surprised both sisters were flanking him, instead of sitting with their mother. It was a good thing none of them were particularly large, or it would have been a tight squeeze. Auntie, it's been over a year, Sito began with an elegant smile. Yukinoshita studied him. I remember when you were just a little boy following Yukino home to play. Her eyes softened with a flicker of memory. A year ago, Sito's poise and manners had been so refined she assumed he was a scion of some massive conglomerate from the mainland. Discovering he was just a commoner had piqued her curiosity. He had always been humorous yet respectful, a rare combination. Now that little boy was the world's top-ranked player. Fate was truly a fickle thing. She shared a brief, meaningful look with Haruno, whose cheeks instantly flushed a faint pink. Sito, I suspect you know why I invited you here today. I do, Sito nodded. Rest assured, I will look after the Yukinoshita family's interests in the game. Even if you hadn't asked, Haruno is already an executive in my guild. I would have protected your family regardless. I expected as much from you, she replied before shifting the topic seamlessly. Sito, you're 17 now, aren't you? Sito was confused by the sudden change in direction. You'll be an adult next year. How would you feel about forming a formal engagement with the Yukinoshita family? Sito blinked. There are benefits like this. Next to him, Yukino jumped, her heart skipping a beat. Her face turned a deep crimson. In her mind, she was the logical choice. They were the same age, and had been friends since middle school. Her brain went into a dizzying fog. She wanted to say something sharp and tsundere to mask her embarrassment, but her voice failed her. Would the partner be? Sito asked tentatively. Yukinoshita looked directly at her eldest daughter. My eldest, Haruno. Yukino. The flatty of the family froze into a statue. Yukinoshita didn't notice. She had analyzed the situation perfectly. In this new era, God's domain would be the dominant force for the next decade. Aligning with the top player was the only way to ensure the family's future. Her plan was clear: one daughter would marry Sito to secure the family legacy, while the other would be free to pursue her own path. And while she was a pragmatist, she loved her daughters. She had seen how Haruno looked at Sito. Even now, the usually bold and mischievous Haruno had her head bowed low, her ears turning red. For all her social prowess, talking about her own marriage was enough to make her retreat into a shell of shyness. Sito was genuinely shocked. He had assumed it would be Yukino. But Haruno? Not bad at all. He thought. Haruno was brilliant, shared his twisted sense of humor, and was incredibly capable. She'd be a powerhouse partner during the day, and he had a feeling she'd be just as capable at night. Thank you for reading. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Mrs. Yukinoshita, you brat, don't tell me you plan to marry both. Thank you, at Mersal Keenan, for joining the memberships. I'm truly grateful. Chapter 79, Mrs. Yukinoshita, you brat, don't tell me you plan to marry both. Next to him, Yukinoshita's frame was trembling. She kept her head low, teeth gritting against her lip. I was the one who met him first. Why is this? Classic White Album thoughts swirled through her mind, plunging her thoughts into a chaotic, heartbreaking fog. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Sito glanced sideways. In an instant, he understood. He wasn't a fool. Yukino's feelings were written in the very way she held her breath. Without a word, Sito shifted his weight, leaning his shoulder firmly against Yukino's. The sudden contact startled her. Teary-eyed, Yukino looked up to see Sito watching her out of the corner of his eye. At that moment, both Mrs. Yukinoshita and Haruno noticed the girl's distress. Haruno looked awkward, while her mother sat in stunned silence. What is going on? Yukinoshita had always assumed only Haruno carried a torch for the boy. After all, Yukino hadn't brought Sito home once since their third year of middle school. But now, even a blind man could see that her youngest daughter was just as invested. The matriarch felt a headache coming on. She had already given her word, and in their world, a verbal contract was binding. She shot a glance of deep apology toward Yukino. She loved her daughters despite her strict demands and the weight of the family legacy. She truly cared for their happiness. Yukino, you're not doing a very good job with that Ice Queen act, Sito teased. His voice sounded flippant, but his actions said otherwise. He reached out, resting one hand on Yukino's head while the other gently brushed a stray tear from the corner of her eye. The tenderness of the gesture calmed Yukino's racing heart almost immediately. "Mother, I'm going to take Yukino-chan back to her room," Haruno said quickly, standing up and pulling her sister to her feet. Seeing her mother nod silently, Haruno hurried Yukino out of the parlor. Now, only Mrs. Yukino-shida and Sito remained. "I didn't realize that back in middle school, you had already managed to wrap both of my daughters around your finger," she said, dropping her formal mask and looking at Sito with a weary sigh. Sito gave a faint, knowing smile. He had the seducer's manual from his past life etched into his brain. For high-cold beauties like Kagaya, he used internet-illiterate, cheesy lines. For the Yukino-shida sisters, he used something else. Whatever worked, worked. "How has your health been lately, Auntie?" Sito relaxed into the sofa. Now that the official business was temporarily paused, he reverted to his natural, easygoing self. They had known each other a long time, after all. The game management is handled, and the family assets are stable. Her expression turned grave. "Sito, I am entrusting Haruno to you. You must treat her well." Haruno had lived for 20 years as a fake, wearing a mask to please the world and protect the family. Yukino-shida knew it, and so did Sito. Seeing that Haruno finally had someone she genuinely liked, the mother had moved quickly to secure her daughter's future. She wanted Haruno to be able to go home and finally take off the mask. About that, Sito didn't answer directly. Instead, he leaned forward. "Auntie, I recall that in some high-standing families, it's not unheard of for a man to take more than one wife. Don't you think that could be?" In this combined world, some of the old traditions of the dragon country had persisted among the elite. While most commoners practiced monogamy for economic reasons, the powerful often played by different rules. "You brat, don't tell me you plan to marry both." Yukino-shida's eyes widened. This boy was too greedy. Did he want to sweep the entire Yukino-shida household under his rug? Wait, does he mean me too? She wondered privately. "I just can't stand to see Yukino so heartbroken," Sito said, sounding remarkably righteous. "Heh," she scoffed. "Young man, don't be so reckless. Marry several. Your health will collapse before you're 30. "Don't worry about that," Sito smirked. "My stamina is top tier." He was someone who had manifested his in-game power into reality. He could handle 10 and not break a sweat. This woman was definitely underestimating him. "If you won't listen to your elders, you'll regret it later," she sighed, shaking her head. "Auntie, do you want to test me or something? I told you, I'm fine." Sito was genuinely annoyed now. She was talking as if he had some sort of deficiency. Yukino-shida froze. Does he mean? An awkward flush crept up her neck. Since her husband's passing, Sito was the only male she felt comfortable talking to with such candor. Realizing he had misspoken, Sito also felt a wave of awkwardness. She was essentially his mother-in-law now. He couldn't just say things like that. The silence grew heavy. Finally, she stood up. "I'll go pour some more tea." "Stay there." She turned to walk away, but then the 80% law of anime clumsiness struck. Her heel caught the edge of the sofa, and she lost her balance, falling directly toward Sito. Thank you for reading. Chapter 80, Leaving the Yukino-shidas, A Chance Encounter with an Old Acquaintance. Everyone, all your hard work has paid off. You all were able to reach 200 plus PS. Which is why you all will be getting 5 bonus chapter. Just to remind you, this was a one-time event. This event will be back or not, I don't even know myself. Bonus chapter 1/5. Chapter 80, Leaving the Yukino-shidas, A Chance Encounter with an Old Acquaintance. Sito stood there completely bewildered, essentially still processing the feeling of holding the matriarch in his arms. But he had to admit the rebound factor was definitely on par with Haruno's. Yukino Shida, her face flushed a deep crimson, scrambled to her feet in a panic. Without a single word, she beat a hasty retreat and fled the room. Sito scratched his head. What's up with Auntie? Tripping on flat ground? I truly don't get it. 10 minutes later, Sito was still sitting in the room waiting. However, the lady of the house seemed to have vanished into thin air, likely hiding from the sheer embarrassment. Instead, the Yukino Shida sisters walked back in. Sito, Mother told us that the discussions are finished. She wants us to head back now, Haruno said, relaying her mother's message. Sito had a sudden realization. Ah, she's so embarrassed she just wants me out of her sight immediately. Standing up with a faint smile, he nodded. Sure, let's head out. After all, she was his future mother-in-law now. To help her save face and recover from the social death of that stumble, leaving was the best option. There would be plenty of time later. The three of them left the villa and piled back into the sedan. As the car pulled away, Mrs. Yukino Shida watched them from a high-floor window, letting out a long sigh of relief. If he had stayed any longer, she might have actually died of embarrassment. Inside the car, Sito leaned in close to Yukino and reached out to pat her head with a teasing grin. Don't worry, Flatty. Even though you're well, flat, I won't hold it against you. Go to hell, pervert-kun. Yukino slapped his hand away, glaring at him with a ferocity that quickly transitioned back into her trademark cold elegance. Hee, Sito, you really aren't honest, are you? Haruno remarked, glancing back at them. You've known my personality for a long time, Sito shrugged. Well, now that we're engaged and I'm officially your fiancé, isn't it a bit inappropriate to have other people living in your house? Haruno asked with a sharp, knowing smile. It's still early. I've got at least a year before that's official. Sito reminded her. But we can live together first. I'll move in as soon as we get back, or you can move into our place, Haruno chirped playfully. Yukino snorted. Although she maintained her cold exterior, she was internally cheering for her sister's suggestion to get Sito under their roof. Not yet, Sito shook his head. He was a professional love master with plans. If he didn't cast a wide net, how could he achieve his grand ambitions? Haruno smiled, though she felt a tiny pang of jealousy. Most people want to occupy someone exclusively, but knowing Sito, she had already adopted a more zen attitude. As long as her mother didn't force her to marry some random stranger or a greasy old businessman, she was satisfied. Why don't we eat out for lunch? We can go shopping afterward and take a break from the game today, Haruno suggested. Since today was technically their engagement day, a celebration felt appropriate. I'm down, Sito agreed. He was already at the level 40 cap, so missing a day of grinding wouldn't hurt his standing. The driver dropped them off at the side of a bustling road. As the car disappeared, Haruno pointed toward a nearby alleyway filled with the atmosphere of daily life. They stepped into the lane and almost immediately, Sito spotted a familiar figure. It was a middle-aged woman. Though her features were refined, her face was etched with exhaustion, making her look older than her 30-some years. It was Yeiko Nishimiya, the mother of Shoko Nishimiya. She was currently speaking to a stern-looking landlady, her expression bitter and pleading. Auntie Nishimiya. Hearing his voice, Yeiko looked over. Sito-kun. Years ago, Sito and the Blank siblings had visited the Nishimiya household. Yeiko recognized him instantly but quickly shook her head, embarrassed by her current state. Auntie, what happened? Sito asked as he and the Yukino Shida sisters approached, his eyes flickering toward the impatient landlady. What do you think happened, kid? The landlady snapped. Her rent is up, and I'm kicking her out. Sito turned to Yeiko with a questioning look. Sigh, Yeiko sighed heavily. Sito-kun. I just bought a VR set for Shoko a few days ago, but the salon where I worked went bankrupt yesterday. I'm a bit short on cash right now. I'm sorry you have to see me like this. Yeko didn't try to hide her shame. Her family could have lasted another month or two, but when God's Domain was released, she spent her last savings on a headset for Shoko. She had thought, Shoko can't speak in reality, but in the game world, she should be able to. Despite her strictness, she loved her daughter dearly. But that choice had left her with zero savings on the exact day the rent was due. Thank you for reading. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Buying Property with Toka, You Can Never Have Too Many Homes. Chapter 81, Buying Property with Toka, You Can Never Have Too Many Homes. Auntie Nishimiya, why don't you move into my building instead? Sito suggested after a moment's thought. Yeko Nishimiya refused instantly. She was a fiercely independent woman, even in a financial bind. Her pride wouldn't allow her to simply accept charity or borrow money from a youngster. However, Sito knew how to frame an offer. Auntie, think about it this way. Shoko has a very rare character class in the game. If she joins my guild, she can easily earn 10,000 gold a month. As you know, the current exchange rate makes that $10,000. It's not a handout, it's a salary for her contribution to the guild. Sito wasn't exaggerating. The guild was desperately short on high-level priests, and Shoko's specialization made her the perfect addition to the executive support team. Yeko hesitated. The news about gaming for a living was everywhere, and if Shoko could truly earn that much, it would lift the crushing weight off their shoulders. I'll talk to Shoko. Sito, give me your address. After exchanging contact details, Sito led the Yukinoshita sisters away, never once acknowledging the disgruntled landlady. As they walked down the narrow lane, Sito turned to Haruno. Haruno, you have Toka Takanashi's number, right? Yeah, why? Give her a call. Ask if the unit next to hers is for sale. I remember the floor above mine has a vacancy. Sito figured it was better to own the whole floor if possible. In this era, real estate was the only thing as stable as gold. Got it, Haruno chirped, pulling out her phone. Sito then looked at Yukino. Hey, Flatty. From now on, you should start calling me brother-in-law, you know. In your dreams, pervert-kun. Yukino snapped, her cold exterior returning as she swatted at him. No brother-in-law. Fine, then honey works too. I'm not picky. Yukino's face turned bright red as she glared at the shameless boy. She hadn't expected him to pivot so smoothly to such a bold remark. Sito just grinned, teasing Yukino was quickly becoming his favorite hobby. Haruno hung up the phone. Sito, Toka said she'd handle the purchase directly. I'll wire her the funds now. Tell her to keep an eye out for the Nishimiyas when they arrive. Since they were now officially engaged and since Haruno was essentially a billionaire heiress, Sito didn't stand on ceremony about who held the checkbook. The afternoon had been a blur of window shopping and celebration. By evening, the deal for the unit next to Toka's was finalized for $1.05 million. Yeko and her two daughters were already moving into the floor above Sito's apartment. Meanwhile, Kanade and Amu had spent the day grinding levels with the blank siblings. When Sito returned home, he placed a takeout roasted suckling pig on the table, a treat for his hard-working roommates, and headed to his room. He lay down on the bed between Kanade and Amu, pulled on his nerve gear, and dived back into the world of God's Domain. Floor 18, Safe Zone. The architecture of the 18th floor was dreamlike, resembling a town straight out of a fairy tale. Even the wilderness was dotted with giant, candy-colored trees. Fittingly, this floor was known as the Land of Fables. Sito manifested in the town square, popped a piece of enchanted candy into his mouth, and checked his notifications. Executive Chat Channel Maple, is Sito online? I just triggered a unique quest. I need backup. Coordinates attached say, where's everyone else? Maple, Sora and Shiro are helping AKO with a quest. Amu, Sally, and Kanade are power-leveling Secretary Fujiwara. It's just me and this weird quest I found. Say no more. I'm on my way. He entered the coordinates and vanished in a blur of spatial energy. Sito opened his eyes to find Maple waving at him frantically. Whoa, Sito-kun. You finally made it. Yeah, Sito nodded. Let me see the quest logs. What are we dealing with? Maple shared her screen, her eyes wide with excitement. Thank you for reading. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, The Level 100 Boss the Yeti King appears. Chapter 82, The Level 100 Boss the Yeti King appears. Quest, Rescue the Snow Princess, Yuki. Description, in the far north, a land eternally shrouded in frost, lies Snow Maiden Town. A powerful Snow Maiden once unified her people with overwhelming force and became their queen. Tragically, her daughter has been abducted by the Yetis. Requirement, travel to the Yeti stronghold and rescue the Snow Princess. Participant limit, 1 currently party shared reward, rank of Elder within the Snow Maiden tribe. Floor 17 was a permafrost wasteland shared by 2 warring factions, the Snow Maidens and the Yetis. While the Snow Maidens were friendly NPCs, the Yetis were the natural enemies of all players. But it was the reward that caught Sito's eye. An Elder rank. Sito rubbed his chin. This was his first time seeing a status reward. In a game like God's Domain, a title within a powerful NPC tribe was likely a gateway to unique skills, secret areas, or high-tier merchant prices. Its value was astronomical. He glanced at Maple. As expected of the goddess of luck, even a random quest she stumbled upon carried a hidden, top-tier legacy. Add me to your party. We'll knock this out together. Maple sent the invite instantly, and the duo ventured into the wilderness. The cold was biting, with thick snowflakes swirling in the wind. Fortunately, their executive greatcoats provided significant elemental resistance, keeping the freezing debuff at bay. Along the way, Sito efficiently cleared every Yeti patrol they encountered. His spatial dragon Tachi hummed, triggering spatial deprivation, with almost every kill, stacking his speed stat by increments of 10 or 20. If I spend the whole night grinding here, my speed will reach a terrifying new level, Sito thought. I just need to find a high-density spawn point. After trekking for a while, they stopped to rest behind a massive snowbank. Sito checked Maple's stats. You guys leveled up fast today. Maple was level 29, while Sora and Shiro had already hit level 30. Most of the other executives were hovering around the same range. It's all thanks to Sally, Maple explained. She found a monster respawn point, and we used a mob clustering strategy to farm EXP. That's why we jumped so much in one day. Sito nodded. Farming a high-density spawn with a coordinated team made a 24-hour sprint to level 30 perfectly logical. After a quick break, they resumed their march. 10 minutes later, they reached the Yeti stronghold. The Yetis were grotesque creatures, 2 heads, 4 arms, and mouths filled with jagged, insect-like teeth. There were hundreds of them prowling the camp. There's going to be a boss here, Sito whispered, staying low. If the Snow Maidens had a queen, the Yetis certainly had a king. We have to be careful, Maple whispered back. Sito paused, a thought occurring to him. When you got the quest from the Snow Maidens, did you see the queen's level? No, Maple shook her head. I got the quest from the 3rd Elder. I didn't see the queen, but the Elder was level 90. If an Elder was level 90, the queen was almost certainly level 100. By extension, the Yeti King would be at that same peak. This quest was a massive trap. If the queen couldn't rescue her own daughter, it meant the Yeti King was either stronger or had a massive home field advantage. Good thing it's us doing this, Sito muttered. Any other party would be wiped out in seconds. But he saw an opportunity. I'll handle the small fry. When the boss shows up, let him attack you directly. Use him to farm your defense stat with destruction growth. Understood. Maple beamed. A level 100 world boss was a rare opportunity, even dungeon bosses weren't this strong. The Yetis spotted them. Their eyes glowed with predatory hunger. To them, a human was nothing more than a fresh meal delivered to their doorstep. Cedo watched them coldly before vanishing in a blur. He reappeared in the center of the mob. Spatial storm. A violent vortex of spatial energy erupted from Cedo, acting like a miniature domain of destruction. The fabric of space trembled as the Yetis were shredded instantly. Blood sprayed across the white snow, and within seconds, the clearing was littered with corpses. Humans. A deafening roar shook the earth, making the ground beneath their feet tremble. A monstrosity 20 meters tall emerged from the blizzards. It had 3 heads and 6 massive arms, each step cracking the frozen earth. Yeti King World Boss Level, 100 HP, 10 million/10 million. The duo's pupils dilated. 10 million HP. This was going to be a battle of attrition. You dare desecrate the Yeti domain? The king roared, his eyes burning like twin furnaces. Cedo's expression turned dead serious as he drew his dragon Tachi. Blessing of the Gale. A streak of light swirled around him, and Maple felt her heavy armor become light as a feather. She stepped in front of Cedo, planting her great shield firmly into the ice. Maple, I'll test his attack power first. Stay sharp. Thank you for reading. Chapter 83, A Formidable Boss. Incredible Attack and Defense. Chapter 83, A Formidable Boss. Incredible Attack and Defense. As Cedo's words fell, he activated Spatial Void Step. Tap tap tap. Using pure speed, Cedo closed the distance in a heartbeat, appearing directly in front of the behemoth's central face. A violet glow erupted from the blade of his spatial dragon Tachi. Dimensional Slash. Cedo's eyes widened at the damage number hovering above the boss's head. His current raw attack power was pushing 40,000, and with the spatial dragon Tachi's multipliers, his actual output should have been closer to 400,000, especially when triggering a high-level skill like Dimensional Slash. Yet, this boss had only lost 6,500 HP. If any other player were here, they wouldn't even be able to bypass the creature's natural damage reduction. Furthermore, Cedo noticed something chilling during his dash. The boss's gaze had never left him. Its eyes were tracking his every move. It could see his speed. The sound of air tearing apart filled his ears. The boss swung a fist nearly a meter wide, an absurdly fast strike for its size. Using Spatial Move, Cedo blinked back to Maple's side just as the fist connected with the ground. A massive crater, 50 meters deep, erupted where Cedo had stood just a second ago. Debris and shattered ice rained down like shrapnel. Cedo's voice was grim. Maple, you have my speed buff. Go in, try to farm your defense stat, and then get out immediately. Though the boss's eyes could follow his speed, its actual body was still lumbering. This was the perfect window for Maple to gain some destruction growth stacks, but she couldn't stay in the fray for long. Understood. Guided by Cedo's Gale blessing, Maple charged. Insect. The boss roared, slamming a fist down on her. Maple's shield shattered instantly, and she was sent skipping across the ice like a stone. Cedo blinked behind her, catching her midair. Maple, you okay? I'm fine, she said, shaking her head. She hadn't enabled the full realism mode, so she didn't feel the pain, but her expression was worried. Cedo-kun, my defense is over 40,000, but he bypassed it and still hit me for 10,000. His attack power is insane. Don't worry, Cedo said, giving her a reassuring pat on the head. I have the Kamui space to negate his big hits. Stay back for now. Reluctantly, Maple retreated. Cedo turned his attention back to the 10 million HP wall of meat. This was going to be a grueling battle of attrition, but as long as the boss couldn't touch him, the advantage was his. He summoned his second weapon, the dimensional Rubik's Cube. With a thought, the cube deconstructed into 27 independent blocks that swirled around him like a lethal orbit. Cedo lunged. Cedo danced beneath the boss's legs, a whirlwind of steel and violet light, unleashing every offensive skill in his repertoire. Simultaneously, the floating cubes hammered at the boss's joints from multiple angles. Enraged, the boss tried to swat him like a fly. Sito blinked onto the boss's massive arm, plunging his blade deep into the flesh. He then sprinted up the length of the limb toward the shoulders. Because the blade remained embedded while he ran, he effectively carved a massive, bleeding trench through the boss's arm, causing a continuous bleed debuff. The Yeti King was livid. A mere level 40 human was making a mockery of him. Just as it prepared to retaliate, Sito appeared directly in front of its left head. Dimensional slash. The blow struck the eye directly, dealing massive critical damage and blinding the left head. "I'll crush you." The boss howled in agony, its body erupting in a brilliant ice-blue aura. A suit of crystalline frost armor formed over its body as all three heads began spewing pillars of absolute zero frost. A localized blizzard engulfed the battlefield. Zip-Sito vanished into the Kamui dimension just as the frost wave hit. The moment the skill ended, he reappeared right in front of the next head. The eyes were clearly the weak point. If he could blind all 6 eyes, the level 100 king would be nothing more than a blind brawler. In the distance, Maple's interface chimed. Executive Private Channel Sunnycat at Maple, where did you and Sito find this quest? Maple, Haruno-san. If you want to leech experience, come quickly, but don't get in Sito's way. We're fighting a level 100 world boss. He just hit me for 10,000 damage through my defense. Empress. Kanade. Sally, you're kidding, right? He broke through 10,000 of your defense. The group was floored. Maple was the ultimate tank of the guild with a defense stat of 40,000 plus, yet a mob was shredding her. Sally, Maple. Send the coordinates. We're coming to leech that EXP. A level 100 boss. If they shared that kill, their levels would hit the floor cap instantly. The guild was in an uproar. Thank you for reading Chapter 84. Chapter 84, Quest complete. Finding the Snow Princess and returning to the safe zone bonus. Chapter 84, Quest complete. Finding the Snow Princess and returning to the safe zone. Maple, coordinates. JPG, everyone get over here. I'll pull you into the party. The moment the coordinates hit the chat, the executives didn't hesitate. They teleported to the floor 17 safe zone and sprinted toward the battlefield. 10 minutes later, the core team, along with AKO and Secretary Fujiwara, arrived at Maple's side. They stood frozen, jaws dropping as they witnessed the high-speed clash between Sito and the colossal world boss. Tisk, TSK. I don't think I could even touch that thing, Sora remarked, watching Sito deal only 3,000 to 6,000 damage per strike. He realized his own output, even with gold-tier gear, wouldn't even dent the boss's health bar since he wasn't a specialized damage dealer. Yep, looks like we're just here to ride the coattails, Sally added, jokingly clinging to the metaphorical thigh of their leader. I'll invite everyone to the party first. This is going to take a while, Maple said, sending out the invites. The group settled in to provide support and wait for Sito to finish the job. 5 hours later. Your spatial dragon Tachi has triggered its set effect. You have gained 65 points of divinity. The Yeti King's HP finally hit 0. As the giant collapsed, Sito plunged his dragon Tachi into the ice to steady himself, gasping for air. The 27 floating blocks of his dimensional cube streaked back to his side, reassembling into a perfect cube. It's dead, Sito muttered. It hadn't been easy. This was the most difficult boss he had ever faced. Its health pool was absurd, forcing a 4-hour battle of attrition. Worse, the boss had high-level defensive skills. When they were active, Sito's attacks dropped to a pathetic 100 damage per hit. But it was worth it. His divinity was now high enough to evolve his spatial dragon Tachi into a divine artifact. Furthermore, the boss had dropped a mountain of loot, including orange gear and 2 rare red-tier materials. Tap-tap-tap footsteps approached as the others gathered around him. Sito was stunned to see that the entire group had reached level 40. The experience from a level 100 world boss shared across 9 people was enough to fill their EXP bars to the absolute cap. Truly terrifying. It's finally over, Maple said, looking at the exhausted Sito with a mix of awe and concern. I'm alright, Sito smiled. Let's check the loot. He sheathed his blade and walked over to the drops. There was one orange tier item, the Chillwind Magus robe. The materials below purple rank were ignored, but the red materials were the real prizes. Yeti King's head. When crafting, increases the success rate of gold equipment by 10% and red equipment by 50%. Chillwind gem. When crafting, increases the success rate of gold equipment by 15% and red equipment by 30%. These were invaluable. Without hesitation, Sito stashed them. As for the Chillwind robe, since it wasn't a unique set piece, he didn't feel the need to keep it for the core executives. He offered it to AKO. AKO, this is for you. AKO waved her hands frantically. Guild leader, I already have an orange robe. Besides, this is for mages, it boosts ice damage. I'm just a priest, it would be a waste on me. Sito shrugged and put it away. He'd just toss it into the guild warehouse later. Let's go find the princess. 10 minutes later, Sito emerged from a nearby Yeti hut carrying a small, sleeping girl. The Snow Maiden tribe was striking silky white hair, pale robes, and skin as white as fresh milk. Their beauty rivaled that of the elven race. Is this the princess? She's so cute. Maple squealed, sporting a classic, doting auntie smile. The rest of the girls followed suit. Let's head back to the safe zone to turn this in, Sito said. Half an hour later, they arrived at the floor 17 safe zone. It was a picturesque town ruled by the Snow Queen. They noticed quite a few male players trying to flirt with the local Snow Maiden NPCs. LSP's lecherous people were truly everywhere. Following Maple, they reached the residence of the third elder. Maple knocked. Please come in, a soft, gentle voice answered. The interior was simple and functional. A beautiful Snow Maiden was sitting on the edge of a bed. When she turned and saw the child in Sito's arms, her eyes went wide. The princess. She rushed over, carefully taking the girl from Sito, her face glowing with intense relief and excitement. After a long moment, she looked back at the group, her gaze lingering on Maple. Adventurer Maple, you have completed my quest. The elder swept her eyes over Sito and the others, appearing somewhat hesitant to continue. Thank you for reading. T/N, Munfia finally done. And just to inform you all, I might not be replying to comment from now onwards. It's weird to see my own name in the fandom ranking. And I might not be able to update tomorrow, not sure though. I've uploaded to many chapters today. Damn it, I'm tired with work and this. End of event. Thanks everyone for your support. Without you all I could not have pulled it off. If you find any mistake, please do inform me so I could correct. If you have nothing else to read, you can check out my other transaction in my profile. Chapter 85, God's Domain Lord Mode activated, Lord Orders and Deprivation Orders. Chapter 85, God's Domain Lord Mode activated, Lord Orders and Deprivation Orders. The third elder of the Snow Maidens was indeed in an awkward position. The quest reward was a single elder position, and it required a formal application to the Snow Queen. But now, looking at the group, she wasn't sure who should receive it. Logically, it should go to Maple, since it was her quest. But the princess had been carried back by Sito, which made the handoff a bit complicated. Elder, just give the reward to Sito-kun directly, Maple suggested, pointing at Sito. She had already leached enough experience to hit level 40, she was perfectly satisfied, and didn't feel the need for the title. Very well. The third elder nodded and turned to Sito. Adventurer say, please follow me. Understood. Sito followed her out of the hut, leaving Maple and the others to rest. 3 minutes later they arrived before a small, elegant courtyard. This was clearly the residence of the Snow Queen. Several Snow Maiden guards stood at the entrance, bowing respectfully as the elder approached. Third elder. The elder knocked firmly on the door. Who is it? A voice drifted from within. Unlike the soft tones of the other Snow Maidens, this voice was heavy with authority and majesty. My queen, the princess has been rescued. I have brought the traveler here to receive his reward. The doors swung open immediately. A stunning woman with waist-length blue-white hair and a magnificent white gown appeared. Seeing her, the guards and the elder dropped to one knee. Your Majesty. Rise, the Snow Queen commanded, her voice dignified. She reached out and took the sleeping Yuki Snow from the elder's arms. Sito took the opportunity to check her stats. Level 100. As expected. Another level 100 NPC. No wonder the tribe couldn't rescue the princess themselves. The Yeti King was a direct peer to their queen. Mia stroked her daughter's hair with visible emotion before looking up. Third elder, take the princess to her chambers to rest. As you command. Once the elder had departed with the child, Mia turned her gaze toward Sito. Adventurer, say, come inside and rest for a moment. Then I'll be imposing on you, Sito replied, following her into the lavishly decorated interior. They sat at a round table, and Mia Snow produced a crystalline frost badge, handing it to him. Adventurer, say, from this day forward, you are a guest elder of the Snow Maiden tribe. Congratulations on completing the quest. Your status has increased, guest elder of the Snow Maiden tribe, floor 17. Suddenly, a server-wide announcement boomed across God's domain. Server announcement, a player has obtained a noble status. Lord mode is now activated. The sudden notification left the entire player base in a state of shock. Lord mode. What is that? Holy crap, who got the status? Does this mean we can build cities now? How do we build them? Do we buy land? While players debated the mechanics of city building, Sito turned to the Queen to clarify the benefits of his new title. Your Majesty, what exactly does this status allow me to do? It grants you the authority to command Snow Maiden units, Mia explained. Furthermore, if you establish a territory, our tribe may travel freely through your lands and even assist you in times of war. Sito perked up instantly. Does this mean I need a lord order? In most MMOs, becoming a lord required a specific token. Yes and no, Mia shook her head. A lord order requires the purchase of vast tracts of land, an expensive and tedious process for travelers. Besides, those can only be used between floors 21 and 50. Sito's mouth twitched. To build a city, you needed the token and had to buy the land. How much capital would that take? However, Mia continued, pulling out a different, more ominous-looking token, the deprivation order is different. This allows you to declare war directly on an existing territory. If you are victorious, you become the new lord. Whether you wish to build a city or a kingdom from there is up to you. Sito took the token and scanned its description. Deprivation order unique item, can be used on floors 21 to 50 to initiate a war of territory. Victory, become the new lord of the territory. Failure, 50% of your guild's resources will be seized. This was a masterpiece of an item. Sito's eyes gleamed. Is this for me? Consider it an extra reward for slaying the Yeti King. Sito smiled broadly as he stashed the token. Today had been a massive haul, a unique status, and a shortcut to becoming a lord. He bid the Queen farewell and stepped out into the crisp air of the safe zone. Opening his friend list, he noticed that most of the executives had already logged off. Executive private channel say, where is everyone? Sora, they logged out. Tomorrow's Monday school starts. It's already past 10 p.m. Shiro, when is Sito and II coming offline? Sito realized he was the only one who didn't fear a late night. Sito, I'll be off soon. I just need to evolve my weapon to a divine artifact first. Sora, a divine artifact. Shiro, Sito nii. What do you mean evolve? The siblings were floored. Gear could evolve. Sito quickly explained his unique crafting caps and the evolution process. After a moment, Shiro sent her coordinates. Shiro, coordinates. Sito nii, Shiro wants to witness the birth of a divine artifact. Thank you for reading. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, My name is Tadakuni, and I'm just an ordinary high school student. Chapter 86, My name is Tadakuni, and I'm just an ordinary high school student. Receiving Shiro's coordinates, Sito teleported instantly. He found the blank siblings waiting in a secluded corner of the safe zone. Without a word, he activated Kamui, pulling the three of them into his private dimension. Standing within the swirling void of the Kamui space, Sito gripped the hilt of his spatial dragon Tachi, and funneled his divinity into the blade. 100 points of divinity surged into the steel. A brilliant white halo erupted, enveloping the Tachi until the blade itself was nothing but a silhouette of pure light. It drifted from Sito's hand, hovering suspended in midair. So this is the process of divine evolution. Sora rubbed his chin, observing the phenomenon with clinical fascination. Shiro watched with equally wide eyes. After 10 minutes of intense radiance, the white light finally receded. The spatial dragon Tachi now pulsed with a faint, holy aura as it drifted back into Sito's right hand. Equipment: Spatial Dragon Tachi has been nourished by divinity. Spatial Dragon Tachi Divine Artifact Effect 1 grants Gale Force. When attacking with this blade, attack power scales to 5000% of the user's speed stat. Artifact Set Effect Space Set 1/5 Spatial Deprivation. Kills with this blade absorb the target's speed. If the target possesses divinity, that will be absorbed first. Rank Up Condition, unlockable at level 100. Note, since the player lacks a godhead, the weapon must be regularly nourished with divinity, or it will revert to gold tier. Sito stared at the new stats, his heart racing. This wasn't just a small bump, it was a complete overhaul. The removal of the cap on spatial deprivation meant he could potentially strip a world boss of its entire speed stat. However, the note about the godhead gave him pause. It made sense. He had the power of a god but not the status. He was a mortal wielding a divine tool. As long as he kept using his divinity to maintain it, it would stay at peak performance. Suddenly, the gold gear in my hand feels like trash, Sora joked after seeing the attribute screen. Don't sell yourself short, Sito grinned, sheathing the radiant blade. Gold gear is the foundation for everything divine. Shiro wants to craft a gold item tonight, too. Shiro raised her hand high. Then I wish you the best of luck, Shiro-chan, Sito said, giving her a head pat that made the little genius squint in quiet enjoyment. After a few more moments, he sent them back to the real world and logged off. Sito's apartment. Returning to reality, Sito saw that Amu and Kanade were already sound asleep. He quietly changed into his pajamas and collapsed onto the bed, drifting off instantly. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Sito couldn't wake up feeling a gentle tug on his arm. Sito blearily opened his eyes to see Kanade standing over him. Oh, Kanade. 5 more minutes. Sito, it's 7 a.m. You're going to be late for school, Amu reminded him from the doorway. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up, Sito mumbled, rolling over. Amu sighed. She was used to Sito's chronic tardiness, and Kanade knew that with his in-game abilities manifesting in reality, running late didn't mean the same thing for him as it did for others. The two girls left for school together. On a main thoroughfare, a high schooler was sprinting at full speed with a piece of toast in his mouth. Hello, everyone. My name is Tadakuni. I'm a high school student. I'm about to be late for school, so I grabbed a piece of bread and bolted out the door. Tadakuni looked over his shoulder at Hidenori Tabata, who was sprinting alongside him while holding a steaming bowl of ramen. Tadakuni nearly tripped over his own feet. Hidenori, Why on earth are you eating ramen while running? I'm late for school, Nori said between slurps, picking up his pace. Eating breakfast on the way is perfectly logical, isn't it? Logical, my foot. Tadakuni screamed internally. Who eats ramen during a sprint? But then, a third bizarre figure emerged from a side street. Tadakuni's jaw dropped so far his bread fell onto the pavement. Yoshitake Tanaka was sprinting beside them, gnawing on a massive, whole ham. What are you all looking at? Yoshitake took a huge bite. I'm late, so I'm eating my protein on the go. It's logical. Nori, logical. Tadakuni, go to hell. A few seconds later, another figure casually strolled out of an alleyway and joined the pack. Tadakuni's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. You're the worst one. A whole roasted pig. Indeed, it was Sito. The roasted suckling pig was the leftovers from last night that the girls hadn't finished. Not wanting to waste food, he had brought it along as breakfast. It's just last night's leftovers, Sito said casually, tearing off a rib while maintaining a steady jog. I'm late, I'm hungry, this is peak logic. Nori, logical. Yoshitake, extremely logical. Tadakuni, logical, my foot. As he looked at the three boys frantically inhaling their respective feasts while sprinting toward the school gates, Tadakuni felt like the only sane person left in the world. Thank you for reading. Chapter 87, The Ice Queen and Asuna's Secret Plot. Thank you, at Foreign Myth, for joining the memberships. I'm truly grateful. Chapter 87, The Ice Queen and Asuna's Secret Plot. Sobu High School. Main gates. The time was 7:32 a.m. Sito and the three other boys stood before the gates, officially late. Before them stood the familiar, weary-looking security guard. Slurp dash delicious. Yoshitake, this ham is surprisingly good. Sito, this roasted pig is great too, though the skin's lost its crunch. Tadakuni, listening to the casual chewing behind him, felt a vein throb in his forehead. He spun around, shouting at the trio. We are late. Why are you still eating? Sito, Nori, and Yoshitake looked at each other, then back at Tadakuni. Without a word, they continued shoveling food into their mouths. Tadakuni. Security guard. The guard desperately wanted to say something. The items they were eating were completely absurd for a school morning. It was already time for morning self-study, didn't they have any sense of urgency? Tadakuni turned back awkwardly. Sir, this is our first time being late. Could you find it in your heart to let it slide? The guard eyed him coldly. Are you going to ask for a pass during your college entrance exams? Young man, late is late. There are no excuses. He stood there with his chin high, feeling quite satisfied with himself. He believed in giving late students a profound lesson, to ensure it never happened again. Tadakuni lowered his head in dejection. Sito and the other two, meanwhile, finished their feast 10 minutes later. Tadakuni watched in disbelief as the trio pulled the guard aside toward the security office. Sito subtly pressed something into the man's hand. Suddenly, the guard was all smiles, stepping aside and waving the three through. Tadakuni stared at them as they entered the campus. Why did they get to go in? Those are good kids, truly, the guard remarked, patting a fresh pack of high-end cigarettes in his pocket with a sigh of appreciation. Tadakuni. While Tadakuni was still stuck at the gate, the trio had reached the third floor of the classroom building. Nori and Yoshitake headed for Class E, while Sito arrived at the door of Class D. Peeking inside, he saw that the teacher on duty for morning study was Sae Chabashira. He pushed the door open. The eyes of the entire class snapped toward him. Seeing Sito stroll in with his usual lazy demeanor, their expressions became quite colorful. Teacher, there was a small accident on the way, Sito said with a straight face. Chabashira looked at him flatly. What kind of accident? An old man tried to extort me. He fell down in front of me and claimed I hit him, demanding 100,000 yen. Naturally, I had to stand my ground and argue the ethics of the situation with him. It took half an hour to settle, hence my tardiness. Sito lied as easily as he breathed. I see, Chabashira nodded without emotion. Go to your seat. And remember to wipe your mouth. Sito froze. He wiped his face and realized his lips were covered in oil and bits of crispy pig skin. It was incredibly awkward, but he kept his poker face and marched to his desk. As he sat down, the eyes of Kagaya Shinomiya behind him flashed with a cold, predatory light. You're the reason I had to spend the whole weekend re-leveling. Today, I'm going to make you pay. Sito, true to form, ignored the killing intent, slumped onto his desk, and fell fast asleep. Time passed quickly. Once morning study ended and Chabashira left, the students' attention focused on Sito. Asuna Yuki, Chika Fujiwara, and Yukino Shida gathered around Kagaya's desk. Shinomiya-san, what's the plan? Asuna whispered, staring at Sito's back with gritted teeth. Dying on Saturday had cost her hours of grinding. She had been stewing over this for 48 hours. Don't be impatient. We don't have direct proof of his crimes yet, Kagaya said with a cold smirk. But I remember that the first period today is with Shizuka Hiratsuka. She's testing us on last week's material. This pervert spent all of last week sleeping. He didn't learn a thing. We just have to wait for the results to be posted during the fourth period. Asuna nodded vigorously. It wasn't just about a grudge. Sito robbing his own classmates was simply too much. Most of the class was nursing a grievance. What they didn't know was that Sito had actually woken up moments ago. Thanks to his superhuman hearing, he had heard every single word of their conspiracy. Trying to play me? Good luck. He stayed face down, pretending to be deep in slumber. The bell rang and students returned to their seats. Shizuka Hiratsuka entered with a stack of exam papers. Sito was poked awake by Megumi Kato from the seat in front of him. All right, everyone. We're doing a quick assessment on last week's lessons. Pass these back, Hiratsuka announced. Sito took his paper, glanced at the questions, and let out a disdainful internal snort. He scribbled his name and began tearing through the problems. The moment he finished, he slumped back down and entered a genuine, deep sleep. The morning flew by. By the last period before lunch, Hiratsuka returned to the room with the graded papers. Seeing Sito still out cold, she looked at Kagaya. Shinomiya-san, would you mind waking Sito-kun up for me? With pleasure. Kagaya reached out and slammed her hand onto Sito's back with enough force to wake the dead. Sito-kun. The teacher is calling you. Thank you for reading. T/N, you guys me back and me gone again. Chapter 88, Chapter 88. Surely no one actually needs to study to get a perfect score, right? Chapter 88. Surely no one actually needs to study to get a perfect score, right? Sito slowly stirred from his slumber. As his vision cleared, he saw Shizuka Hiratsuka standing at the podium clutching a stack of exams. He gave her a lazy, dead fish stare, leaning back in his chair with an air of complete indifference. Hiratsuka cleared her throat, her expression turning stern. I don't know how you all spent your time reviewing last week's material, but generally speaking, the results this time were underwhelming. I'll begin calling out grades. When you hear your name, come up and collect your paper. She looked down at the first sheet. Kinoshita Hideyoshi, 67 points. Hideyoshi stood up and hurried to the front. As Hiratsuka handed over the paper, she added firmly, spend a little less time on games and don't neglect your coursework. I understand. Hideyoshi stammered, turning back to his seat. Yuraha Kasumigakaka, 92 points. Shoko Nishimiya, 91 points. Hachiman Hikigaya, 91 points. One by one, the names were called. Students shuffled to the front until only 4 remained. Yukino Shida, perfect score. Hearing her name, Yukino stood up calmly and retrieved her paper. Asuna Yuki, perfect score. Kagaya Shinomiya, perfect score. The wife and the Ice Queen both collected their exams with practiced poise. Finally, only Sito was left. At that moment, Hiratsuka's gaze locked onto him. There was one student whose performance truly exceeded my expectations. The class turned as one. Kagaya's lips curled into a tiny, triumphant smirk. She was already imagining the scolding Hiratsuka was about to deliver for a failing grade. I have to admit, Hiratsuka sighed with a mix of awe and annoyance. Geniuses really do exist in this world. Sito, a perfect score. Kagaya. The entire class. Jaws hit the floor. This guy slept through every single lecture last week, and still got a perfect score. Is this a joke? Sito stood up with a breezy smile, sauntered to the podium, and snatched his paper without even glancing at the questions. Instead of returning to his seat, he paused, sweeping his gaze across the room. He let his eyes linger on Kagaya and Asuna before pitching his voice into a perfect imitation of Admiral Kizaru. Seriously? Surely no one actually needs to study to get a perfect score, right? It's truly boring being in a class without a single rival. With those legendary, bratty words, Sito strolled back to his desk. His mockery stung the entire class, Hiratsuka included after all. She had been a diligent student herself. But since he actually had the score to back it up, she had no reason to reprimand him. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, Hiratsuka began the lesson. Back at his desk, Sito leaned back and whispered toward the seat behind him. Kagaya was currently staring at the back of his head, grinding her teeth so hard it was audible. Shinomiya-san, back during the morning break, didn't you say something about what you'd do if I failed? Kagaya froze. The awkwardness hit her like a physical weight. He heard us. Every word. She was the refined Ice Queen, but the sheer second-hand embarrassment of being caught plotting against a top scorer made her want to vanish. Shinomiya-san, Sito whispered again. What is it? She snapped, forcing her voice to remain cold despite her racing heart. Have you ever heard a cheesy pickup line? Sito decided it was time to deploy his special skill. But as long as he wasn't the one feeling the embarrassment, it was the other person's problem. And for a sheltered girl like Kagaya, it was lethally effective. Kagaya blinked, genuinely confused. Sito leaned in closer. Do you know which side my heart is on? The left, obviously, Kagaya answered instinctively. It's on your side. Kagaya's face instantly flushed a brilliant scarlet. A confession? She had learned a lot from her maid, Ai Hayasaka, lately, but Sito's sudden, poetic delivery caught her completely off guard. Sito let out a quiet chuckle and turned back around. One shot was enough. He wondered when Kagaya's ice would finally melt. It was going to be fun to watch. The rest of the period was a blur for Kagaya, whose mind was spinning in 100 different directions. When the lunch bell finally rang and Hiratsuka left the room, the students began taking out their bentos. Sito stood up and meandered toward the front of the class, stopping right in front of Asuna's desk. What do you want, Sito-kun? Asuna asked, her eyes narrowed and guarded. Sito looked down at her bento. Wife, as classmates, we really ought to help each other out. Asuna. The whole class. The madman actually said it out loud. Asuna's face turned pink. She was so flustered by the nickname that she couldn't find the words to argue. I'll take your silence as consent. Sito reached down with lightning speed, snatched a sandwich from her box, and took a massive bite. Asuna glared at him. Sito-kun, I will never forget what you did on Saturday. Clearly, being robbed in the game was a grudge she intended to take to her grave. Sito swallowed the sandwich in 2 gulps and gave her a thumbs up. Your cooking is top tier. Asuna's blush deepened. Suddenly, the back door of Class D swung open. A shirtless Iori Kitahara leaned into the room and waved at Sito. Big Sisamo says to get over to our class for lunch. Sito's eyes lit up as he jumped up to follow Iori. Leaving the stunned Class D behind, the two headed for Class E. Iori shouted as they entered the room, "Big Sisamo, I brought the target." Thank you for reading. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Hidenori's time for rebellion has arrived. Chapter 89. Hidenori's time for rebellion has arrived. Amu spotted Sito and pointed to the empty seat beside her. Sito didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. He scanned the spread before him, standard Japanese home cooking, but with a side of mapo tofu. It was likely a joint effort between Amu and Kanade this morning. "This looks great," Sito said, picking up his chopsticks. He couldn't help but feel that having women in the house was a game changer. Even his meals were thoughtfully handled. He tucked in, and Amu followed suit. 10 minutes later, Sito let out a satisfied burp and looked around the E-class room. Realizing something was off, he asked, "Where are Hidenori and the other two?" Hidenori, Yoshitake, and Tadakuni were nowhere to be found. They didn't bring lunch. They headed to the cafeteria, Iori Kitahara informed him. Sito nodded. Tap-tap-tap footsteps echoed in the hall. The classroom door flew open as the trio trudged back in. "Oh, Sito, you're hanging out in our class." Tadakuni greeted him. "Yeah," Sito replied. But before he could say another word, a violent, arrogant voice erupted from the hallway. "Where is Sito from Class D? Tell him to get out here." The shout grabbed everyone's attention. It sounded like Kakeru Ryuin from Class B. Apparently, Ryuin was still fuming about being extorted and forced to count backward from 1,000 in the game on Saturday. He had brought a group of Class B thugs to corner Sito. Inside Class E, Hidenori was the first to snap. "Sito, he's calling you out like that. You're just going to take it." Hidenori's eyes gleamed with a strange light. "If it were me, I couldn't stand the insult. It seems this punk hasn't been taught a proper lesson." Hidenori's sarcasm was dialed to the max. Sito gave him a dead fish stare, sensing something fishy. On the surface, Hidenori looked calm, but internally, he was screaming. He still remembered the humiliation of being forced to do 1,000 to 7 at Sito's house. This was the perfect chance. If he didn't orchestrate a beatdown for Sito now, he'd never forgive himself. "Fair point," Sito said, slicking his hair back with a hair wax hand gesture. He stood up, his gaze sharpening. "Let's go. Everyone, follow me." The E-class mob followed him out. They quickly spotted Ryuin shouting at the back door of Class D. Ryuin, the dictator of Class B, sneered when he saw Sito emerge with a crowd. "Ha, I thought you were too scared to show your face," Ryuin mocked. He glared at Sito, Iori, and Hidenori, the three responsible for his trauma. "Today you're going to pay." Before Sito could finish his sentence, a pair of arms from behind shoved him hard toward the ground. The surrounding students were stunned. But before they could process it, Hidenori's frantic cry rang out, "Beat him up." The mob reacted instinctively. Without looking to see who was actually on the floor, they swarmed and started stomping. The scene was spectacular. Even Class D students were lured out by the commotion. When they saw someone being stomped, several of them, including those Sito had robbed, in-game joined in with gusto. "Take that. You arrogant prick. Robbing your own classmates. I spent all weekend re-leveling because of you. MUDA, 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 MUDA." The girls were arguably kicking even harder than the boys. "This is terrifying." Risa Shiramine trembled. Keed Hanja pointed toward a specific person in the crowd with a twisted, grinning face. "Risa, Sito-kun is over there." Risa looked over and saw Sito shouting, "Muda," while delivering a flying kick to the person on the ground. She was flabbergasted. Last time they tried to jump him, he turned it around. This time, who was actually being kicked? On the floor, Hidenori was curled in a ball, taking the brunt of the friendly fire he had initiated. Sito sneered as he delivered a solid boot. Nice try, Hidenori. Did you think I didn't notice Iori trying to trip me last time? You think I'm that easy to prank? Then, Sito spotted Ryuin nearby, who was also grinning and kicking the pile. You want a piece of this too? Get down there. With a swift move, Sito tripped Ryuin, sent him face first into the floor, and shouted, Quick! Ryuin from Class B is down too. Stomp him. The mob, now in a blind frenzy, didn't care. They started pummeling Ryuin as well. Amu, watching from the sidelines, locked eyes with Sito. If she hadn't seen him standing safely in the crowd, she would have unsheathed her blade long ago. Suddenly, a voice thundered through the corridor. Class E, Class D, and Class B. What in the world are you doing? Recognizing the voice, Sito instantly whipped out a packet of ketchup he'd swiped from the cafeteria, smeared it on himself and Ryuin, and collapsed onto the floor. He was so fast no one saw the swap. The students froze. Shizuka Hiratsuka, Sae Chabashira, Mafuyu Kirisu Class E teacher, and Chie Hashinomiya Class B teacher stood there with icy glares. Their eyes fell upon the three victims, lying in a heap on the floor. Thank you for reading. Chapter 90, Poker. An afternoon in the infirmary passes. Chapter 90, Poker. An afternoon in the infirmary passes. It hurts so much. Sito groaned melodramatically, his body smeared with what looked like a gruesome amount of blood but was, in fact, a generous coating of cafeteria ketchup. Beside him, Ryuin and Hidenori were also sprawled out, genuinely huffing in pain from the very real stomping they had just endured. The surrounding students were shell-shocked. 3 of them. Ryuin, why are you down there too? Before anyone could ask questions, Shizuka Hiratsuka rubbed her temples, nursing an impending migraine. Can we get some volunteers to carry these 3 to the infirmary? 2 boys from each class stepped forward. Sito was hoisted up by the legendary Kirito, Kazuto Kurigaya, and the cynical Hachiman Hikigaya. Behind the school building, on the walkway. Once they were safely out of sight of the classrooms, Sito hopped down from the makeshift stretcher, much to the bewilderment of his pallbearers. He stretched his limbs and let out a long, satisfied yawn. Ah, that hits the spot. He cracked his neck and looked at the stunned duo. All right, lose the long faces. Let's head to the nurse's office. Kazuto stammered, pointing at Sito's gore-stained shirt. You're covered in blood. How are you acting like nothing happened? Hachiman, however, just rolled his dead fish eyes, having already guessed the truth. You mean this? Sito pulled a crumpled packet of ketchup from his pocket. The flavor's actually not bad. Want some? Kazuto. Seeing the condiment packet, Kazuto realized he'd been played. If Sito was faking, then the only people who actually got beaten to a pulp were Ryuin and Hidenori. A look of dawning realization crossed his face. Bingo, Sito confirmed his suspicion. They took the hits, I took the credit for the injury. Seeing that Sito was perfectly fine, Kazuto relaxed into his usual calm demeanor. I'm heading back to class. Me too, Hachiman added. Not so fast, not so fast. Sito grabbed both of them by the shoulders. What now? They asked in unison. Sito flashed a predatory, cat-like grin. Gentlemen, how would you like to jump ship and join a real guild? I'm talking guaranteed officer positions. Heck, for talents like you, the executive rank isn't out of the question. He looked at the 2 of them, one a top-tier, pro gamer, and the other a master of reading people. Unlike the late Tomoya Aki, these 2 were actual assets. Plus, Sito thought, watching Kirito and 8 men turn into chaotic trolls would be peak entertainment. Kazuto shivered. He had a sneaking suspicion Sito was plotting something nefarious involving his reputation. Think about it, Sito continued. Any loot or materials you find stay with you. The guild won't demand a tax on your hard-earned drops. Consider it, Kazuto said seriously. He had been planning to be a solo player, but after Kagaya's guild lost a piece of his orange tier material recently, he was feeling the sting. A large guild like the Factory wouldn't care about trash materials, and the protection was top-notch. Hachiman remained indifferent. To him, one guild was as good as another, but if Kazuto was in, he might as well tag along. I'm in, Kazuto finally decided. Then I guess I'm in too, Hachiman muttered. Send your applications tonight. I'm off to the hospital now. Sito waved and sauntered toward the infirmary while the two new recruits headed back to the classroom. 10 minutes later. In the infirmary, Sito was lounging comfortably on a bed. He looked over at Hidenori and Ryuan, who were giving him synchronized dead fish glares from their respective cots. Why the long faces? We get the whole afternoon off. This is a win. Sito pulled out his phone and started scrolling through short videos. The other two twitched but said nothing. They still believed Sito had been stomped just as hard as they were. 10 minutes later, Sito sat up. This is boring. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a deck of cards. Then, leaning over the side of the bed, he produced several bottles of high-end sake from seemingly thin air the Kamui dimension. Let's play some cards. Hidenori. Ryuan. Where did the booze come from? Regardless of the logic, the temptation was too great. The three patients sat in a circle and began an afternoon of gambling and drinking. Re-eyeing. The final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Yukino, Amo, Maple, Risa, and Kanade all met up outside the classroom and headed straight for the infirmary. On the way, Yukino was still trying to process what Risa had told her. You're saying Sito has been faking it the entire afternoon? Yep, Maple nodded. We saw Sito-kun swap shirts with Ryuan and smear himself with ketchup right before the teachers arrived. Yukino didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had spent the whole afternoon genuinely worried about him. As the girls reached the infirmary door, they stopped dead. Three raucous, drunken voices were echoing from inside. I can't drink anymore. Seriously. You're nursing that cup like a goldfish. You're supposed to be the dictator of Class B. Can't you even handle a little sake? Thank you for reading. Chapter 91, Clearing Floor 19, the second event begins. Chapter 91, Clearing Floor 19, the second event begins. Inside the infirmary, Sito and Hidenori were tag-teaming Ryuan, ruthlessly forcing him to keep drinking. 2 bottles. You call that drinking? You're just nursing it like a goldfish. Sito laughed. Nearby, the school nurse was trembling in a corner. These guys were drinking on campus. Was this the legendary delinquent behavior she'd heard of? She was terrified. Tap-tap-tap footsteps approached and Yukino and the others entered the room. Sito checked his watch. Seeing that school was officially over, he stood up, leaving the 2 drunken messes behind. I didn't think you'd spend the whole afternoon hiding here and drinking, Yukino said, her arms crossed as they walked toward the school gates. You really are something else, pervert-kun. Aren't you afraid the nurse will report you to Hiratsuka-sensei? Humph, Sito scoffed. If I were afraid of that, I wouldn't be Sito. The group chatted as they exited the campus. Sito waved goodbye to Maple and Risa. See you online tonight. On the way home, Sito stopped at several street stalls, picking up a mountain of snacks to serve as a quick dinner. 20 minutes later, they arrived home. Yukino headed to her own apartment while Sito, Amu, and Kanade entered theirs. What's the plan for tonight? Amu asked. I'm going to grind my speed stat, and then solo the floor 19 boss. You guys can do whatever you like, Sito replied. Earlier that morning, the blank siblings had cleared the floor 18 boss. One more clear would open the path to floor 20. Sito intended to end the day with floor 19 conquered. Furthermore, with his new divine weapon, he calculated that efficient mob pulling could skyrocket his speed stat to over 100,000 in a single night. The three entered Sito's bedroom, donned their helmets, and dove into the game. God's Domain, Floor 19. The moment he spawned, Sito teleported to a high-level hunting ground. He didn't wait for the guild, he needed to test his spatial deprivation effect. 10 minutes into the grind, 2 system notifications popped up. Player Kirito has applied to join the Fatui. Player D-Sensei has applied to join the Fatui. Sito approved both instantly and sent a private message to Hachiman. Say, you actually named yourself D-Sensei. Hachiman, it was random. I didn't want to waste time on a name. Say, TSK, TSK. You should have called yourself Self-Destruct Infantry. Hachiman. Closing the chat, Sito focused on the grind. 3 hours passed. With a divine artifact in hand, his progress was explosive. His base speed reached 10,000, and with equipment modifiers, it hit a staggering 100,000. Congratulations! Your speed stat has reached 100,000. Achievement triggered, base speed is now doubled. Sito's eyes widened. His base speed jumped to 20,000. With gear, his total speed was now 200,000. If he used the Spatial Dragon Tachi's 50x damage multiplier, 1 hit equals 10 million damage. He could now officially one-shot bosses. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the Floor 19 labyrinth. 10 minutes later, Sito stood before the Floor 19 boss, the Calamity World Tree. He didn't waste time. He unsheathed his blade and unleashed a dimensional slash. Minus 10,350,000. Your Spatial Dragon Tachi triggered its set effect, plus 10 divinity. Unique reward for first solo kill of boss, Yaoshu the Calamity Wood Priest set. Only 10 points. Sito mused. It seemed bosses between floors 11 and 20 only yielded small amounts of divinity. Still, it was better than nothing. He picked up the Poison Priest, set perfect for AKO and stepped through the exit. Server announcement, player Sito has cleared the Floor 19 boss. Attention all players, the second major event, War of Factions, will begin in 40 minutes. The server exploded. The second event already. Sito is way too fast. Soloing Floor 19. The Fatui are truly on another level. What's this War of Factions? Check the info, hurry. Back at the guild base, Sito opened the guild channel. The Fatui Guild channel say at all members. All officers and executives, assemble in the high-level treehouse office immediately. He teleported back. Seconds later, beams of light flickered as the executives arrived. Moments later, the heavy doors were pushed open as over 500 mid-level officers flooded into the hall, ready for war. Thank you for reading. T/N, the Dragon Kingdom, terminology can be quite a headache sometimes. I occasionally have to adjust or rewrite entire sentences to make them flow better in English. Also, just to clarify, the Chinese names are used because the setting is specified to be on the Eastern server, not just in Japan, so in the future you might see them lil bit. Chapter 92, Chapter 92, Grouping Up, 3 main teams and 7 sub-Chapter 92, Grouping Up, 3 main teams and 7 subdivisions. As all the mid-level officers assembled, the executives took their seats. Sito scanned the room and spoke calmly. First, let's look at the event details. The group opened the event interface to review the parameters for the upcoming War of Factions. Event, War of Factions description. This event features countless factions. Each faction has a maximum capacity of 10,000 players. To achieve final victory, you must either conquer or eliminate other factions. Each faction must choose a king. Protect your king at all costs. Rule 1, players can directly choose or randomly match with a faction. Rule 2, direct selection is only available for players within the same guild. Rule 3, random matching can be done in parties or solo. King's ranking, not yet opened. Current registrations, 610 million Eastern Sever players only. Countdown, 30 minutes. Sito lowered his head in thought. A cap of 10,000 players per faction meant the number of competing groups would be staggering. However, the ability to conquer or eliminate others felt like a digital era of the warring states. For a top-tier guild like theirs, the biggest advantage was the ability to curate their own 10,000-man roster. He checked the prize pool. First place, Mystery Gift Pack. Second place, Lord Order. Third place, randomly upgrade one piece of personal equipment to gold tier. The rewards were incredible. Sito knew from experience that the Mystery Gift Pack would likely be even better than the one he received the first time. Since the third-place reward was equivalent to what the Western server's top player had won previously, the value of the first-place prize was unimaginable. For this event, we will divide into 3 main strike teams, Sito announced, looking at Sora and Shiro. The rest of the guild will be led by the officers. We will rendezvous after the event begins. No objections. Sora grinned. Whatever Sito NII says, Shiro added quietly. Sito nodded and began assigning the executives. Maple and Sally, you two follow Shiro for Team 1. Logic, Shiro provided long-range artillery, Maple was the ultimate shield, and Sally handled high-speed mobility. It was a perfectly balanced trio. Maple chirped and Sally gave a thumbs up. Next, Sito turned to Haruno and Amu. Sunnycat and Empress, you two follow Sora for Team 2. Take AKO with you as your healer. Logic, Sora and Amu were frontline monsters capable of violent breakthroughs, while Haruno was now a high-burst long-range mage. Adding AKO as a dedicated priest provided a safety net. No problem. Sora nodded, having grown more comfortable around the intimidating duo of Amu and Haruno. Finally, only Sito and Kanade were left. Kanade, you're with me for Team 3. At Sito's level of power, he didn't really need a balanced team. He could go anywhere. Kanade simply nodded in agreement. As for the rest of you, Sito addressed the 500 officers. Divide yourselves into 7 subdivisions. Group up freely. The officers immediately looked toward Haruno Yukinoshita. As the guild's administrator, she had always been their direct superior. Haruno didn't miss a beat, and began efficiently organizing the 500 leaders into 7 distinct units. Once the groups were set, Sito flicked his executive overcoat. Let's move. God's Domain, Floor 20. The safe zone was a sea of humanity. From above, the players looked like a massive, swarming mound of ants. There were at least 300 million players visible, and the number was rising every second. Suddenly, rows of players dressed in identical black suits began to spawn, drawing every eye in the vicinity. The Fatui are here. Man, I bet they're going to sweep the top 3 rewards again. Keep your voice down. I heard their members have nasty tempers. They look pretty disciplined to me. That's only because the executives are right there. If they hear you talking trash, they'll hunt you back to level 1. As the crowd whispered, the executives stepped out from the teleportation plaza. The sheer pressure radiating from the group, backed by hundreds of black-suited elite members, silenced the area. Sito ignored the stares and led his group toward the edge of the safe zone to find a quieter place to rest. Just as they sat down, an out-of-place voice drifted from behind. Which guild is this? Hey brothers, could you make some room for us? We were planning to rest in this spot. Much appreciated, friends. Sito looked toward one of his officers, a man nicknamed Old 28. 28, what's going on? Guild leader, it seems another guild just arrived. They saw the open space we're occupying, and want us to clear out so they can sit. The other leader. Well, he sounds very polite about it. Thank you for reading. Chapter 93, Chapter 93, the event begins, Rose Emblem, Rose King. Chapter 93, the event begins, Rose Emblem, Rose King. Old 28 finished his explanation. Hearing the report, Sito's brow twitched with mock concern. What did their guild leader do exactly? Very polite. Very what? Speak up. He provoked us, boss. He practically begged us to rob him. Hearing this, Sito nodded with immense satisfaction. Excellent. Truly excellent. If they're going to be that polite to the Fatui, it would be rude not to take everything they have, wouldn't it? The surrounding executives. Everyone took it in stride. After all, this was vintage Sito. He waved a hand dismissively. Give them a lesson they won't forget. Leave it to us, boss. Old 28 grinned, straightened his suit, and gave a sharp hand signal to the elite members. Instantly, a wave of black-suited players marched toward the source of the noise. A few moments later. What the hell? What are you doing? Why are you robbing us? Guild leader, just give it to them. If we die now, we're out of the event. This is the Fatui we're talking about. You bastards wait. This isn't over. The shouting peaked and faded just as quickly. The black-suited members returned to Sito with professional smiles, already logging the spoils into the guild treasury. Boss, it's done, Old 28 reported proudly. With the event about to start, the rival guild realized that being hunted back to level 1 by the Fatui wasn't worth the pride, so they had handed over their gear in bitter silence. Not bad, Sito praised. You've got a bright future, kid. Ha, I had a good teacher, 28 smirked before stepping back into formation. Nobody was worried about the vengeance promised by the other guild. In this game, power was the only currency, and the Fatui were the wealthiest players in the room. 15 minutes later. Ooh, it's finally starting. Maple's expression shifted into a look of pure, starry-eyed excitement. The War of Factions event has officially begun. Players will be randomly teleported to any location outside the safe zones. Event duration, 4 hours. Rankings are now live. A prompt appeared before every player. Please select your faction matching method, direct selection. Random match. Sito instantly clicked direct selection. A list of Fatui guild members appeared. He added Kanade's name first, then pulled in 9,900 regular guild members to fill the roster before hitting confirm. 10,000 players vanished alongside Sito and Kanade. When the darkness faded, Sito found himself standing atop a jagged mountain peak. Beside him stood Kanade and his legion of 10,000. No other players nearby. Sito murmured. He checked the back of his right hand and found a glowing rose emblem. This was his faction's mark. Your faction has been matched successfully. Please elect your king. Sito turned to his guild members and raised his voice. All right, brothers. You know what to do. Send those votes my way. Without a second thought, the guild members dumped their votes onto Sito. In a flash of golden light, the announcement rang out, congratulations. You have become the king of your faction, the Rose King. Rewards will be delivered directly to the king at the end of the event. Now go forth and conquer or eliminate other factions. Sito rubbed his chin. The fact that rewards went directly to the king made this event brutal for solo players. Randomly matched strangers would likely tear each other apart fighting for the throne. But for a unified guild, it was the perfect system. There's a fight at the bottom of the mountain. It looks like several factions have already clashed. A member shouted from the edge of a cliff. Sito walked over. Looking down, he saw a chaotic display of elemental magic bursts of fire, ice, and lightning illuminating the valley. Though he couldn't count them precisely, there were easily over 20,000 players involved. Sito-kun, should we head down? Kanade asked, her face as calm as ever. Of course. Sito grinned. He turned back to his men. Get down there as fast as you can. Kanade and I will go ahead and introduce ourselves. With that, Sito and Kanade stepped off the cliff and plummeted toward the battlefield. The newer guild members who didn't know the duo could fly panicked. What the? They just jumped. Even if they survive, they'll be at 1 HP. Relax, a veteran member said coolly, beginning the trek down the mountain path. Most of our executives can fly. You'll get used to it. Down in the valley, 3 factions were locked in a fierce, 3-way struggle. The 3 kings were busy shouting orders at their troops. Crush them. If we take them out now, we'll secure the lead. Don't let the Sword King or the Ice King push us back. Show them that the Chrysanthemum King is the true ruler, the leader of the Floral Emblem faction roared. Ruler my ass. Might makes right. The Ice King barked back. But as the 3 kings prepared for a final clash, a discordant shout erupted from the ranks. Everyone, look up. Look at the sky. Thank you for reading. Chapter 94, Back to the Top. A king wiped out a Fatui squad. Chapter 94, Back to the Top. A king wiped out a Fatui squad. The shout echoed across the valley, snapping everyone's attention away from the melee. They froze, weapons lowered, and craned their necks toward the sky. High above, a black speck was rapidly expanding. As it plummeted, the realization hit them it wasn't an object, it was a player. The members of the 3 factions scrambled to clear a landing zone. Then boom. The impact shook the earth, sending a massive plume of dust and debris into the air. Players shielded their eyes from the shockwave. As the haze slowly settled, they peered into the crater. The Chrysanthemum King swallowed hard. Top players say. One of the big 3. Why is he here? This is bad. Extremely bad. The other 2 kings felt their stomachs drop as their expressions turned grave. Cedo stepped out from the center of the cracked earth, slowly extending his arms. Just as he did, a beautiful girl with shimmering wings descended gracefully from the sky. Cedo caught her, performed an elegant mid-air spin, and set her gently on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, a sleek tachi materialized. He drove the blade into the dirt, swept his white hair back with his left hand, and rested both hands casually atop the hilt. It seems everyone is quite happy to see me, he said with a serene smile. Then, he unleashed it. Spatial storm. An invisible ripple of distorted space expanded outward like an absolute domain, swallowing every player in the vicinity. Space itself began to buckle and fold. In a single, silent instant, over 20,000 players were vaporized. Say, you absolute troll. I wasn't ready. Within seconds, the valley was a graveyard. Only Cedo and Kanade remained standing. High above, the global leaderboard flickered as the data refreshed. Leaderboard: Shifuya Yuki Rose Queen factions defeated, 58 Beiming Fish North Sea King factions defeated, 26 Sei Rose King factions defeated. 3 Cedo glanced at the rankings and mused. Plenty of capable people out there, it seems. But give him a few minutes, and he'd flip this leaderboard upside down. 10 minutes later, his guild members finally caught up and descended the mountain. Let's go. Time to climb the ranks. Cedo commanded. 10,000 men let out a roar and began their hunt. 2 hours later, Cedo was resting in a dense forest. In the last 2 hours, he had systematically dismantled every faction in his path. His tally had skyrocketed past 10,000. With over 600 million participants and 60,000 factions, his killing spree had catapulted him straight to the #1 spot. Sora and Shiro were right behind him. Though the competition was fierce, the event was a literal race of efficiency. Leaderboard: Sei Rose King factions defeated, 10,000 plus Shiro Loli King factions defeated, 6,879 Sora Gaming King factions defeated, 6,727 Shifuya Yuki Rose Queen factions defeated, 5,625 Cedo was safe at the top, but the blank siblings were in a tight race with the 4th and 5th places nipping at their heels. Suddenly, a scout ran up to Cedo. A massive faction is heading our way. At least 500,000 strong. Sito paused. For a faction to grow that large, they must have conquered or absorbed dozens of other groups. Let's go. Time to put them down. He gripped his blade, and the dimensional cube floating beside him broke apart into 27 glowing fragments. On the other side of the woods. My king, we've spotted a Fatui squad. What should we do? A top-tier player asked, eyeing the black-suited figures ahead. The Forest King laughed boisterously. The Fatui split into 10 teams. As long as we don't hit one led by an executive, they aren't a problem. It's not like I haven't wiped out a Fatui squad already. He sneered. Without an executive, the Fatui were just high-level players formidable, but no match for his army of 500,000. His men gained confidence from his words and halted the march. One of his elite players stepped forward and shouted toward a lone Fatui member, "Where's your officer? Tell them to get out here." The Fatui member simply smirked and said nothing. This infuriated the player. "We have 500,000 people. Why are you so arrogant?" As the tension peaked, the Forest King's brow furrowed. He felt a shift in the air. Two figures blurred into existence at the front of the Fatui line. "I suppose it really is different without an executive present," Sito remarked. He had heard every word. Since this guy had the nerve to touch one of his sub-teams, it was only right that he, as the guild leader, offered a proper thank you. He looked at the king's ID, "Keep your green hat on, Forest King. A man who needs 500,000 people to push over one of my sub-teams. Aren't you worried about straining your back with all that big talk?" Sito smiled. The 500,000-man army froze the moment they recognized Sito and Kanade. The Forest King's bravado vanished instantly, replaced by an awkward, sweating grin. "Hey now, a guy can't brag a little. Then let me brag a little, too." Sito snapped his fingers. The 27 floating cubes hummed with lethal energy. Spatial dragons. 27 pillars of raw, concentrated energy erupted simultaneously, screaming through the forest toward the Forest King and his massive army. Thank you for reading. Chapter 95, Chapter 95, Sito, state your name, warrior. Thank you, at Dark Knight, for joining the memberships. I'm truly grateful. Chapter 95, Sito, state your name, warrior. I haven't even finished my quest yet. Forest King, you absolute idiot. Why did you have to act so tough and provoke him? As the Forest King scrambled to dodge the incoming energy beams, a dark vein throbbed on his forehead. These ungrateful bastards. How am I the one acting tough? This is literally the apocalypse. In an instant, Sito's relentless carpet bombing leveled the playing field quite literally. Of the original 500,000 players, a meager 9,000 remained standing, and even then, most were the high-tier elites who barely managed to pop defensive cooldowns. Wish, wish, wish. The floating cubes zipped back through the air, reassembling into the perfect dimensional cube beside Sito. He gripped the hilt of his spatial dragon Tachi, his eyes cold. Dimensional slash. A massive, crescent-shaped rift of spatial energy tore through the reality of the forest. The remaining players were erased. Sito sheathed his blade with a crisp click and surveyed the silent, smoldering wasteland. Let's move. Time to regroup with Sora and Shiro. He didn't need to be a psychic to know what was coming next. After a display like that, the majority of the remaining factions would likely form a grand alliance, specifically to hunt down the Fatui. Their numbers would be staggering. The safe zone. Players who had been eliminated stared at the massive hovering broadcast screens, jaws dropping in unison. Damn say. He's gotten even stronger. One player's voice shook with genuine shock. To wipe out 500,000 players single-handedly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have called it a developer hack. True, another player chimed in, leaning back with a grin. But hey, at least he's on our side. When the server-wide World War starts, having the big three players in the Eastern server means we're going to feast on rewards. The crowd began to buzz with anticipation. A world war. The quintessential peak of any VRMMO novel. With Sito leading the charge, they felt invincible. Second floor of a small tavern. Kaguya Shinomiya watched the broadcast through the window, her expression a mix of awe and lingering resentment. Her guild, Full Moon, had terrible luck this time. They matched with a tiny 5,000-man faction, failed to secure the kingship, and were eliminated early by a rogue mob. Seeing Sito dominate the battlefield made her think back to the cheesy line he'd whispered to her at school. Her pale cheeks instantly flushed a deep rose pink. I can't believe Hachiman-kun and Kazuto-kun actually jumped ship to Sito-kun's guild, Susan Horikita remarked, sounding like she had a massive headache. Hachiman was one thing, but Kazuto was a top-tier ace of Full Moon. To lose him was a heavy blow. Is it really that surprising? Arisa Sakayanagi smiled playfully. Our guild requires members to turn over a percentage of their raw resources. The Fatui doesn't. They operate on a commission model. Since their high-ranking members clear the hardest content, they provide the best gear to the lower tiers. It's a meritocracy. The others turned to her. Yukino couldn't help but ask, how do you know the specifics of their internal management? I planted a mole, Arisa replied simply. The group nodded. Everyone knew there were spies in the Fatui, but nobody dared act on the intel. Even if Sito was offline, the blank siblings were enough to hold the fort. Most spies, nowadays, were just wealthy guild masters sending subordinates to buy high-end gear from the Fatui's internal market. 30 minutes later. The three main strike teams finally converged, along with 2 of the 7 subdivisions. The other 5 sub-teams had likely been overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the rival factions. Sito NII. Shiro's face lit up with pure joy as she lunged into Sito's arms. Easy there, Sito said, patting her head. We've still got a tough fight ahead before we clear this event. On the way here, Sito had encountered players from the 4th and 5th ranked factions. They weren't the kings, but they brought a message. The kings ranked 6th through 10th had formed a coalition to slay the Fatui. As for the 4th and 5th, they were smart. They knew they couldn't beat Sito, so they were focusing on securing their current rankings. After all, the rewards for the top 10 included 3 red-tier materials not worth losing over a suicide mission. And who exactly are we facing? Sora asked, cracking his knuckles. Sito summarized the intel. The coalition's player base was terrifyingly large. Let's go. We don't fear numbers, Sito said casually. They marched forward. Since Sito's ranking was already locked at number 1, he let Sora and Shiro take the lead on any smaller factions they encountered to boost their scores. 20 minutes later, they hit the wall. A literal army of players at least 50 million strong blocked the horizon. Sito stepped out from the line of executives and walked forward. The Fatui has arrived, I see, the Magma King number 6 said coldly. Hee, who gets to go first? The Succubus Queen number 7 giggled. The Night King number 8 looked back at one of his elite players. Shingha, go test their strength. Understood. A high-level player wielding a silver spear stepped forward. His IGN was Shingha. Seeing the challenger, Sito drew his tachi from its sheath, leveling the tip of the blade at the man's throat. State your name, warrior. I don't kill nameless ghosts. Thank you for reading. Chapter 96, 50,000 versus 50 million. Not a single trace of fear. Damn guys, 300 plus PS. Although the event is gone, but you will be getting 3 bonus chapter. Chapter 96, 50,000 versus 50 million. Not a single trace of fear. I am the security guard from the parking lot at the foot of Mount Tai Shingha. Shingha blurted the response instinctively, but his expression immediately turned bizarre. Sito's face mirrored the same odd look. The foot of Mount Tai. A parking guard? Why does that self-introduction sound so suspiciously familiar? Forget it. Using spatial movement, Sito blinked forward and brought his blade down in a swift arc. The sound of cold steel shearing through flesh echoed. Xinghe's body was severed cleanly in two. His eyes bulged, he hadn't even processed the movement before his life bar hit zero. His form dissolved into glowing light particles as he was forcibly exited from the event. The entire battlefield fell into a deafening silence. On the opposing side, the remaining kings frowned in unison at the sight of Sito one-shotting their vanguard. That attack power is absurd, the Magma King muttered, his expression grim. If he faced Sito in a 1v1, he doubted he'd last a single second. Between Sito's spatial displacement and his Kamui invulnerability, any head-on clash was a death sentence. The Night King bellowed. Do you have the courage to engage in 5 duels between champions first? In massive battles, it was customary to hold champion duels to test the waters. It was a matter of morale. Sito nodded slowly. He had 50,000 men, but aside from the executives and officers, the regular members were wavering. A few duel victories would be a perfect morale booster. Sito was never one to play by the rules. He blinked back to his executives and glanced at the officers behind him. Kirito, you're up. Understood, Kazuto nodded. Sito had already made his point by killing the first guy, now it was time for the officers to shine. Sending an executive out now would just be bullying. Kazuto walked to the center of the clearing. The 9th-ranked backing king signaled a high-level player behind him. Absolute Poison, go deal with that brat. Absolute Poison transformed into a cloud of black mist and lunged toward Kazuto. But just as the two were about to clash, Sito's voice rang out like a thunderclap. Everyone. Before the word charge even finished echoing, Sito appeared directly in front of the 10th-ranked king and slashed down. The 10th king disintegrated into pixels before he could even draw his weapon. The sudden betrayal of etiquette left the coalition stunned. A second later, the Fatui reacted. The executives led the charge, dragging the entire guild into a frenzied assault. The Fatui is eternal. For justice. Dominate the world. The 50,000 Fatui members collided head-on with the 50 million-strong army. The 4 remaining kings tried to rush Sito, but they were instantly intercepted. Sora 2nd seat. Sally 4th seat, Kanade 5th seat, Amo 6th seat. These 4 melee powerhouses blocked their path like an iron wall. Dimensional Cube. The cube above Sito shattered into 27 fragments, soaring high into the sky. Divine power surged through Sito as he dove into the densest part of the enemy crowd. Spatial Dragon's Roar. Dimensional Slash. Spatial Storm. A massive crowd control skill locked down the movements of the surrounding players. Sito unleashed a barrage of AoE skills, while the 27 cubes overhead pulsed with spatial energy. A single rotation of his skills deleted hundreds of thousands of players. But he didn't stop. Maple raised her great shield and charged in, holding her short sword New Moon high. Paralyzing Shout. The moment Sito's control ended, Maple's followed up. Her AoE wasn't as vast, but the duration was incredibly long. For a moment, the Fatui held the absolute advantage. Shiro and Haruno rained down magical destruction from the backlands, their spells carving bloody paths through the sea of players. 5 minutes in, and millions were dead. But the Fatui were hurting too. Their numbers were far smaller, and they had already lost nearly 30,000 regular members who were overwhelmed by sheer weight of numbers. The safe zone. Spectators gasped at the breathtaking scale of the slaughter. Inside the tavern, Asuna leaned forward, analyzing the feed. From the current look of it, the Fatui still have the upper hand. Because of the executives and officers. Even if their regular members die out, as long as the core powerhouses remain, they are unstoppable. True, Kagaya Shinomiya agreed, her eyes fixed on the screen. But the coalition still has 4 kings. If they use human wave tactics to drain Sito's mana pool, they could win. A man like Sito doesn't take risks he hasn't already calculated. The Fatui will take this. Back on the battlefield. Another 30 minutes passed. The landscape was unrecognizable. Of the fatui, only the executives remained. Every regular member and officer had fallen in battle. But the opposition was in far worse shape. Out of 50 million, only 60,000 players and a single king, the Night King, remained. The outcome was decided. Sito leveled the tip of his spatial dragon Tachi at the Night King's chest. You've lost. Thank you for reading. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, Event over, A Strange Reward. Meeting Song Fei Yun again. Chapter 97, Event over, A Strange Reward. Meeting Song Fei Yun again. The Night King let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. On his side, 60,000 players remained. On Sito's side, there were only 8. But the disparity was soul-crushing. The Night King's elite, high-tier players were almost entirely wiped out. His remaining forces were just common fodder. Meanwhile, not a single one of Sito's executives had fallen. The gap in quality was an abyss. As expected of a god-tier player, he muttered. Without another word, he drew a finger across his own throat, his body instantly dissolving into shimmering light particles. Sito's mouth twitched. He didn't think the guy was being noble or warrior-like. By committing suicide, the Night King ensured Sito wouldn't get the massive point bounty from his death. What a petty move, Sito grumbled internally. He ignored the remaining 60,000 confused players and pulled up the final rankings. Final leaderboard say Rose King factions defeated, 13,000 plus Shiro Lowly King factions defeated, 12,000 plus Sora Gaming King factions defeated, 12,000 plus Shifuya Yuki Rose Queen factions defeated, 7,628 Biming Fish North Sea King factions defeated, 7,601. The top 3 were locked in. At this stage, no one could catch them. Sito let out a long breath of relief. Let's go. Time to find a place to rest. He scooped up Amu and Haruno and took to the skies. The other executives followed suit, leaving 60,000 leaderless players standing in the wasteland, blinking at each other in total bewilderment. They rested until the official timer hit 0, and the system announcement thundered across the server. The War of Factions event has concluded. Distributing rewards. Players say, your mystery gift pack has been delivered. Floors 21 through 50 are now officially open. Pet system is now active. Note, when all regional servers clear floor 20, a global server merge will occur. Sito didn't hesitate. He pulled the glowing gift from his inventory and tore it open. You have received, fragment of a mysterious cup. Description, this fragment was once part of a vessel capable of granting any wish. However, for unknown reasons, it was shattered. Sito. What is this? Sito was genuinely stumped. The information was even scanter than his first mystery reward. But a cup that grants any wish. He immediately looked at Sora and Shiro. In their original world, wasn't there a bug-tier item called the Sunniaster Star Cup? He wondered if this fragment shared any lineage with that legendary artifact. He tucked it away for later study. The nearby executives saw the notification but looked equally confused. Just a fragment. Maple tilted her head, unable to wrap her brain around it. Who cares? If it's a mystery reward, it's gotta be cracked, Sora grinned. He was certain this second event's loot would outshine the first. Even if they didn't know the use yet, it was likely more valuable than the breath of God they'd seen before. Sora pulled out his own reward, and the group huddled to check the specs. Territory. A Lord Order. They all looked a bit odd. It seemed the content after floor 20 was shifting toward kingdom building and land management. Sito cut through their speculation. Don't overthink it. We can just sell these to other players later. A Lord Order isn't nearly as practical as a deprivation order. Sito pulled out his own deprivation order and explained the difference. Once they realized a lord order required spending massive amounts of gold to actually buy and develop the land, their interest evaporated. Strictly speaking, Sora's reward was worth more than a dozen gold-tier items, but in the face of Sito's cheat items it felt like a chore. Sito-kun, Sally and I are heading offline, Maple said, rubbing her eyes. It was getting late, and they had school in the morning. Yeah, go ahead. Amul Kanade, you two should grab some late-night snacks and head to bed too. I'm staying on for a bit. Sito had no intention of sleeping yet. He wanted to see what floor 50 looked like. All right, Amu nodded. The students logged out, leaving only Sito, the blank siblings, and Haruno Yukinoshita. Haruno, do you want to head back? Sito asked. No, I'll stay with you, Haruno smiled warmly. First stop, Failing City on floor 11. Sora and Shiro immediately understood his intention. Haruno didn't ask questions, she was content just to follow his lead. The four of them opened their menus, input the coordinates, and vanished in a flash of blue light. God's Domain, floor 11, Failing City. Returning to the familiar city, the four of them marched straight to the city lord's mansion. They bypassed the guards and arrived at the door to Tsang Feiyun's office. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from within. Sito opened the door. Tsang Feiyun was buried under a mountain of paperwork. He looked up, his initial surprise melting into a welcoming smile. Ah, my adventurer friends. Please take a seat. Sito didn't waste time on pleasantries. City Lord Tsang, the 20th floor has been cleared. We now have access up to floor 50. My question is, how do we reach the levels beyond that? Tsang Feiyun froze, his pen hovering over a document. The 20th floor is clear. Exactly, Sito said firmly. A wide, genuine grin broke across Tsang Feiyun's face, the look of a man who had just won the lottery. Excellent. You truly did not disappoint my expectations. Thank you for reading. Chapter 98, Floor 50, The Safety Zone, Divine Flame Empire. Chapter 98, Floor 50, The Safety Zone, Divine Flame Empire. Tsang Feiyun looked at them with pure admiration before reaching into the folds of his traditional robes and producing a shimmering orb. Take this. As long as you carry this bead, you will be able to bypass the restrictions and head straight to floor 51. Sito stood up, took the orb, and returned to the sofa to inspect its properties. Concealment Orb Gold Grade hides the user's presence, allowing them to bypass labyrinth bosses and access corresponding floors. A literal cheat item. Sito and the others thought simultaneously. This was the ultimate smuggling tool for God's Domain. After stashing the orb, Sito looked back at Tsang Feiyun. City Lord, are there any precautions we should know about? Precautions? Tsang Feiyun mused for a moment. Actually, there is one. The group leaned in, their interest piqued. Above the 50th floor, there are lingering traces of the fallen gods. This miasma has corrupted countless creatures, and as a result, there are no safety zones. You must be extremely careful. Sito nodded. That was vital intelligence. He stood up and gave a polite nod. Our levels are still a bit low, so we don't plan on heading up immediately. We'll grind for a while first. Understandable, Tsang Feiyun agreed. It was only logical to power up before facing the unknown chaos of the higher floors. Then we'll take our leave. We'll keep you posted. After leaving the mansion, Sito led Sora, Shiro, and Haruno to a private room in a high-end tavern. They ordered a spread of local delicacies, and the food arrived quickly. Sito, what do you think floor 51 actually looks like? Sora asked, popping a peanut into his mouth. The idea of a floor without a single safe haven was both daunting and exciting. But we'll find out soon enough, Sito replied casually. His earlier comment to Tsang Feiyun had been a calculated lie. They were heading up today, they just weren't planning to report the quest completion yet. Anyway, let's eat. Even if it's a game, the flavor profiles here are incredible. Haruno smiled and naturally sat beside Sito, picking out the best cuts of meat for his bowl. Shiro puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. She stood up and squeezed into the small space on Sito's other side. Does the little sister like Sito-kun that much? Haruno asked with a playful, knowing smile. Shiro huffed, her tiny mouth in a pout. Sito and I belongs to me. I'm already engaged to him, you know. Haruno teased. Sora. Shiro. Unlike Shiro's pure shock, Sora looked at Sito with genuine surprise. Wait, you're actually engaged? Yeah, we made it official at the Yukinoshita estate recently, Sito confirmed. Sora looked at his stunned sister, then grinned mischievously at Sito. Well, you wouldn't mind one more, right? What do you think of my sister? She's a catch. T/N, Sora was a realist. As long as it involved people he trusted like Shiro, and Sito, he couldn't care less about traditional social norms. In this era, powerful men often had multiple partners, and he knew Sito had been the one looking after them since their parents passed away. To Sora, Sito was already family. Works for me, Sito chuckled, reaching out to give Shiro a comforting head pat. Shiro's eyes narrowed happily at the touch, her pout vanishing. Even Haruno couldn't help but smile at how adorable she was. She didn't mind the idea of Shiro being around, it felt like a natural fit. After finishing their meal, the four of them used the teleportation gate to reach floor 50. God's domain, floor 50. As they stepped out, they were met with a sight that took their breath away. An entire empire. Sora muttered. The style was a radical departure from the previous floors. Sito pulled up the map and froze. It was gargantuan. The landmass felt significantly larger than the entirety of Earth. They were currently standing in the capital city of a massive civilization. Ancient Eastern imperial style, Sora noted, looking at the sweeping tiled roofs and grand pagodas. Exactly, Haruno added, pointing to a massive flag snapping in the wind near the main gate. It's called the Divine Flame Empire. And look at the NPCs. She pointed toward a patrolling guard. Even a common soldier was level 100. The sheer military might of this floor was staggering. Let's move. I'll use spatial movement to get us to the labyrinth, Sito said, checking the coordinates. It's far. Roughly the size of 2 whole provinces. Walking would take days. The group gathered around him. Sito picked Shiro up, while Sora and Haruno each placed a hand on his shoulders. They vanished. 10 minutes of rapid-fire teleportation later, they stood before the entrance of the floor 50 labyrinth. They craned their necks back to look at the massive stone doors, which towered over 100 meters high. While bosses on floors 21 to 49 roamed the open world, floor 50 was a milestone floor. This labyrinth held the guardian that stood between them and the corrupted lands above. Thank you for reading. That's it for today, folks. Good night. Chapter 99, Floor 51, The Wasteland Tier. Sorry guys, I doubles upload Chapter 93. Thank you at Shiro_Shirari for reminding me. Chapter 99, Floor 51, The Wasteland Tier. Do you think this boss is going to be massive? Haruno Yukinoshita asked, a trace of concern flashing in her eyes as she visualized the scale of the 50th floor. Hard to say, Sora replied, shaking his head. Sometimes the labyrinth is just huge to be intimidating, but the boss itself is normal-sized. Either way, one hit from this thing would probably delete us, Sito joked, though his tone carried the weight of reality. Attempting the floor 50 labyrinth at their current level was, by any objective measure, a suicide mission. He pulled out the concealment orb, activating the golden equipment's unique effect. A soft, translucent veil of energy wrapped around the four of them. Let's go. Stay close. They pushed open the towering stone doors and stepped into the boss chamber. The moment they entered, the air grew heavy. A gargantuan silhouette loomed before them, its sheer scale forcing them to stop dead in their tracks. It stood nearly 80 meters tall, a terrifying figure with a malevolent face, and 2 extra arms sprouting from its back. Its 4 massive hands gripped 4 distinct, oversized weapons, a sword, a spear, a staff, and a bow. Ancient troll HP, 10 billion/10 billion, thank God. Its eyes are closed, Sito whispered, letting out a slow breath. A boss with 10 billion HP was on an entirely different level than the frost giant king they had faced before. They couldn't afford to make a single sound. Sito looked at Sora, and began to hover silently off the ground. Sora caught the cue instantly, activating his own flight ability. In a room like this, even the softest footstep on the stone floor could spell disaster. Floating was the only safe way to transit. Sito reached back, pulling Haruno onto his back, then scooped Shiro into his arms. Executive chat channel say, Haruno, hold on tight. Don't make a sound. Sunnycat, got it. The 4 of them drifted like ghosts toward the exit passage behind the slumbering giant. 5 minutes felt like an eternity, but they reached the far side without a single hitch. Slipping through the exit, they transitioned to the 51st floor. God's domain, floor 51. As the environment shifted, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. That thing was terrifying, Sito remarked with a dry chuckle. Even just standing there asleep, the pressure was suffocating. No kidding, Sora grinned. 10 billion HP. I can only imagine what its base stats are like. After the brief exchange, they turned to survey their new surroundings. Their expressions quickly soured. What happened here? Sito's brow furrowed. The landscape was a nightmare of desolation. The flora was withered and gray, the air felt stagnant and devoid of life. Dead trees littered the ground like skeletal remains. Scattered amongst the decay were rusted gears, shattered metal plating, and various mechanical parts. Sito and I look at this, Shiro called out from behind him. The group turned to see a flickering, cracked monitor embedded in a mound of debris. Looking at the tech, a theory began to form. This floor must have been technologically advanced once, Sito murmured. He tried to pull up the map, but as expected, it was blank. Since they hadn't entered the floor through legitimate means, the system provided no navigational data. Advanced is an understatement, Sora added, his voice laced with doubt. But isn't this supposed to be an ancient ruin? The contradiction was jarring. The lore spoke of an era of gods and ancient myths, yet they were standing amidst modern or even futuristic industrial wreckage. Do you think it's possible, Haruno started, that every floor in God's domain corresponds to a different world, or even a different planet? She had harbored the suspicion since seeing the absurd scale of the Floor 50 map. Standing in this wasteland, the feeling was now undeniable. Sito and Sora shared a look. It was a bold theory, but it made perfect sense. No use dwelling on it now, Sito said, shaking off the existential dread. We need to scout the area. He summoned the dimensional cube, willing it to deconstruct into 27 fragments. They streaked out in all directions, acting as sensory nodes. By attaching his spatial energy to the cubes, Sito could feel the surrounding environment. After a moment of concentration, he opened his eyes. I'm not sensing any biological signatures, but stay sharp. Shiro, can your mech do a long-range scan? Shiro deployed her armor, and 10 spherical drones launched from her chassis, soaring into the sky. She projected a holographic display for the group. The moment the screen flickered to life, the 4 of them froze. The camera showed them surrounded. Swarms of mist-like, ethereal entities were closing in from every side. There had to be at least 100,000 of them. Without a word, Sito activated his spatial ability, pulling all 4 of them into the Kamui dimension. He left only a microscopic rift open so Shiro could continue to monitor the outside world. It made sense why he hadn't sensed life. These creatures were composed of smoke and shadow, they lacked a traditional biological pulse. With a thought, the 27 cubes zipped back into the Kamui space, hovering around him. Sito watched the monitor as the mist monsters converged on their previous location. Haruno, get your spells ready, Sito commanded, his eyes narrowing. I want to see exactly how much damage we can do to these things. Haruno raised her staff, the tip beginning to glow with a dangerous, concentrated light. Thank you for reading. A real good night this time. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, 100-meter Chapter 100, 100-meter tall insect. Leaving the 51st floor. She raised her staff high. A scorching fireball, 10 meters in diameter, materialized within the Kamui dimension. With a thought, Sito instantly shifted the massive sphere of flames outside. The four of them stared at the monitor, only to find the monster's health bars barely budging. These were mere single-digit pity-damage ticks. In fact, it was only the burning effect of the fire element doing anything at all. In reality, Haruno's attack hadn't bypassed their defenses at all. The monster's damage reduction was staggering. Looks like it's up to me to clear the trash, Sito said. While Haruno's current output wasn't enough, Sito's attack power was in a league of its own. As long as he could break their guard, they had a chance. He looked at the other three. Stay here. I'm going out to thin the herd. Sito stepped out of the Kamui dimension. The moment he appeared, the monsters sensed his presence and swarmed toward him with localized ferocity. Skitter. The piercing, discordant shrieks grated on his ears. He raised the spatial dragon Tachi high. Spatial void step. Sito's figure blurred into a streak of light as he lunged forward. Malice black mist level. One look at the data told Sito these things were well over level 100. Since they had smuggled themselves onto this floor, they could only see information for entities under the level 100 cap. Dimensional slash. He swung the blade downward. With the spatial dragon Tachi, and a speed stat reaching 200,000, Sito's raw output was monstrous. He had been able to one-shot the floor 19 boss, because the artifactier Tachi provided a 10 million damage multiplier on critical strikes. Clearly, the floor 51 mobs had thick armor, but dealing nearly 2 million damage per swing was still impressive. The monsters grew agitated after the assault, their speed increasing as they converged on him. Sito seamlessly cycled back into the Kamui dimension for defense. The battle was joined. 20 minutes later. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level, 42. You have gained 2,000 free attribute points. Your spatial dragon Tachi set effect has triggered, gain 20,000 speed. Sito's mouth twitched at the system notification. All those kills and he only went up 2 levels. These were level 100 plus mobs. The experience curve at this stage was a vertical wall. On the bright side, the speed gains from the high-level kills were excellent. Stripping 20,000 points of raw speed through the Tachi's effect was a massive boost, even without gaining divine power. Dump everything into speed, Sito muttered. After level 40, every level up granted a 200-point boost to all 4 primary stats, and the free points reached 1,000 per level. Health also increased by 1,000,000 per level. Divine power, 162 God speed, 420,000 plus weapon, spatial dragon Tachi artifact, dimensional cube. His base speed was now over 40,000, and with equipment multipliers, it shattered the 420,000 mark. Since the Tachi's attack power was 50 times his speed, a single strike now dealt 21 million damage. He was becoming a literal glitch in the system. If Maple were here to farm her destructive growth, she'd hit 6 digits in no time, Sito thought. At this rate, his speed had already surpassed Maple's current defense. He reopened the Kamui dimension and let Sora, Shiro, and Haruno out. The experience on this floor is incredible. Haruno's red lips curled into a smile as she saw she had also reached level 42. Since they were in a party, they shared the bounty of Sito's slaughter equally. Alright, we should. Before Sito could finish, the ground began to heave and shudder like a massive earthquake. The 4 immediately went back to back, scanning the cardinal directions. Look over there. Sora pointed ahead. Two massive, 100-meter-tall alien insects were charging toward them at high speed. They were grotesque, with thick slime dripping from their mandibles and coating the wasteland as they ran. Cedo barked. He wasn't an idiot. 200-meter insects were clearly mini-bosses. Charging them blindly without knowing their HP or defense was a fool's errand. He scooped up Shiro, while Sora and Haruno grabbed his shoulders. Cedo used spatial movement to blink back into the safety of the labyrinth passage. Inside the labyrinth, the tension didn't fade. Spatial movement caused a distinct sound upon landing, and the sleeping giant moved. It slowly turned its massive head, causing cold sweat to pour down their necks. When they realized its eyes remained closed, they finally exhaled. A narrow escape. If that thing had woken up, they'd be back at the respawn point. Haruno naturally climbed onto Cedo's back, and together with Sora, they drifted silently out of the labyrinth toward the lower floors. Thank you for reading. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.